Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was our previous initiative. But what about today? What do we have in store for all of you today? Pause, please. What do we have in store for all of you today? The next video is a short clip on what is the agenda for today and the kind of topics that are going to be discussed today, and most important of all, what you can look forward to during the course of today. So can you please roll that video? The 21st edition, today's edition. So as you saw over there, ladies and gentlemen, bringing opportunities and networking together under one roof. The Healthcare 360 Summit is all about networking with peers of the industry, as well as highlighting the best practices and trying to replicate and implement those best practices. And so on that note, before we start our conference, I'd like to highlight a couple of case studies from our gold partner, Johnson Controls. The first one is how Johnson Controls integrated the fire control and security system with their products in AIIMS Gorakhpur. Can you please roll that video to showcase how the entire control system and security system was integrated by Johnson Controls? that was, of course, a short case study from Johnson Controls on how so many mission-critical moving parts were able to move in one direction thanks to Johnson Control Systems. Another quick case study from Johnson Controls in the Pushpavati Singhania Research Institute in Delhi. And this case study is on how Johnson Controls had overhauled the chillers in the facility with 2 New York chillers. And all of this was done with no disruption to any services and no discomfort to any of the patients or any of the staff in the premises. Can we please roll that case study video as well, please? And finally, our last video is from our bronze partner, Dormakaba. Dormakaba is into security systems, especially for hospital and healthcare spaces. Can we please show that video from Dormakaba on what they have to offer for the healthcare space today?
In every hospital, the safety of patients and staff is paramount. Everything has to work seamlessly 24/7, from the layout, to the equipment, to the environmental controls. Nowhere is this more important than in operating theaters and clean rooms where sterility and security are critical. Dormakaba has an unrivaled track record of serving the healthcare sector, delivering smart access solutions designed to meet every challenge. Solutions that control infection by managing people movement and air quality. Our touch-free access technology and hermetically sealed doors are critical to minimizing the spread of germs and risk of cross-contamination. Solutions that boost security and ensure patient privacy. Our smart access systems use keycard or fingerprint technology to regulate and record visitors to zones such as the pharmacy and operating theater. Solutions that sync effortlessly with building and hospital systems, simplifying tasks from managing access rights to automatically sealing off high-risk areas such as radiology machines. Solutions that enable teams to work efficiently and comfortably. Our seamless entry systems manage and record the flow of people, allowing hospitals to optimize their operation theater scheduling, while our specialized doors reduce contamination of air and minimize distracting noise. And all of our solutions harmonize with the wider design scheme and future development phases, helping to ensure that the project is always within code and on schedule. Choose Dormakaba for products designed for every place that matters. Together, we can create the operating theater environment your patients and staff deserve. Talk to our team today.
So those were a few case studies and best practices that have been implemented in recent times. And ladies and gentlemen, all of our partners, Johnson Controls, our gold partner, Dormakaba, our bronze partner, all of our partners are available for networking and further discussions at the back of this hall. They've got stalls set up and, of course, some samples as well. So during the networking break, do take the opportunity to go and visit our partners and sponsors to get an idea of what are the most innovative practices that are being implemented today. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you all. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the 21st Healthcare 360 Summit 2026 in the Bengaluru edition. My name is Sunny. I'm going to be your compare for today. And on behalf of the entire organization at Healthcare 360, I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you who has taken the time to be with us here today. In spite of the hectic traffic, it was hell on earth this morning for every one of us to get here. But thank you all very much for coming here and being with us this morning. Your presence reflects your commitment to shaping the future of healthcare in India. Bengaluru, our city, is not just India's tech capital. Our city is rapidly becoming one of the country's most dynamic healthcare innovation ecosystems. With world-class institutions such as Narayana Health, Manipal Hospitals, Sakra World Hospitals, and Astra CMI Hospital, this city represents a powerful convergence of clinical excellence, digital innovation, infrastructure growth, and patient-centric care. Today, as we gather for the 21st edition of this summit, we are not just hosting another conference. It's not just a conference that's happening over here. We are building a platform for dialogue, collaboration, and transformation. Healthcare today is at a defining moment. We are witnessing so many challenges and so many different aspects. I'd like to highlight 5 of which, each one of which will be addressed today. First, rapid expansion of tertiary and quaternary healthcare infrastructure. Second, integration of AI and automation in clinical workflow. Third, increased focus on sustainability and green hospital design. Fourth, a shift towards patient-centric care or data-driven care models. And fifth, greater emphasis on operational excellence and resilience. Each one of these 5 aspects is going to be analyzed and discussed in detail today. And what are the best practices for each one of these aspects is what we will try and identify and see how we can implement them in our own schedule. The questions that we're going to ask today are, number 1, how do we design hospitals that are future ready? Number 2, how do we do that and balance cost in the meanwhile? And number 3, how do we leverage technology without losing that human touch? These are not just theoretical conversations. These are boardroom decisions, and these are investment strategies. And most important of all, these are what determine the outcomes for our patients. And that is exactly why Healthcare 360 Summit exists. This summit today brings together decision makers, CXOs, medical directors, infrastructure planners, tech leaders, and solution providers, all under one roof on one platform. So without any further ado, let us start with the first keynote presentation for today. The first of our thought leaders to share their knowledge and experience with us. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. R. Kishore Kumar, who's the founder, chairman, and executive director of Cloud9 Foundation, a well-known figure. Sir, please welcome on stage. And Dr. Kishore Kumar today will deliver the keynote address, and the topic of the keynote today is Building Bengaluru as India's Digital Health Capital. Sir, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sure all of you agree that Healthcare Summit every year, when you receive that phone call from Suresh, you can make out that he is the man behind this, and so effortlessly he organizes every year. And I hope to cover most of the points Sunny has raised this morning, and to see how we can make the hospitals smart and technologically friendly. So I have put up a lot of slides on the digital acceleration, the opportunities, and what are the challenges, and what are the impact of that. Definitely digital acceleration does not mean this. and a lot of people think that we are going backwards, but that's not true. Now, I'm not sure how many of you know that Harvard Business School did a survey in September last year to see how many hospitals are interested in creating a smart hospital environment and how many people are ready to invest. Surprising, only 75% hospitals expressed adaptability, 52% were curious, creativity was noted only 44%. That means not everybody was ready to invest. And if you don't invest in technology, definitely you're going to be lagging behind. Now, I want to tell you that digital acceleration and artificial intelligence goes hand in hand. A lot of people get confused, but there is a difference. Digital acceleration is rapid integration of digital technologies into business, while artificial intelligence is a key technology that provides this acceleration by providing adaptability, capabilities, and predictive analysis and automation. So think of digital acceleration as the overall race to become more digital, and AI is the high octane fuel and engine that helps to win that race. Now, to make it easier, because there is so much variety in the audience, I have divided my lecture into 4 groups because I wear 4 hats depending on time of the day. I come as an entrepreneur, I'm an academician, I'm a researcher, and a clinician. So where all digital acceleration can help you. To start with, what is digital acceleration? It is a method of making a computer or software perform better than human. Why? And I'm going to tell you in a minute, but there are 4 different types. I'm not going to cover the different types. Digitalization example is very simple, converting physical document into digital files that all of us know. But why is it required? And I'm sure all of you know, I'm sure all of you have seen this repeatedly in various media, that normally human mind is limited to performing 30 odd things per second. That means every second you can perform 30 odd thought processes. And we think that is fast, but computers can do 300 per second. So if computers can do 10 times more than what your thought process is, definitely there is a role for a computers to play in digital healthcare. The researcher in me, why I wanted to show this is Ricardo, who was my colleague in Melbourne when I was working in Australia. And though he was a clinician, he was always a researcher, and he used to think, dream, and perform only research. And we used to think he's mad. But now, over the years, we realized that's what makes him the best neonatologist in the world. And he heads the best neonatal units in Switzerland, and is the top neonatologist in Switzerland. What it means is the researcher always thinks how the digital acceleration should be able to think and analyze data much faster than the human brain. So just to give you an example, when I was practicing in 1990 in UK, we had this CD-ROM, or the disk those days, which had data of virtually every pediatric disease. So the moment we became a consultant in UK, we were given this. The important thing is this increased our performance by 90%, because a patient walks in and you say, for example, he has got a diagnosis of tuberculosis or cystic fibrosis or hemoptysis or whatever. You click that and it will print out all the relevant documents that you can give it to patient. So the moment you give that information, he or she will be wanting to read that rather than listening to your half-hearted discussion. So the consultation time is reduced by 50% automatically. Efficiency increases. And this was in 1990, and we thought that was the best thing that could happen. Whereas now, we all know when you look at the data in India, neonatal sepsis is supposed to account for 52% of the deaths in neonates in India. But when we look at the data, the question is, normally it takes about 72 hours for the infection to be confirmed in laboratory procedures by the blood culture and various blood tests. So we had artificial intelligence incorporated with the algorithm, and what we did is with this artificial intelligence, we were able to predict a baby to diagnose at 12 hours of age whether the baby is going to become septic or not going to become septic, so that you can focus your treatment on giving antibiotics or whatever and help the baby survive better rather than waiting for 72 hours. In fact, we did this with the funding from Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation, and we even published this study, and it has helped save a lot of babies. We routinely follow this in Cloud9 now. Now, artificial intelligence in neonatal health care. Now, we all know that prematurity plays a major role in neonatal deaths. Now, what we did is we started using artificial intelligence into our hospital management system to see whether we can predict any pregnant mother going into labor, whether she's going to have a premature delivery or not. Surprisingly, preterm births we could predict to the extent of 84% with the artificial intelligence incorporated into HMS, compared to only 21% by experienced clinicians by 20 weeks of pregnancy. What it means is, by 20 weeks of pregnancy, if you say the lady who was walked in is going to have higher chance of premature labor, then you can put all your efforts to prevent premature labor, and prevention of prematurity can increase the survival of the babies. So we have started routinely using this in our hospitals now, and essentially this incorporation has helped save a lot more babies and certainly made a huge impact. So the intelligence of healing, artificial intelligence revolution in global and pediatric healthcare is just beginning, and I'm sure we are going to see a lot more in the coming few days or months. And digitalization in pediatrics and obstetrics, I can go on talking the whole day, but these are the things which can become and revolutionize the maternity and neonatal care in a very big way. So the benefits of digitalization in obstetrics and pediatrics can be improved accuracy, early detection, efficiency, personalization, and accessibility. Now, that is a researcher. What about as a clinician or academician? Now, the academician, why I wanted to show you this is, Dr. Koletsko is the president of European Association of Pediatric Gastroenterologists, and he recently visited our center in Old Airport Road, and he was flabbergasted looking at the technology which we use. He said, not in Europe, any hospital uses this amount of technology. So the digital acceleration we use in Cloud9 can reduce human error, takes risks instead of humans. It's available 24/7. It faster and definitely helps various things. I'm just giving you a few examples. It's not a complete thing, but definitely we have started having improved efficiency, data security, research analytics, sustainability, and in the app which we give it to the parents, they can make the appointments, they can make the payments, so they don't need to come to the hospital and wait in the queue to pay the consultation fees. And they can access their hospital registration, they can hospital their blood test through the app, they can access their physical notes on the digital app. All this is individualized with their password and their MPI, so it's very, very secure data. And this digitized IPD notes has also helped us to do a lot of clinical research. So if you want to produce now a medical paper, we don't have to go back and start digging notes and say, I want to look at last 10 years notes. We have completely digitalized, so at touch of a button, we can produce papers and publish our data. Now, that's the advantage of this. Now, the clinician in me wants to see how you can make out, and I'm sure all of you know this video was circulating through social media. In China, the dispensation by pharmacy is completely digitized. What it means is, a patient goes to pharmacy, you will be dispensed with your medications in 60 seconds. 60 seconds your medication is in your hands.
These
And
machines
the
are
reason
automatic
this is
medication
very,
delivery
very
systems
important is
tirelessly working
by the
to
time you
ensure
go to
life-saving
pharmacy,
medicine and medical
it may take
supplies.
longer than 60 seconds for you to stand in the queue, and then there may be a lot of mistakes in the dispensing by human elements, whereas this digitalization removes that. Now, digitalization in healthcare, I'm sure all of you know, 10 years ago, I mean, we started Cloud9 20 years ago, but 10 years ago, if we had an imaging done, whether any imaging surveys, we had to wait for the radiologist to come from home. If it's after hours, most radiologists had a LAN inserted into their house, and the images were emailed to them, and then radiologists used to report them. But now what has happened is all the radiology equipment, whether it's Siemens or GE or various people, have bought and inbuilt the Israeli software, which can diagnose whether the CT brain or MRI brain is normal or whether there's any cerebrovascular accident. So as soon as you finish the imaging, the report is printed. You don't have to wait for the digitalization images to be imported. So with these sort of predictions, we think radiology is going to become a subject which is going to be eliminated from the specialty by 2030 and dermatology by 2035. In other words, we have to start looking for better things to do. Now coming to entrepreneurship, I enjoy being an entrepreneur, and I'm proud to say that many copycats of Cloud9 have started because we've been so successful, and that itself shows that healthcare is definitely worth revolutionizing. And now, what are the things which we look at in entrepreneurship? Now, I'm sure many of you as young as me remember when you wanted to fly in an airline, you had to get a printed ticket, and that printed ticket you had to get a digitalized or a gazetted officer to sign and confirm this is your identity, because those days we didn't have plastic cards for your identity or your Aadhaar card or the driver's license as a plastic card. So you had to get it, gazetted officer to sign, and then you had to go to the airport. So it was much more cumbersome. Whereas now, I'm sure all of you have experienced the Digi Yatra. You upload the ticket, and then when you come to the airport, you don't even realize it takes less than 5 seconds, and you are in the airport. So when this is the efficiency in public sector, and I'm sure in private sector, we should be much better than that. So we are looking at the similar thing in Cloud9. So if you have paid your fees in app, if you have registered in your app, then there is no reason why you should stand, and you walk in, and the moment your face is flashed in front of the screen, the doctor will know that this patient has come, and they can decide whether it's VIP, which means very important customer, or very irritating customer, and depending on that, they can make them wait or see them immediately, and they have the flexibility. So Cloud9 Yatra, definitely pregnancy is a wellness and not an illness. We definitely see patients tend to crib if they wait longer, but when they're sick, they usually don't mind, but when they're well, they usually crib more. So most pregnant mothers are well and they're not sick patients. So we have much more cribbing happening in the lobby than any other hospital. So that's why we have to monitor their waiting time, and we make sure that waiting time is not more than maximum of 10 minutes. Now, coming to your marketing, we used Ogilvy. I'm sure all of you know Ogilvy. We created an ad in 10 years ago.
हेलो
हैप्पी मदर्स डे माँ
थैंक यू
आपके लिए गिफ्ट है
गिफ्ट क्या हो सकता है साड़ी होगी गिफ्ट करके बोलेगी माँ मैं पहन के दूँ फोटो फ्रेम इंटरनेट से फूल होंगी
हैप्पी मदर्स डे
अच्छा तो ये है तुम्हारा गिफ्ट क्या
जिंदगी का सबसे बड़ा तोहफा जिंदगी ही है। इस तोहफे की हिफाजत करें Cloud9 मैटरनिटी हॉस्पिटल्स के साथ।
This ad costed us almost 10 lakhs about 10 years ago, and there was not a single patient who did not talk about this ad, and they were so impressed. But I'm just going to show you another ad which was created with artificial intelligence, and if you can have Shah Rukh Khan for 1 lakh rather than 10 lakhs for a retired Bollywood actress, which one would you prefer?
Big businesses and brands that suffered during the pandemic found their way back, but the smaller stores still suffer.
This lockdown has been a real tough phase of my life. I mean, I have seen bad days, but this was the worst.
Last year we helped small businesses through Diwali, so this year we decided to bring it back. Presenting not just a Cadbury ad. This Diwali, we helped hundreds of small businesses by making India's biggest brand ambassador be their brand ambassador.
इस दिवाली आप भी ना अपने पास वाले फैशन नोवा एम्पोरियम से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करना। और फिर एम्पायर फुटवेयर, नाम तो सुना होगा। अपना स्टाइलिश चश्मा बगल वाले हेवन आई ऑप्टिशियन से ही लेना। सिद्धि विनायक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स से लेटेस्ट स्मार्टफोन खरीदकर धमाकेदार सेल्फी पोस्ट करना।
क्या कर रहे हो? मीठा लाए कि नहीं?
लाया हो ना यार, अपने पास वाले रोशन किराना से। आप भी अपना मीठा वहीं से लेना।
We used machine learning to recreate Shah Rukh Khan's face and voice to take the local store names in the ads.
इस दिवाली आप भी ना अपने पास वाले चॉइस ऑफ फैशन से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करना। पास वाले आजकल फैशन से ही, रॉयल फैशन से ही, MK क्लॉथ्स से ही, पास वाले लक्ष्मी कलेक्शन से ही कपड़ों की शॉपिंग करना। इस दिवाली
So post-pandemic, this ad was created, and the same agency Ogilvy offered it at 10,000 rupees for 10,000 businesses, which means that they made their money, but it was available for the customer at a fraction of a price. So that's how revolutionizing even the marketing for the hospital sector, and certainly digitalization and artificial intelligence are playing a huge role. The challenges are that data privacy, we have to make sure that protecting sensitive maternal and pediatric in our case, and bias in algorithms can be machine learned. Sometimes it can be leading to bias. The regulation and validation, we have to make sure that regulatory standards are validated for clinical use. Then ethical concerns of balancing AI-driven decisions with human judgment need to be taken. But are there disadvantages of digital acceleration and AI? Disadvantages are things like costly implementation, potential human job losses initially, but in the long run, it's much more beneficial. So in conclusion, if we want our hospitals to be smarter for 21st century, we have to use digital acceleration and artificial intelligence, and that holds immense potential to revolutionize the healthcare in improving diagnostics, enabling personalized care, enhancing patient outcomes, and successful implementation requires the CEO, CFO, CMO, and obviously managing director and everybody working together. And it needs to be 100% commitment. And future directions, I'm sure all of you know, and there are lots of things are happening in healthcare. And Bangalore being the Silicon Valley, we find it difficult to find the right partner for the software, and we used to struggle. For example, hospital management system, we had to change 4 times. Even then, we didn't find the ideal partner. So now we have created our own hospital management system, and we're much, much happier. So there are vendors, but you need to cater for what the hospital needs rather than you coming up with the solutions, and that's how we are all going to benefit in one way or the other. So hopefully, I've covered most of the points Sunny has raised. Thank you very much, and if there are any questions, I can take 1 or 2, otherwise.
ask the mic?
Hi, sir. My name is Priyanka. One
Hi,
small
Priyanka.
question to you.
Sure.
Since you mentioned that, there are so many vendors and you couldn't find the right one, and which is why you had your own system. Which is that area in particular where you really see there's a lack in strategic partners? I mean, what area vendors do you don't really find right, is what I'm trying to understand.
That's a very good question. In the last 10 years, we have not looked for any vendors because we have created our own team after struggling for first 10 years. So we don't look for any vendors. We just have our own team now doing whatever we
In
need.
all sort of services? I mean, there are services like F&B sometimes, and then the parking management at times, and IFM, facilities management is a very big area again. You have, people from the nursing department sometimes who have been sourced from different areas. So I'm trying to understand which areas do you really, think that there are no great strategic partners in those areas?
The software.
Yeah?
The software is the most difficult to find a vendor.
Right. Okay. Right, sir. I got my answer. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Bye-bye.
So, what did you think was what was the X factor of that advertisement that caused all your patients to resonate it? Why was it that that particular ad from Ogilvy, which cost you 10L, what is it that created that spark?
That's a good question. I think the subtleness in the ad, and probably the Bollywood actress who was so popular in the past and probably relates to a lot of grandmothers' age, the combination of those, and probably the Gen Z doesn't know who that actress is, and definitely, so that's why it's focused on the grandmother enjoying the gift, and that probably resonated with a lot of grandmothers talking about that, and the Gen Z listening to the excitement from the grandparents.
Good morning, sir. Dr. Richa here.
Hi.
So one common finding as a department management where EMR we are trying to enter in system of healthcare. So my question to you as an entrepreneur, as a clinician, as a managing director, what is the one hitch where doctors are not ready to take digitalization on the EMR front? It's little clinician combined managing director question from my side, sir.
That's a very, very good question, Richa. When we introduced the digital health record,
Yeah.
all pediatricians started using from day one. We had 100% commitment and compliance from the pediatricians. Obstetricians had only 10% of compliance.
Yes.
It took us only 10 years to make 100% compliance from obstetricians. So it's much longer than the baby delivered, but definitely now we have 100% compliance.
Yeah.
Obstetricians are supposed to be much easier to handle than surgeons. So if obstetricians have taken 10 years to convince, you can imagine the surgeons. So
Correct.
that's where the difference is.
So I think it's adaptation difference. Means they are not ready to adapt new things in a digitalized, because everything is digital from normal phone to smartphones. They accept it easy.
Yeah.
Why EMR's hesitation is still on?
That's a very good question, and I think it depends on the type of personality
Yes.
people are.
Yes.
But as I said, it took us 10 years for obstetricians to
So surgeons we don't know.
definitely
Yeah.
digitalize. Now it's completely digitalized. I mean, our hospital notes, whether it's obstetrics or fertility or neonatology or NICU, everything is digitalized.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. You mentioned that after 10 years, maybe radiology and dermatology branch will be disappear. Like the AI will take care of that part. So, what do you think? How government is pushing this initiation, and what infrastructure we are building? Because whatever the doctors we are building, for example, PGY1, the dermatology or radiology, what they gonna do after 10 years?
Oh, that's a good question. So you literally taken that sentence seriously. When I said that radiology will disappear, the routine radiology will disappear, but investigative radiology and invasive radiology will remain. Like if you want to do carotid angiogram and various other procedures, you will definitely need a radiologist. But if you get an X-ray and you want to know whether that shows tuberculosis or that shows pneumonia or not, you don't need a radiologist, because AI prediction is almost 99.9% as of today. And I think another year or so, it will be much more accurate than a tired, sleepless radiologist. That's what I meant.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Round of applause for such an interesting and engaging presentation. So many videos, so many photos. Such an interesting presentation, sir. Thank you very much for sharing not just your knowledge and experience, but also the various hats that you wear. 4 hats as an entrepreneur, as a clinician, etc. I thought your presentation was extremely engaging. And also, especially stark was when you said, and in fact that the lady just pointed out, radiology will be dead by 2030 and dermatology would be dead by 2035. Such headlines is like what grabs people's attention, and thank you very much for explaining your concept. And it so happens, in fact, that our next panel discussion is going to delve on this topic a little bit more closely. The topic of the discussion is designing future-ready hospitals for Bengaluru's growing urban demand. Now, the rapid urbanization of the city, population influx, and tech-driven economy are placing unprecedented pressure on healthcare infrastructure. And so now hospitals must now be scalable, sustainable, digitally enabled, and resilient, while responding to land constraints, regulatory complexity, climate risks, and rising patient expectations. So how do we manage this confluence of factors that are seemingly contradictory with each other? We have assembled a panel of experts to dissect this topic. And I'd like to invite our panelists on the stage now, starting with Dr. Adarsh Somashekar, who's the chairman and executive director of Ovum Hospitals. Dr. Adarsh, please come on the stage. Also, please help me welcome on stage Dr. Vijay PV, who's the director of Integra Ventures. We also have with us this morning Mr. Siddharth Puri, who's the co-founder and director of Ward 4 Design. Mr. Siddharth, please come on stage. We have with us Mr. Anand Swaminathan, who's the director of healthcare and airports of ADM Design. We also have with us this morning Mr. Narasimha Raghavan, who is the director of Innovate Design Studio. And our final panelist this morning for this discussion is Dr. Shekhar Subbiah, who is the senior neonatologist, CEO, and founder director of Kangaroo Care Group of Hospitals. And we got to know late last evening that Dr. Vinod Singh, who is the moderator, who is scheduled to be the moderator for this discussion, is unable to be with us this morning. Hence, I will try to fill in the large boots of Dr. Vinod. So, gentlemen, the discussion is designing future-ready hospitals amidst a different confluence of factors. So I'd like to ask our first panelist, the first gentleman who came on stage, Mr. Adarsh. We just highlighted that success in hospital design often involves multiple stakeholders. How do you balance the diverse expectations of administrators, physicians, investors, staff? You can't please everybody all the time, and too many cooks spoil the broth. So many different opinions to manage. How do you manage all of these opinions and expectations, and finally create a design that meets everyone's goals and expectations? And while doing that, can you share an example of where this collaboration has worked well in your personal experience?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you. Yeah, each of us here are different, and each of us are trying to build an hospital which is comfortable with us for the comfort of our customer. there could be many august audience with a different customer pool, and we know what our customer requires. So we have to start with a budget. So investors will be very happy if we know what is our expected budget and what do we want to spend. That's the first line. Second, once we have freeze the budget, we know what is the square feet of land, space, built up space we are looking for, because I have a limited amount to spend. Once our spend is defined, our area of what we can choose, of course you're going into the locality, you're searching. There was a time when we as hospital owners, Kishore will tell, Shekhar will tell, we have done everything from roof to flooring to everything, where the owners would give cold shell. But gone are the days now. We want even the owners to participate, owners to put quite a bit of a structure. Actually, the best for us as hospital entrepreneurs would be plug and play, where we come with our doctors, nurses, staff, and equipment and play. That would be the ideal scenario, if at all. Anyway, so as much possible, the owners should see, and then whatever is left behind is where we should come in. Of course, for the design, there is an architect, then there is a medical designer who will exactly tell this space, that space, and it will go through. Some of the consultants will not be happy. A small example was, one of the architects had designed such a nice lobby and a waiting area where he wanted the pediatric, obstetric, ultrasound, all the departments to come there. But the number of seats he has kept for waiting is practically impossible. Half the people would stand. And now the younger generation, as you know, the most important factor for them is comfort. If you ask an younger generation, 25-year-old couple to stand there 10 minutes, they'll be moving into another scan center to get the scan done. They're not going to wait. So after so many discussions, we took the first floor. We were different plans, but we scrapped half of the plan and made a separate ultrasound waiting area and ultrasound. That has worked very, very well. I'm not missing any scans. So what I want to say is, future, patients are looking for comfort. It has to be ease. They do not want to stand and take waiting just to book an appointment, pay money, again sit and wait for the doctor. Life has to be an app-based, very quick. They come in, they're rolled in, their time is there. Next 10 minutes, they see the doctor, they get an electronic medical records or a printed scan, they move out. Not like the olden days. They're happy to get admitted, finish the procedure. If your discharge summary is 3 or 4 hours delayed, they're going to put up a complaint. This hospital sucks, they are very, very delayed in discharge summaries. So they are looking for comfort. And if we are going to take them as customers, we need to be very, very clear. Comfort. Ease for the customer is going to be the top priority. When they are admitted with their wives, they love to have the internet connections. They come, ask for it, ensure that you have big broadbands, they are comfortably able to work and take their calls online, work from home kind of a stuff. Yes, they are very particular about valet parking, they are very particular about food, they are very particular about coming in, going out. Second, building these structures with brick and mortar is gone. There is nobody here who will say, once we have built it, this is what we are going to stay for 10 years. Obviously, things will keep changing. Some department will grow faster, something will not grow. You need to make changes. It has to be modular. You overnight or in a few days, you should be able to change things. Flooring, gone are the days when you are sitting and putting granite or marble and wasting time. It has to be a very, very simple. We are using a lot of SPC. We are using a lot of Aerocan panels instead of the brick and mortar. So what I am saying is, let us, if at all we are going to please the customer, yes, a lot of stakeholders are there. Let us put all of them together, no doubt on it. But the comfort of the customer should be at the top of the priority if we need to achieve something good. And that is what the future is going to be for any entrepreneur sitting here.
Point taken. Thank you very much. So just to summarize, anybody can have any expectations or goals or whatever, but the experience and comfort of the patient is what trumps everybody else's expectation, is the gist of your opening comments. Thank you very much. And also another point which you briefly touched on, which I will ask Mr. Siddharth a little bit later on, is modular construction, but that's a question for Mr. Siddharth. But I'd like to hand the mic to, could you please forward the mic to Dr. Vijay? And Dr. Vijay, is actually the same question, but from your perspective. So many different expectations. We heard Dr. Adarsh, but what is your perspective on the same question?
So when we basically design hospitals, if it is a greenfield or brownfield, the first brief we would get is they want to align with all statutory requirements. They want best of the hospital. Then they say budget is not a constraint. Then they say we will sign off the plan on time and stuff, and then we get rolling. But for our luck or bad luck, most of the time we get stuck at every moment. Maybe from statutory compliance. Even today, I can challenge that nobody can give a foolproof statutory compliance that whatever building we are designing is perfect, we can go. Every time we have to struggle with the middlemen, get whatever we say is in-term approval. So they say this is feasible, this is not feasible. You do everything. When the drawings go there, either he is vanished or he says, I didn't say this, you have to rework. So we end up spending 2 to 3 months extra on all these things. So even a clarity of what is a FSI which we would get, what is that we can build, setbacks, fire norms, changes from one fire range office to other fire range office. You leave the state. In Bangalore alone, the fire officer who advises in A location, he changes the same thing in B location. So that's one of the biggest challenge which we face when we do. Then coming to the other challenges now, as everybody wants to move into a brownfield project. So brownfield for a smaller mother and child or a single specialty stuff and things, I think it's still less challenging. We can accommodate a lot of things and do. But when you're trying to convert a 250, 300 bed hospital, a brownfield project thing, mostly you would get a commercial building or IT building where things are not as per your requirement. There's a lot of things, and today's nightmare for us is we get all PT slab buildings. And they expect us to do magic with that, saying they want everything and they want to puncture holes everywhere. Our engineering service departments also demand a lot of things. So that is one of the challenge which we face. Third thing is playing a balancing role between what is a statutory requirement versus what we do execute. So I'm sure all of us would have designed 2 drawings. One is purely for submission or sanction purpose. The other one is for execution purpose. So, which is one more issue which we always face, and in most of the places, even bigger hospitals and bigger brands and stuff, this is a typical problem. As per statutory requirement, you have to show 200, 250 car parks. Once the CC is done, out of that 150 car parks are gone because you put your services, you put your change room, you put a lot of other things and stuff. So this is where literally we get stuck. And the other biggest thing is putting all the decision makers or stakeholders into one room and getting approval. The clinical head has his own thought process. Then the CEO or a business head who comes, he has got his own thought process. The promoter has got his own thought process. So in recently one of our project, I think we designed 2 lakh square feet thrice, because we had to convince everybody in every different angle. And I think for last 6-8 months, we have still not got closure. I think 2 more floors are pending for that. So these are the major challenges which we face. So always, we would love to do that, handing over ready to plug in hospitals, which is a dream for most of the thing. But again, their chartered accountant or a CA comes and says, sir, we will not get depreciation of the thing. You will be paying more GST on your rentals because you are taking a fully finished thing. So again, whichever they approved, they go back on whatever it is. So there are a lot of challenges on that.
Yes, but a lot of challenges. But I think the key takeaway over there is you always need a plan B. You know, there's an old saying, which I learned in school, in fact. If you have 2 plans, you have 1 plan. If you have 1 plan, you have no plan. So, yes, please.
Good morning, everybody. So just to add on to this question, as we doctors, myself, Dr. Kishore and Dr. Adarsh, doctors think in a different way. When we are leaders, what happens is we have a set frame of time. So we have to finish the project on a particular time. And we clinicians, think more clinically, and we learn this construction part quickly if we are oriented. So the advantage for us is as a clinician and as a construction sector, we'll be a little bit clear. So everything should happen in the boardroom. You have to be very, very clear in the boardroom. What I feel is 60% of your work is done in the boardroom. And the moment you go to the field, every floor we rectify, move on. So in that way, we can complete the project maybe around 6 months to 7 months, Women and Children Hospital, with less confusion. But involve the clinicians, take them for the rounds, ask them what they want, try to accommodate. Then the product will be it will come out very nicely. So this is my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So just to summarize what Dr. Vijay said, always have the plan B. And it was an eye-opener when you said that when designing and building a hospital, you need two plans, one for the statutory compliance and the other for the execution. That was an eye-opener. Is that really the case, or is that just a figure of speech? Maybe we'll address that later. So, in fact, Mr. Adarsh, you pointed out briefly that in your opening comments that modular construction is the way to go. So I'd like to pivot on that point, and for that I'd like to go to Mr. Siddharth Puri, who's the co-founder and director of Ward for Design, and I had a very similar question in store for you, Mr. Siddharth. With land parcels in Bengaluru becoming more compact and more expensive as well, how can hospital architecture balance space efficiency, patient experience, and clinical functionality without compromising outcomes or experience for the patients or customers? Is modular the way to go, or do you have some other solution in mind?
I see. This is not just a Bangalore problem. I think this is it's actually a pan-India problem. Bangalore is a little bit more exacerbated just with how fast it's grown. It's basically outpaced its infrastructure. But it's by and large a density problem. I think by the time you're getting to modular construction, it's already too late. I think it needs. Basically, it means we need to go back to the basics. We need to go back to, number one, looking at how we are dealing with density. And I think our thinking, and I would say just within our profession and, socially, culturally, that thinking itself is kind of a little outdated, or it's not being addressed at all. We are not addressing density at all. From an urban design perspective, from an architecture perspective, from a planning perspective. And there are some great examples, like Singapore, Netherlands. I think that's one thing we forget. That's a small country, and in terms of density, they've come up with some really brilliant solutions. And more importantly, look at the way that they're thinking. I think Harvard School of Design with some Dutch architects, they had published on Singapore, they've published on the that Pearl River Delta in China. There's some really great studies on all of that. KM3, another great book to read, when you're dealing with density. So that is one part of the problem, which is a purely design problem. And, at a conceptual level, how do you kind of start addressing some of those issues? Coming specifically to healthcare, I think what the thing that, I've seen, or what, we've noticed over the last few years, that ironically, design thinking is missing from design. It's, I've seen design thinking in, in technology. You'll see it in production. But we as creatives and the whole process between us and the client, design thinking is missing. Which basically means what? I mean, at the core of it is, data, model, iterate. Data, that whole cycle. Whereas our process is very uniflow. When I start on a healthcare project, you get a brief from a client. This is the number of, and what does it come to? Number of beds, number of OTs, number of OPDs. Of course, your radiology department, you break it into, your 4 main blocks: IPD, OPD, DNT. And then whatever support is needed. And that is the conversation we continue to have when it comes to healthcare projects. It's the number of beds. That is the magic number, is the number of beds that everybody is obsessed with. So I think that conversation by itself needs to be a lot deeper. I think, for instance, one of the metrics, and so it is also on us architects to, be able to convince the client that we have that that, we can intelligently have that conversation. And, for instance, a big part of that conversation is, what is your throughput? How are, when you come with a program, what is the throughput you're looking at? There are issues like average length of stay. The metric is not the number of beds per square foot. The metric is, what is the revenue? What is the clinical revenue you're looking per square foot? So those are the conversations, we need to start having. And like I said, we as architects also need to be able to convince the client that, we can handle that kind of information. Because then it changes. Because, when I'm, for instance, average length of stay, now, which in India, I think is about projected at 3.4 till 2030. Now, reducing your average length of stay and, with more quality care provided, that has an impact on revenue and profitability. So these are the kind of conversations, we need to start having from day one. Now, how does that, for instance, then contribute itself to, design? I will start with outpatient in the first case, our outpatients, which is by and large, which has been pointed out, everybody's always running short of space. Why? Because it's that same module, a patient comes in, he will go to the registration desk, then, meet the doctor, wait, go for his radiology. What Dr. Kumar brought up, why is it not like DigiYatra? Why do I need to with every OPD provide that 8 waiting spaces? Why can I not reduce that time? Why can I not make it uniflow? Leverage technology, sit together and, look at the whole flow from the very beginning.
That is, in fact, the very reason why we are here, to identify those technologies and see how we can implement that. That's welcome to the 360 Summit.
Yeah, so see, but I think the process itself is a little outdated. I think what I'm trying to not attack here, but what I'm trying to address here is that the process with which we start, that process itself is a little outdated.
I see, okay.
So, because your OP, like I'm saying, and I started with the OPD again, when I'm looking at the attacking the design problem itself, I'm starting with the OPD because that is your, the entryway or the doorway into the hospital. That is what builds your brand. That is what is responsible for your conversion into IPD. And, then again, when you're thinking about, your beds, we are compromising so many times to fit in a larger number of beds, we compromise the room sizes. So now if I go back again and look at it from the perspective of revenue, then maybe, a larger, lesser beds, but, with looking at multi-acuity, providing, better patient care, looking after the attendant, all of them actually have an impact on the average length of stay.
Very interesting. So chain reaction.
Sorry, it's a chain reaction that goes all the way through. We need to start thinking about, for instance, we need to start thinking about multi-acuity.
Right.
We need to, just one more thing, we need to, for instance, start thinking about, as designers, start thinking about, average length of stay is also dependent on, your hospital acquired infections. How do we as designers reduce that? And it, again, as a chain reaction, in hospitals till date, I am seeing cove lighting.
Interesting. Very interesting. So one comment which you mentioned was obsolete, was how we all look at density and how this entire process is obsolete. So of course we have many panelists, and I'd like you to ponder over this, because this will be my next question for you, Mr. Siddharth. When you say obsolete, what do you mean by obsolete? What do we need to do to rectify that view? And what exactly is obsolete when we look at density and FAR? Are we looking at FAR that is obsolete, or what exactly do you mean?
No,
but we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you, sir. Another thing, you mentioned that word outdated, obsolete a lot. And for that reason, I'd like to go to Mr. Anand Swaminathan next. Mr. Anand Swaminathan is Director of Healthcare and Airports at ADM Design. And he is aware of all of the latest cutting-edge technologies that are out there in the market, basically the opposite of obsolete. So, Mr. Anand, what cutting-edge technologies do you foresee in playing a critical role in creating resilient and secure hospital infrastructures?
Yeah. So, to be precise on the question, it's a synergy of artificial intelligence and Internet of Medical Things, IOMT. that is going to play a crucial role when it comes to the future-ready hospitals. So starting from, when you say artificial intelligence, it even helps us, even for the operator, that is an hospital operator, as well for the architects and planners like us. So how are we going to optimize the space? For example, as Siddharth was talking about the waiting spaces, when everything can be controlled in an app or everything can be just in time. So why to waste the space just for the sake of giving it? So to be precise, let's say the waiting typical time for an OPD is approximately 20 minutes or 10 minutes. Can that not be reduced, thereby reducing the waiting spaces and give more area for the clinical spaces? So that is future ready. When you say about artificial intelligence, even patients these days don't look into hospitals into an hospital. They look into like an hospitality sector, because patients start demanding things when they get admitted into the hospitals. So in fact, I think a lot of standalone hospitals, particularly in mother and child, where even the patient coordinator takes them a detour of the hospital even before the lady gets or gives a birth to a baby. So they even want to look at or completely do a tour of the hospital and understand where the things are going to, because currently the Gen Zs, even immediately after they give the birth, they upload the photographs of the baby all on Instagram, because these kind of social medias are also pushing them so that the hospital becomes future ready for that matter. And coming to the clinical process of it, for example, your asset and workflow management can also be customized, and storage spaces of those equipments can be on a Bluetooth beacons, what they talk about it, so that it can be traced rather than wasting time in locating those equipments or giving idle spaces of storage, things like that. And coming to the control, we can say about artificial or I can say about ecosystem automation. Patients these days demand a temperature control, lighting control, even in fact humidity control also, because humidity control is a typical engineering side of it, which we deal with our MEP engineers. They even started talking about humidity. So obviously when we go to coastal regions or seaside says we talk about humidity, but these days all kind of people are all talking about it, because all kind of the knowledge penetration I can say about it. So that's.
Thank you very much, Anand. So Mr. Anand spoke about lighting control and patient experience. So before I get to Mr. Narasimha, I'd like to come to Dr. Shekhar, because you touched on that point, Mr. Anand, lighting control and overall patient experience. So this all comes under infrastructure. So from an infrastructure and operational standpoint, what design elements, which Mr. Anand just pointed out, but maybe you can elaborate further, what design elements are critical in creating a patient-centric environment that improves outcomes for mothers and newborns and also supports clinicians at the same time?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I was about to add on to that. In our experience, we are more into tier 2, tier 3. We are Bangalore, we are only in West Bangalore. Not many people know about our brand much, except West Bangalore. There are two problems. One in Bangalore or any other city, density issue, which we were discussing about. If you go to tier 3 city, you get a big place. Now, in a place like Ramnagaram, we have 3.5 acres. So what to do with that place? It's the opposite way. So we have to monitor the entire place. The building will be to a certain extent. So there are problems related to each place. So when it comes to density and the experience of the patient, Mr. Anand Swaminathan was mentioning about the AI introduction and the space lobby, so on. Yeah, the lobby space is not only for functionality, it is for the experience too. Yeah. The Women and Children Hospital concept is more about experience, feeling good factor. You can't make it tight, that's my opinion. Some may differ with me too. You have to make them, feel happy, because the kids drag mothers to the hospital. So my one example is how do the kids, spend the time in the hospital, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes. So what we have done is now we wanted to reduce the waiting time. So with a lot of difficulty, we don't have that cooperation from doctors, admin staff. When we start thinking, because we will be overseas, we will be experienced, we start online payment. So online payment, what happens is they don't have to come here and stand in the queue. The friend does GREs, they may have a different attitude. We try to educate them, but they may not perform. It is individualistic. Then it goes to the queue system, they'll be watching that, and it comes to OPD. So everything is digitalized. Sorry I was late, Dr. Kishore Kumar was speaking about EMR, And I really find it very useful because overseas we are used to this 20 years back. The EMR was very difficult task for us also to implement. It took 6 months. So what I did is I removed the IP file first. We got the tabs. So we got rid of that mindset from the consultant that there's a file for the nurses too. Then we got introduced in the OPD. There was a lot of resistance in our hospital, especially the Bangalore center is 10 years old, and especially obstetricians. So I was told surgeons are more difficult, but I found myself obstetricians were difficult to my level, and one of the consultants threw the monitor down. So I didn't let it go because this is the future for us. If you sit with papers, so it will be difficult. They cursed me, they fought with me. I didn't, yield to any of the pressure. It happened in 6 months, and nobody believed me. Only 1 or 2 my colleagues believed me. And now it is totally digitalized to pharmacy, lab, radiology, everything. I have stopped printing paper, so I am saving around 15 lakhs of rupees per year. More than money, it is the time. They come, they pay online, they come here to the hospital. If they walk in queue system, that is linked to our OPD. OPD goes to pharmacy, lab, radiology, and you're out. And that goes to your WhatsApp. So it has made our OPD very easy. What happens when they stay in the hospital? We have an AI camera now, and it searches for the patients who are staying for more than 40 minutes in the hospital premise. Why they are staying. And the lobby, we have reduced the manpower in the OPD. The number of people, the GREs who are sitting across, just wasting time, we have reduced and moved them to a different place. The functionality and productivity has increased. And with that, what happened? Patients have stopped screaming, getting confused. They're happy. And so I thought, what can we do for the kids? So I was searching on a Google, and I found in one hospital there is a slide for the babies. We started introducing the slides and the books. So they come to play in the hospital, not to get treated. Means the mothers are happy now. They are comfortably sitting there. And we have all cafes, everything, that's monotonous now, it's gone. So with that slides, and we have a photo session for the kids, they get distracted. So what I mean finally is, in different areas, we have different challenges. In Tier 3C, the big place, we had snakes there. We had to control the snakes and get rid of the campus, neat. Because if the snake comes into the hospital, then again people will start getting, they have that fear. But here, density, how you can handle, okay, the space is it not only for, the productivity, it is for the experience. And in this way, doctors' cooperation, integration with AI is really working better. And a lot of mismanagement is reduced now. And, there's a long story behind all this, why it will be manual, because everybody will have advantage over it. So the productivity, the revenue will increase to some extent. And I think that's the future. Thank you.
Snakes in the hospital. Yes. If anybody would ask, what are the snakes doing here? Oh, we're doing snake venom.
We have taken over their place.
Snake venom harvesting. Okay, so finally I come to Mr. Narasimha Raghavan, who is the Director of Design and Projects at Designowate Studio. And Mr. Narasimha, there's a reason why I come to you last. And the reason is because all this while we were talking about current infrastructure and operations for ongoing facilities. But with you, sir, I'd like to take a step back and ask you, at the planning phase itself, when planning a greenfield hospital, what are the critical mix of factors that drive this decision between building a new facility versus leasing and optimizing existing infrastructure or facilities? What are those key factors and parameters? So we're taking a step back and saying, before we get into any operations, let's first look at the critical infrastructure, the building itself. What are those factors that you look at and you analyze before you take that decision?
Okay. So both greenfield, now we call it as, the asset-light model or a brownfield part of it. They come with different factors. So let's say there are 3-4 very important points to be looked at. If the promoter or if the healthcare provider is looking at a long-term, asset to be part of their thing, so that they will be looking at more of a greenfield project. which will also provide in terms of various flexibilities, like, it can be made, designed and built to suit kind of a model. And, you will have also identify, your set piece of land and things like that. And, everything can be done as per the plan, so-called, in terms of your clinical program, medical program and things like that. This also comes with its own shortfalls in terms of it's going to take a lot of gestation time, your return of investment, the higher capex. We know that in the urban scenarios and compared to Bangalore, your land prices and your real estate prices are skyrocketingly high. So we have, over the years, we have seen the model wherein, okay, instead of waiting to search for a land and the land would come with, 101 legal issues, papers are not clear and, a whole lot of things. And again, as my colleagues rightly pointed out, the statutory compliances are the big hurdles, which we have been day in, day out seeing, When it is a BBMP, there is a certain law and suddenly it becomes a GBA and certain things gets reformed, modified and things like that. And it keeps happening at the gist of the governing bodies. So as he rightly said, that the different fire officers have their own, and everywhere the bylaws have been formed, you read between the lines, So the officer who is basically trying to dictate or whatever it is going to. So these are the statutory things are also one of the key factors when it comes to the greenfield projects. They have a longer gestation time, but you might have your asset as a long-term this thing. It will have a higher capex, return of investment is longer, but because of which when you are looking at, like, let's say, I want to come out to the market faster. I want to pump my number of beds faster by this year, I have my target bed thing to come out. Then obviously you will be looking at the lease and, the asset-light model. It would come with its own pros and cons. Yes, the ROI is faster, but as many of my colleagues and, many of the healthcare providers also were pointing it out. So most of the times, it will be the commercial properties being converted into things. So it will come with its own challenges. If it is a single specialty, still manageable, but as we rightly pointed out, we will come with structural systems like PT slabs where core cuts are difficult. Our MEP consultants would find it very hard. And then next comes with your floor-to-floor heights are also becoming an issue. Like, where for an OT, I am looking at a minimum of, 4.2 to 4.5 meters height, 15 feet height, whereas my commercial buildings are not designed for that. It would be probably hardly some 13 feet height.
Right.
So it will come with its own set of challenges and things like that. So both have its own pros and cons. It depends on the thing. So like if it is a Bangalore, the land prices are high, but if it is a tier 2 city, you can still look at a greenfield. Bangalore also you can look at it, but again in the greenfield aspects also, nowadays most of the healthcare providers are going, like there is a base builder and they take it on a long lease and then test. So
right.
the building is built by with the core and the shell, and then they will take up the interiors and things like that. It depends on the purpose of the project, the fastness of the project, and with what you want to deliver. You want to come out, there's a financial backing, you want to come out faster, ROI faster, it depends.
So if I heard that correctly, and just to summarize, there's no absolute criteria for greenfield versus brownfield. It really depends on the operator, the promoter, what the go-to-market strategy is, and what is the exit strategy, if any, and then depending on that, the individual case is done on a case-by-case basis, whether to go for greenfield versus brownfield. In a nutshell, that's what the gist of your statement was. Like, great. So, gentlemen, thank you very much, sir. I'd like to go through one more round of questions, and I would request each one of you gentlemen to try to keep the answers to 90 seconds or less, so that we can wrap up by 11:15 and open the floor for questions. And I'd like to come back to Mr. Siddharth Puri. You get 120 seconds because I'd like you to expand a bit on what you mean by obsolete view of density. And the second question for you is, if you could design one thing differently in healthcare infrastructure today that would make it more sustainable, just one thing if you could change and redesign, what would that thing be?
I'll start with the second question. That's easier. Reduce the amount of glass. The glass towers we are building in India, it is ridiculous. That's one. So glass towers, the amount of glass we are using, even in hospital buildings, glass doesn't work for India.
Glass means glass facade?
Yes, glass facades.
Yeah.
So, but coming back to what's obsolete is, what I meant is that the process, it's not about urban design. When I'm talking about healthcare specifically, the process that we have right now, it is obsolete. We get a brief, we try to fit in maximum number of beds, OTs and OPDs. Meanwhile, we are sitting there and dreaming, as architects I'm talking about. Meanwhile, we are sitting there and dreaming about the nice lobby with granite and marble we will design and put in our portfolios for the next project. That is pretty much sums up the process right now. We need to get together with the client. First of all, we need to convince our clients that we can understand, we can think beyond those marble lobbies and materials and details. We need to be able to think a little bit beyond that. We need to be able to sit with the client and have a conversation on what is the revenue per square meter you are looking at. Which means we need to be able to deal with things like average length of stay. We need to be able to deal with things like, what is the revenue per bed that you are looking at? How do I maximize that? So these are the more in-depth conversations that we need to start having. These conversations in turn will help us build more efficient infrastructure, where we will not lead these giant parcels of land with, 100, 150 beds crammed in, but can we figure out a way that in the same space, leveraging technology, leveraging better design understanding and understanding of the entire system, so that maybe with 75 beds and with 35 OPDs, I'm able to get, with like 15 OPDs
Right.
or with 70 beds, can I get the same revenue per square foot that I would say get by investing in 30 OPDs and, 120 beds? And there are design strategies. I touched on it briefly and I am short of time. There are design strategies that can, come in. But that first part of the problem, we've not, like the way that we are thinking about that first part of the problem in a high density environment, how we start thinking about that problem, that by itself is obsolete. We are not modeling enough. And when I say modeling, I mean the financial model, I mean the operational model. That is the kind of thinking that we as architects need to have and, convince our clients that we can, think that way.
Fascinating. So how do we reinvent our financial approach to the entire project?
We need to start
Yeah.
thinking about it.
Right.
That's as architects, we need to start kind of thinking about these things and, convince our clients that, this is
of
the
course.
conversation we need to have with the entire group of
The bottom line is
stakeholder.
the bottom line. There's no dispute.
Yeah, you're a curator, you're not a creator anymore. You know what, one of our taglines is, a healthcare architect is a curator, not a creator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dutt. I'd like to hand the mic to Dr. Vijay. Dr. Vijay, if a similar question but a slightly different tint to it, if you had unlimited resources, what is the one innovation that you would introduce to hospital infrastructure to make it both resilient and sustainable in 90 seconds or less?
So when I have that option, obviously I would like to go green on the hospital part, because today I think summer has started. Water mafia will start for all hospitals. So getting water, energy, at least today to an extent it is addressed, but still going zero energy, or if you can generate your own energy within the campus, that would be one of the best thing. Third thing is we are losing greenery in most of the hospitals. If we go back to our 70s or 80s, where mission hospitals or anything had huge greenery and green lung space and stuff, which none of the present hospitals have. And even though efficiency-wise and stuff, vertical hospitals are more thing, but still I feel to an extent we also have to go horizontal, having lung spaces, garden spaces and all those stuff. And other thing I used to, I would see that how do I solve parking problem. Any hospital today, even though as per norm, you say you need 1 car per 1,000 square feet of like 1 bed kind of stuff, but even 3x of that is not sufficient in a city like Bangalore today. I think a 200-bed hospital will closely require 450 to 500 car parks, because 150 to 200 car parks are taken by your own staff. So we need to solve on that. And lastly is integrate other revenue sources into hospital through research or through innovation or through education, which will actually bring down the cost of maintaining everything and also cost of delivering healthcare. And there are good isolated models in the our own country where things have worked, where research and other sources of income are cross-subsidizing your cost of delivering healthcare. So that would be my thing.
Thank you very much. Parking is going to be a major issue that we need to look at. So thank you very much for sharing the insight. Mr. Adarsh, same question. What is if you had unlimited resources to change the healthcare landscape, what would that one thing be that you would change?
Not about the unlimited resource. Look, let's say I've taken a building now in 2026 and I've taken a 15-year lease till 2040. As Siddharth Puri was mentioning, we have to look at ROI, we have to look at spaces. But I'm promising you, what I'm thinking today, 2035, again my design will change. Today I may want bigger rooms. I don't know, tomorrow, 10 years later, the concept has changed. Many changes. For me, what I want is, whatever we are building, it should be very quickly changeable. Changing, especially in a running hospital, if I have to close down a floor, break the walls, it's getting into the nerves, not only of me, the patient, everybody there. This is what I was trying to mention, modular, where life has to be very easy. There should not be wires running here, there, whether if from nurse call system to many call system can be done in Wi-Fi. So wherever they break, they're not breaking into some wires. Very easily the walls itself can be changed, the flooring can be changed. Very quickly we can redo. This would be my easy things. Nobody can have the same design 10, 15 years.
So to rephrase that, we want to focus on technologies that are nimble. You should be able to move easily.
Plus even the structure.
Adapt easily, evolve easily.
Yeah.
You don't want to go through a bureaucracy and boardroom discussion that goes on for days to change some operation or some procedures. Am I heard that right?
Correct. Even the room contours, if you have to change, the wall need not be brick with cement, everything. It has to be modular where you can make it bigger, make it smaller. Adaptability is there.
Adaptability and being nimble. Dr. Shekhar would like to add some comments to that in 90 seconds or less, please.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with my colleagues about all the inputs. It may be parking, density, etc., etc. The other thing is mainly we should be patient-centric. It keeps changing, change is constant. Unless until it is patient-centric and doctor-centric, I personally feel we can't run the institution. We should not take it as a business. This is a profession. Okay? Comfort the patient, give all the services under one roof. Some of the services may not make revenue, but just give the services, don't be under loss, and you'll do well. And technology is one thing which we should infuse constantly, and we should make our life easy. So this is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. My final question for my final two panelists, starting with Mr. Anand. Mr. Anand, as a design thinker and someone who's on the bleeding edge of what's happening on the tech front, I'd like to ask you, in your opinion, what is the biggest tech game changer that will shape hospital design in the next 5 to 10 years, in 90 seconds or less?
Yeah. Mainly, as my colleagues were saying about it, the adaptability or changeability. Let's say the design program that was thought through about it and it is built 7 years or 5 years down the lane. If there is a change in the program with respect to the revenue generations, obviously they're bound to change the designs, for which adaptability, instead of going for a brick and mortar, which is typically even for demolition or even for reconstruction of that with respect to the patients who are already occupied in the building, is going to be very tough. Hence, modular construction is going to take a big leap going ahead. And second thing is, when it comes to the, future adaptability, some of the departments, maybe doctors can also agree with me, are getting into a telemedicine model where visiting the hospital at a primary level can be reduced by doing a telemedicine. So that might also take a big leap in terms of the future construction. And third point being the average length of stay in order to bring more revenue for the operators and administrators, as Mr. Siddharth was saying about it, in terms of the number of average days of stay in an Indian scenario is approximately 3.5 to 3.75. So future proof, I'll not say future proof, future adaptability, like which is already prevalent in developed countries like in the West as well in the US, is about the biophilic and EBD, evidence-based designs, where it can play a big pivotal role in terms of future-ready hospitals in order to reduce the length of stay for the hospital so that the future availability or the turnaround time of availability of beds for the next set of patients are already available at your hospital.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anand. And the final question for Mr. Narasimha. Mr. Narasimha, in your vast experience in hospital and healthcare design, I would like to ask you, what is one common misconception about hospital construction that you wish the public would know about?
Okay. So, a typical misconception generally when it is taken up, hospital design or a hospital, doing a hospital is as easy or is nothing but as easy as doing a commercial building. That's one, okay, like how we do commercial buildings, okay, I can take up a commercial place and then I can do no. That's one misconception. Second misconception is basically is going to be, it's anything what we do is going to, we are under the impression that it is going to last long. No. Because nowadays we are so much like what many of my colleagues have actually already highlighted. The things are rapidly changing, whether it is at this patient-centric care. Our designs are also predominantly dependent on many of the times the consultants, because you have a star consultant who is part of that. He will demand your design to be that way. So tomorrow the consultant might change and somebody else might need it differently. So just to summarize, the misconception is basically it's not easy to be designing it just like a commercial building or any kind of a building, because it's very, very services heavy. Lot of infection controls, designs you need to look at it more from the angle patient-centric, consultant-centric, promoter-friendly, energy-friendly, sustainability, parking. There are so many things, and even urban design aspects. So many things we should be looking at it. And like what the second point, what I was saying is, it's not going to last longer. Nothing like the space. We need to be adaptable, need to be flexible. Today, the same MRI or a CT, tomorrow the sizes, it will not be the same, or some other equipment will overrule some other thing. So we need to be adaptable. So that's what. So the misconception is it's not going to last longer. So to cater to that, we need to be adaptable and flexible.
Nimble, in other words. So thank you very much, gentlemen. We have come to the end of the panel discussion. Before we open the floor for any questions from the audience, I'd like to quickly summarize. Basically, we had Dr. Vijay, Dr. Adarsh, and Dr. Shekhar focusing, or rather highlighting, that the patient experience is what trumps everything else. That is what the main focus needs to be on, patient experience. And in order to do that, it's also important to be nimble at the same time. Don't come up with too much heavy processes or too much bureaucracy. Things need to evolve in order to cater to patient experiences. Mr. Siddharth and Mr. Anand spoke to us about the experience of redesigning or rethinking the entire process. Especially Mr. Siddharth said we need to rethink how we look at design, or how we look at density rather, how we look at the financial aspect, the financial modeling of how we go about building healthcare projects. The whole thing needs to be revamped, and we need to maybe reinvent the wheel. Mr. Anand focused more on the bleeding edge and cutting edge of technology that we are going to see in the next 5 years. And Mr. Narasimha also told us about how what are the factors we need to look at when we are going about constructing greenfield versus brownfield projects. And it really depends on what the end goal of the project is. So that is a summary of what our experience of the discussion and experience that we have gleaned from today's discussion. I hope that you all enjoyed this panel discussion as much as we did. And we now open the floor for any questions the audience might have. Any questions from the audience? Yes, please. Oh, you have a question from the audience?
Yeah.
Oh, you have a question from the panelists.
You spoke about glass facades, to avoid. What exactly you mean? Because some of us, we use that glass facade for the elevation in the front part.
Okay, so so the thing with you're asking about the challenge with glasses? Okay, So glass basically started, like, the use of glass. It works in, Scandinavia, in Europe. It works in northern parts of America. Because what glass does is that glass basically traps heat. So that is one of the major aspects of major challenges with glass. We use it because, yes, it makes a building light, it gives you transparency, and one of the reasons is also you can wrap a building in glass pretty rapidly. But if you look at how we've been designing in India, there are a lot of lessons we can take. How we design in India is basically for a very high thermal lag, which means that the heat, because we are a tropical country. I mean, even though King's Burger for northern India, it actually says we should be designing for a cooler climate, or how he has the 3 bands, and northern parts of India is typically designed for a cooler climate. Most of India, I would say, on an average, at least how I look at it, design for high heat, basically designed for your summers. Now, we traditionally and practically have always designed for a high thermal lag. That means if it's 40 degrees outside, that same temperature or that same, basically climate, for it to permeate into the building should take anywhere between 1 to 3 hours, ideally 3 hours. What glass does is that same temperature, it not only very rapidly heats it, but then it also traps the heat, which in turn increases your HVAC load, which in turn increases your electrical load. So that is the main reason where I think, so you talk about, we talk about window wall ratio. Now green buildings typically says that about 40%, they recommend that, glass should not be more than 40%. I don't remember if it's India or global, but yeah, they recommend below 40% your window wall ratio. We have done models, and when we do energy modeling, just one last thing, our findings are that it needs to be at about 28% or less.
Okay. So when we do the frosting along with glass with one-way stickering, will it reduce?
You're creating a problem first, then you're trying to solve it.
Right, right. So we have one question from over there from the lady. Can we get the mic there, please? But I think what what Dr. Shekhar was trying to ask is, with the glass facade, there's an undeniable elegance to the building, which you won't get with concrete or any other material. So that is glass facade. Yeah, of course, all of what you said is perfectly valid. But there's no denying that a glass facade has an elegance that no other material has.
I don't agree with that. Like, just practically, I don't agree with that.
Right, can we get the mic there, please? Yeah, sorry.
Hello. Hello, namaste. I'm basically a nursing head. So I'm just want to talk about design. So we have started new hospital. So I'm coming from even hospital. So design was never involved as a nursing. Nurses will never involve in the designs. So when we took starting the hospital, when we went for NI-based hospital, we faced a lot of issues in infrastructures about infection control. There will be no hand hygiene and wash facility. So I would like to, in future, you can involve the nursing team also, because they are major handling the infrastructure of patient handling, NIBH and infection control practice. I think that is a major, we felt in first our project. So next projects we are asked to take some inputs from the nursing team also. I think that is a great help to further patient safety, infection control practices, best practice, and patient movements. Because some patients will have a movement of the patient when they especially code blue situations. I think that is the best way to involve nursing team. I think I felt to ask here.
Any comments from any of our panelists?
Yeah, to answer upon partially, typically from the centralized nurse station or a decentralized nurse station, decentralized I will not talk about it, centralized nurse station, what is the maximum distance that the scientific formula states that you can reach to a patient, so that there is a need for another satellite nurse station. So typically it is not to be more than 72 feet. Because if it is more than that, then what happens is that nurse staffs don't get irritated, but what happens is the caringness towards the patient comes down. So that's a maximum distance. It is not, no code talks about it. It is a scientific research that talks about it. Now, it should not be more than 72 feet from the centralized nervous station to the last patient, or the maximum distance that they can cover it across. So that's a valid point where she says that they need to be involved during the process of the design.
It's my personal experience. I mean doctors, it's not only doctors, it can be nurses, it can be other staff. A lot of inputs will be given, small things, if not the bigger things. Every floor, when you do the marking and go for rounds, it's always better to take the entire team, fix one room with the paneling, the oxygen, air, etc., the spacing, and the patient adaptability. It actually helps a lot, and then you don't have the descent later.
Point taken. So if there are no more questions, we will wrap up the... last. Yeah. Can we take the question from the gentleman?
Yeah,
and then maybe we can respond to that, sir?
No, just to add on to this, madam, in name of NABH and JCI, architects or designers or even promoters are harassed badly, asking too much things and stuff, which scientifically is required or not required. Why are you asking? Because somebody gave an NC in one of the inspection or thing where there is no scientific thing. So a balanced input, I always agree, but we have been taken on ride in the name of JCI, NABH and stuff. I think that needs to stop, because you need to ask things scientifically. I understand 100%, ma'am, but you go there, you open any one of the NABH or JCI audit report, 50% of it is baseless things which they have asked or kind of stuff. I do not deny, but mostly when your clinical team or engineering team cannot defend that point, why you are right and they are wrong, na? Invariably you end up breaking and redoing things. So that has to be taken into consideration. I understand, ma'am, I don't deny that, but that's being a pain point for us always.
It's compromise. Last question from this gentleman here, and then we'll wrap up in the next couple of minutes, please, so that we can remain on time.
Hi everyone. This is Arun from one of the MEP consultants from Bangalore. My question is to Dr. Vijay. He was talking about the codal compliance. As you being a doctor and also an architect, where do you see that where we stand on the current compliance in the healthcare facility?
See, firstly, we don't have proper healthcare specific norms in our country. We still depend on NBC, we still depend on ASHRAE and STUGS, which is generally made for a high-rise building or commercial building. Till a panel or till we have things which could guide us on what healthcare standards is required, I think we are going to go through this kind of confusions when we execute a lot of things. Maybe at least nowadays you have something in NABH which says how an ideal OT has to be, what is a air change, what is a humidity, fresh air infusion, what is a positive and negative pressure kind of stuff. 15 years back, nobody knew. So sometimes your designs are over-designed because you're trying to copy something which is viable for West or other countries. Simple example, today when you put a bedded panel, even today nobody can give a proper answer that how many electrical points you require, how many gas points you require. There is somewhere ranging from 5 to 16. That is the width of electrical points which we have done, which we don't need. So these are the issues which we face on. So I think there is a need of standardization, especially engineering services for hospital, that will bring clarity in a lot of things.
I agree with you, sir.
Last comment, Mr. Anand.
Vijay's points, as he's talking about the number of electrical points in bedded panels, you'll not believe it, in one of the hospital, when we're designing a bedded panel and the number of outlets in the bedded panel for an ICU beds, the code says, that is ISCCM, Indian Society for Critical Care Medicine, says about maximum of 7 to 9 points. You'll not believe it, the doctors insisted we gave up 16 number of electrical sockets in one bedded panel of an ICU. It's redundancy on redundancy and redundancy. So what happens, ultimately the electrical load kept on increasing for that matter. And second, to acknowledge what Mr. Puri was saying about it, it's a window to wall ratio, as Sunny becoming the moderator for this discussion for that matter. Yes, glass looks good, but it results in a higher capex as well here, higher OPEX too. So when I say higher OPEX, it's a month-on-month recurring expenditure for the operator. So that nobody looks into it because it is going to come later. When they talk about it to us, they talk about higher capex, why is so like this? But at the same time, you want your hospital building to also look like an IT building because we are sitting in the Silicon Valley or any other part of India for that matter. Higher OPEX is a leak in your system.
I second you, sir. Thank you.
It's also the city skyline looks a lot better. But on that note, thank you very much, gentlemen, for sharing your experience with us. Can we please hear it for our... So, ladies and gentlemen, the next on the agenda is a partner presentation. I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Nikhil Singapuram, who's the outbound project manager of Swasa. Swasa is our gold partner for this initiative. And today, Mr. Nikhil is going to share with us what is the latest innovations that Swasa has to offer for all of the healthcare professionals here this morning. Mr. Nikhil? Thank you all very much. Please welcome Mr. Nikhil on stage. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here. It's an immense pleasure for me to represent our organization, Swasa. We are an AI-native agentic organization, and we are trying to help with healthcare decisions in various formats. Before I begin, we have a statement that we would like to show, right? Healthcare is won or lost in the first decision moment. What do we mean by it? You see, within India, what is happening right now is that infrastructure is running much ahead even before we think about systems that are going to keep up with them, right? And what we mean by that in two different examples is that when we are building a hospital for future, when we are talking about hospitals even today, what does it mean when a patient enters or tries to find that hospital? What is their first contact with that hospital? How do they feel about their first contact? What drives them towards actually becoming from a health seeker to a patient and trusting that hospital to take care of them? On the flip side, if you look at the first decision a hospital has to make sure that their patients are comfortable, what does it mean for them to hire the right staff? Two problems that I have brought up here, two statements that I'm going to show that are not different but are actually very identical. So, to sort of zoom out and show how ridiculous this problem can be, when I meant first decision, you must have thought about a single person. Well, that's not the case. We have 1.46 billion people in this country. Everybody is a health seeker at some point. Everybody tries to sort of deal with healthcare at one point, right? And that means at any given moment, you're dealing with millions of decision makers. And where does the decision start for a health seeker? Right now, we claim that it is with confusion. Where do I go to? Who do I ask? Is the referral that I'm getting from my personal physician the right one? Is Google guiding me, or today's generation is ChatGPT guiding me towards the right healthcare? So many questions, and the weird thing is, there are so many answers. And all that does is add to the confusion of the patient. What does it mean when we talk about demand at this uncontrolled level? When there are 1.46 billion decisions happening every minute, what does it look like for a singular person? You can see that there's a care seeker here. What do? You can replace Google with any internet article that you can think of, or they go to a local doctor, a diagnostic center. From there, they go to a specialist. And if they're not happy, there's a second opinion. There's a third opinion that they have to take. So the patient basically goes back in a loop round and round until they reach either in their mind the right sort of caretaker for them, or they actually reach somebody that they trust. And what happens when that is the case? The patient reaches the right doctor or the right caregiver probably 6 weeks late, where the condition has already become worse, right? And if you were to flip this on what sort of impact it creates on the workforce side, you're always firefighting as an organization. You're always dealing with patients who are irate. You're always dealing with emergencies that many doctors would say that if you were to have come here probably 3 weeks before or a month before, you would have been in a much better space, right? And just to iterate on how that looks on both the sides, on the patient care side, this would mean that there is a lot of waiting, a lot of repeating, and humanly a lot of worrying. But for the doctors and the hospitals, it means you're either short-staffed, you're always firefighting, and you're always rehiring because your talent is also not waiting. And to sort of get to what we are trying to do, both these problems, while I've said are too different in their statements and in their nature, they're actually not separate problems. If you were to understand where a patient or a health seeker touches upon your organization, touches upon their decision to deal with their own health, and give them a way to reach your specialist, give them a way to directly be able to take a decision that, yes, this is the space I want to go to, you will also, on the flip side, know what your workforce is going to do, right? And therefore, our claim that healthcare today, for it to run in the most efficient way, needs two different infrastructure. You need a patient access infrastructure and you need a workforce infrastructure. And today in India, both of them are underbuilt. So to introduce what we as Swasa are trying to do and how we are trying to solve this problem, we are doing this in the most modern way possible, because what AI is able to help you is understand people, understand data, and take decisions, or at least guide decisions quickly, right? And therefore, we have Swasa Care and Swasa Jobs on our side. On the job side, we are able to understand according to your hospital, whether it is a new hospital or a new branch that you're opening, whether it is a new specialty you're opening, your hiring requires your own personalized way of looking at your workflow. What do I need to understand this particular nurse? If I'm hiring for ICU versus if I'm hiring for OPD, what should the workflow look like? Would this particular individual interact with my job or with my requirement in the same way as somebody else? And on the patient care side, how do you understand where your demand is coming from? When is it coming from, right? And if you understand your demand, and if you're able to guide this particular patient, how are you able to guide them from all the digital access points that are actually touching your organization from? Therefore, while sort of we bring this idea of AI and we bring this idea of agentic data, what we have realized is human nature and the trust that humans put on each other, especially in times of emergency, can never be replaced, right? We have brought technology to only guide, not make decisions for your patients or not make decisions for your workforce, right? And you can see how we are doing it in 3 separate layers. We have built an automated intelligence layer. So, for example, it might have pattern recognition. It might have continuous evaluation of who your organization is looking to hire for. But more importantly, we are also having a separate human judgment layer, right? So all the AI is going to do is understand patterns, understand data, understand who is it that you're dealing with, and then leave it to your specialist to take the decision, right? Whether it is on the care side, which might mean that how is your patient coming to your hospital? Who are they? What is their urgency level? We are able to identify at what level of urgency they are or what situation they are, and then who's the best person within your organization that has to deal with them. And on the flip side, on the workforce level also, we're doing something very similar. What sort of hiring do you need? And more importantly, the more you do, the more we are able to feed data to these 2 systems, the more the system becomes better. And we have sort of turned this into feasible results. It doesn't mean that technology is just going to sit on a system and wait for a human operator to come and open their laptop and use it, right? Rather, this is the funnel that we understand on both sides. When it is your workforce delivery, how do you intake roles? How do you map your market? What is the screening that you want to do before you hire somebody? What is the sort of interview panels that you have? before you take a decision to give somebody the job? And more importantly, how can we deliver ready-made hires for you, right? And on the patient delivery side, how would patient discover you? What does it mean to triage a patient? So not take a decision for them, but to understand who they are, what is their condition, how to guide them to your organization, how to help them book the appointment, and then also guide them all the way to your appointments. When both of these systems work in tandem, when both of the systems are guiding each other's decision, all the three departments within a hospital are at peace and they're running in synergy. Whether it is your workforce, whether it is your access, whether it is your operations. The patient who comes is in and out quickly with the solution that they want. Your workforce is continuously engaged without burning out because they know what is going to come next. And your operations team do not have to deal and run around with emergency hires, emergency bed scheduling and all that. So, but before I end, we'd like to end with this. We've been speaking about how to make future-ready hospitals. And what we say is that hospitals need to design for access. Hospitals need to design for workforce stability. And only those hospitals are going to be future-ready. Thank you. You will find Swasa at the booth behind you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Oh, you have a video? Okay, yes. Just pause it 1 second. Pause. So before we have the next presentation, we have a video about what Nikhil just spoke about, and that is about what Swasa has to offer. So can you please roll the video? This is a video on Swasa.
Hiring that adapts to your demand. We blend AI automation at scale with deep candidate intelligence, going far beyond the resume. Get real-time pipeline visibility and keep human judgment exactly where it matters. Swasa, the ultimate AI-powered staffing solution.
Thank you very much, Nikhil. At the end of the day, hospitals are a business. Yes, welfare, social, yes, but business. And so that one interesting, what really struck me in this presentation was that sales funnel, which is essential for any business. So I thought that was quite interesting. And for more information, please feel free to reach out to Nikhil and his colleagues at the booth behind this hall, the back of the hall. So our next presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is from Mr. Bijit Purushottam, who's been with us in many of our initiatives in the past as well. He is from Everest Industries, who is our bronze partners for this initiative. He's the National Head of Business Development for Everest Industries Limited. And Mr. Bijit, the stage is yours. Please tell us your latest solutions for the healthcare industry for today.
Very good morning, and I'm very interesting to be here. And I represent a company called Everest, which is a 90-year-old young company. When I say that I'm from Everest, people think, am I from Everest Masala or Everest Asbestos? I'm not from that. We started with asbestos roofing sheets, but we are transformed the way you are talking about transforming into AI or digitalization. What I'm representing today, completely a non-asbestos product. We basically manufacture fiber cement boards, which are fire resistant, termite proof, water resistant, and dimensionally stable. And in fact, the topic what you talked about, Bangalore, and what is the panel were talking about, very interesting topics were Bangalore have a daily deficit of 500 million liters of water. And you also have insufficient sand. I mean, you know the condition of sand availability, especially in Karnataka or other parts of tropical conditions of India. And where we come into picture. And when they also talked about, the panel specifically talked about a lot of delay in statutory documentation and process to start a project. So they, in start itself, from the conceptual stage, they already lost a lot of time. And time became a very integral factor. And in any hospital infrastructure, I mean, the main building, the core building is important. People talk about space, people talk about how people entry through Giatra. Yeah, where do outer entry, where they do. They talked about, others talked about comfort, a comfort of a client, a patient sitting in. And when they talk about comfort, it also speaks about privacy. When you talk about privacy, it's about sound insulation within the walls. So what we offer is a drywall system, which is very faster. For example, if you are doing a brick masonry wall, For 100 square meter of brick masonry wall, including plastering, going to take 21 days. But our system, where we start from 67 mm thickness of a wall to 250 mm thickness of a wall, SCC rating from 30 dB to 70 dB, which is a multiplex theater requirement, fire rating from 30 minutes to more than 2-hour fire rated walls. And these boards can take different kinds of finishing options. You can paint on it, you can have wallpaper sticked onto it, you can clad with tiles, even with clad with marble and granite and based on your thicknesses. And if you look at typical and healthcare segment, you have various type of customized walls required. If you look at, if in a consulting room, it's a ward, operation theater, lab, a nursing change room or a doctor's change room, every wall have a technical prerequisites. So where we come into play, we design it, customize and give it to you. We only need a sectional drawings and height of the wall, a length of the wall. And our system, traditionally what you use a brick masonry wall, and I'm sure a lot of hospitals started using gypsum related walls. When you look at a gypsum also, you have different types of, if you have a dry and wet area, or specifically in the wet area, or if you need a wall cladding or a tile cladding, you need different types of gypsum board to be used. Our product, which has a density of 1450 kg per meter cube, which is a super HD board, which is type A category 4 as per the IS standards, it is a multi-purpose board. So it can be used in wet areas, extensively used in S areas, it can be used in any, heavy traffic. And healthcare unit is one of the places where, irrespective of customs, irrespective of religion, irrespective of cadre of individuals, whether lower level or higher level or a celebrity, anybody comes into a healthcare unit is same and equal. And there, where you have a lot of high traffic also, an impact resistance become a major part, a comfort level become a major part. And each square feet area of a wall is critically important for an owner and even a design consultant. And Siddharth also talked about how bad is the glass as a facade. This particular board also used as a facade application. So this is typically what we offer. When we say wall, we offer the frames, which is the galvanum frame, which doesn't rust. We offer boards on both sides with a rock wall insulation in between. So looking at the prerequisites, talking about a nursing change room or a doctor's change room, a typical of this partition of 67 mm or 82 mm is more than enough, where it doesn't require much of a fire rating or an SCC rating. Look at, we also give non-fire rated walls and fire rated walls based on the thicknesses. We design and give it to you such different types of walls. And any square feet area earned is the more space for people to sit comfortably. If you look at traditional brick masonry, in this system what happens is when a designer designed and constructed, tomorrow owner comes and says that no, I need some more space or I need this has to be shifted to other ways. 60 to 80% of this system can be reused and it's not can be demolished. In brick masonry, you'll have to demolish the entire system altogether. Any access panels, any retrofit things can be done on this particular product. And our system comes into severe heavy duty if you do any kind of a testing. So an impact on this, on the walls is not an issue at all. You don't have to worry about any kind of maintenance factor. Also find rather than expanding or new walls, every hospital is also required a lot of refabrication. And I keep finding, a lot of our consumer insighting came out that you do spend a lot of money in redoing the work, redoing the board, changing. So once you use this kind of fiber cement boards, which is type A category 4 boards, you just fit it and forget it for lifelong. So that's the uniqueness of this particular product, which has a density of 1450 kg per meter cube. It goes through a compression process. For example, if you need to make a 9 mm thickness of an FCB board, of Super HD board, we actually make 12 mm and compress it into 9 mm. So during the compression process, whatever the water content moves out from the board, makes the board denser and smooth on both sides. And this can also do even in washroom areas. I'm seeing whenever I meet a lot of designers across Pan India, what they find is the pain for them is the clean room areas or washroom areas. How do you treat? And they do mix of different kinds of product. On the skirting level, they use some MR related ply, which is very, very costly product, and then a gypsum board, where our Super HD board itself is more than enough to cover entire wall areas. Even in the other advantage with our system is any unplanned loading. Even in the panel we talked about, after doing it, a lot of things comes into picture. So during the design of the wall, you have a lot of things. But in our board, even 8 mm, on a point load, 45 kg can be hanged without the frame structure. So you have a lot of unplanned loading can be done with our systems. Tile finish, I'm sure whenever you enter an hospital, what you see is the tile finish up to half height. So this can take all kinds of tile or granite or a marble. The start what we use is typically was give this, start with a slot which gives the concealed wiring. In the hospital, the way you're talking about a lot of digitalization, I'm sure a lot of concealed wiring requirement will come into picture. So this studs takes care of that element too. And we also have another product which comes in 50 mm and 75 mm, which is others talked about. Rather than brick machinery, started using panels. This 50 mm will give you 1 hour fire rating, and 75 mm will give you 2 hour fire rating walls. So the only thing is the concealed wiring may be a constraint in this, but the very, very fast construction. Any utility areas, any simple walls you need, it's in few hours you can build these walls. I mean, we also does this, we started doing, we just finished the Tata Memorial Hospital in Assam, Guwahati. So we also have technical service. As per the BOK agreed, the specification agreed, we do technical auditing at site, whether the contractor is doing the right perspective work or if following the specification right perspectives too. And we submit this to the client and architect. For example, so a lot of hospitals what we have done as a references, Fortis Hospital in Mohali, Artemis Hospital in Gurgaon, Baby Memorial Hospital in Kozhikode, HN Reliance Hospital, which is Kokilaban Hospital in Bombay, a lot of across in Kerala, lots of healthcare units, Bagarmai in Delhi. We also have ceilings, which meant for washroom areas and lobby areas with designs and the grid system. It's not a monolithic one. It's go to a tile finish and various textures available. It comes in white primer, so you don't have to do any painting at site. It's very easy to install and remove for a maintenance work also. Various hospitals were used. We're also coming up with BioClean, which is an antimicrobial tile. So wherever you require the pharmaceutical areas, laboratory areas, even the pantry areas, concerning the comfort of the patients coming in, these are tiles which comes in 6 mm thick in white color, which also ease out lots of usage of electricity in your building. Even Siddharth likely talked about external walls or a facade. So where our system, we're doing a lot of data centers across Pan India recent time where they need 2 hour fire rated external walls. So I'm sure when you talk about facade or an external wall, the technical prerequisites are so much. So we are experts in it. We are doing lots of external walls also in that way. You are doing a lot of light gauge steel frame structure buildings. A lot of prefabricated structures, small health clinics can be done on a very faster mode. You just give the plinth, the rest is built by us. And during the COVID period, this kind of products utility have come up very, very big way. I mean, we have done almost 102 ICU centers across Pan India during the COVID period. The typical thing we've done. These are esteemed clients, and I'm sure whoever has started using it have become a fan of such system, which will also allow the owner and what as Siddharth said, ROI per room. So this will allow the client to get the best ROI on a faster mode, almost 15 days ahead than a regular kind of brick masonry construction. Thank you so much. It's a good time. We also thank the organizers for the time given to us. We also have small miniatures kept in our stall, which we can give you, easy for me to showcase a lot of photographs. You can feel our system and the product during the networking time. Have a nice day. If COVID-19 has accelerated the trend of
Healthcare Facility Strategist, SMC India. Can you please welcome on stage Priyanka Kamble?
Hi, very good morning to everyone. You know, when I was coming on the stage, I was thinking, having a slot right before the break time, it's like karma hitting back at you. Karma hitting back at you, because all this while you've been attending sometimes the events and the summits, and you've been walking out just before the break time when somebody else is presenting. So I'm so, at a spot where I'm feeling the same thing, the circle coming back. Yes, that's right. Okay, anyway, so just to begin, I'm representing SMC. While the theme of this particular event today is the smart and sustainable and future-ready hospitals, we thought we should also participate in this and say that while hospitals definitely are speaking about smart, future-ready hospitals, on the medical side of it, do you really have the right strategic partners? Remember, that was my question to Dr. Ashok. And I said, do you have the right partners in place? I was very happy to hear from Mr. Siddharth Puri when he said, not a lot of people actually consider vendors as partners. You do not really discuss about your absolute goals and your objectives. You only consider the vendor as a vendor, speaking to a car parking vendor saying that, oh, these are the number of car parks that are required. Or probably, somebody, a carpet vendor saying that this is the kind of carpet that I need. But have you been able to tell him the ultimate goal? So that is what I'm going to talk to you about, how the entire shift has to happen in the thought process of people. Currently, what we're really looking at, the support systems in the hospitals, the vendors, I would say in your terms, are manual and traditional. They are very reactive. They are not proactive. They are not very predictive systems that we have in the hospitals today. It's pretty much rudimentary protocol and checklist based. So whatever is written in the SOW, people only tend to follow that, not questioning back, not trying to revisit if I require any kind of change, in periodic basis. So there has to be a shift from vendor to strategic partners is what we are trying to say. When you have strategic partners, partners are they have their skin in the game, and they are partners in your profits as well as loss. So I don't literally mean in the losses, because when you make a loss, the vendor does not make a loss. But what I'm trying to say is that when you grow, the partner would grow with you when he's given you some kind of benefit and value, added any kind of value to you. Traditionally, so I'm actually focusing on the IFM systems in the hospitals, where I'm trying to say the parking management system, the security systems, the cleaning systems, the engineering systems, which also plays a significant role in your overall hospital and overall delivery of the hospital and the experience, and contributing to your brand value. Traditionally, how it's been happening at the moment is more about headcounts based. So you're talking about the inputs. Ma'am, you're from nursing. I heard you, one of the questions. And you said, why not take nursing also into accountability when you speak about all these things, like infrastructure and stuff. Similarly, when it comes to IFM, we have to have nursing department, microbiology department, and operations into consideration, and nursing departments, of course, as well, and the doctors, the clinicians. Rather than speaking to supply chain, rather than speaking to admin people who may not really have a doctorate background, clinical background. These people literally, honestly, do not understand what are the operational challenges. They talk about numbers, they talk about headcounts, and that's not the way people should actually go about it. It's changing. We talk about negotiations. I'm not talking about L1. L1 would normally happen in the tenders, but even L2 and L3, they would normally negotiate with us saying that, oh, Priyanka, somebody is given to me at 20. How are you at 25? Can you quote me anything lesser than 20? Then, he starts talking to me. You do not see the value I bring to you. You only see numbers. That's what most admin and supply chain understand. Pretty much reactive maintenance. I think most people tend to firefight on daily basis and not plan it before. And that is where the main challenge takes place. SLA and checklist driven, I said. It's most about tick in the box. If that is done, it's done. You do not understand why was it done. You do not know the objective it was done or it was put into place at the first time. A future-ready IFM basically should move and transition into outcome-linked performances and KPIs. They should be looking at infection prevention ailments, ma'am. Yeah, everything, infection prevention control systems should be aligned because that is where the core healthcare should focus at. We're talking about digital integration to a very large scale nowadays, digital integration, AIs, IoT-based sensors, etc. Predictive maintenance when it comes to engineering, ESGs and sustainability goals. That's the latest trend that we have in the industries these days. The cost and the resource optimization, not really reduction, but optimization is the word that we use. And revenue protection, of course, because everybody is here for making revenue. I mean, it's a business. Although it's healthcare, as you said, and it carries a social tag that you are into, caring of people, and that is to care for the community. But obviously, this is a business as well. So you have to make money. So revenue protection is definitely something to be taken care of. Just to give you a little overview, SMC, the brand that I'm representing today, we service more than 200 plus hospitals. That is 30,000 plus beds on daily basis. We are 100% NABH and JCI compliant, so we understand the requirements of NABH and JCI, and that is how we've built or curated a program which is a reverse engineered program based on the NABH and the JCI guidelines. The outcomes that we focus and we deliver are infection prevention and cross-contamination controls. We help you in or contribute to hospitals in reducing the HAIs, the hospital-acquired infection. Engineering savings, that is the real game again. Peace of mind to the clinicians, so it's not just about your external customers. Your external customers are the patients. But your internal customers are nurses and doctors. You also have to cater to them and their safety and their satisfaction. Improvement of site and aesthetics and brand elevation. Brand value is sometimes also a perception. That's how you market it, right? I mean, that is what the game of marketing is all about. Imagine, Starbucks coming into India and not bringing all those, beautiful people catering to you and smart systems and great infrastructure, or the tables and the chairs and the sofas and the couch and, the coffees are given to you in beautiful cups. That's how the marketing game works. So aesthetically also you need to advance and improve. You cannot be showing dirty mops and dirty dusters and dirty waters to people. That is what creates brand impression as well. Sustainability goals, as we spoke as well. So we cater to three particular services. I'm talking to you today about technical engineering systems. I'm talking to you about the PCA, the GDA, and the Porter technologies and systems, and the cleaning systems. Beginning with the Porters, this particular technology, which is a patented technology, is a technology that caters to your GDA, your PCA, and your Porters within the healthcare space, where you randomly today, people tend to deploy, let's say, one male, one female on the 10th floor, one male, one female on the 9th floor, one male, one female on the 7th floor. That's how the traditional deployment happens. And you have so many staff actually around you. 300 nurses, 500 security staff, 700 cleaning people, and 1,200 XYZ people. That's the OpEx leak that Sir was talking about in the previous panel discussion. So here, this particular technology actually is a IoT-based sensor that is something like a demand versus supply system, where you do not have to randomly allocate people. You understand the requirement of the system, where you see certain data. Example, before just deploying people on the 10th floor, on the 9th floor, on the 7th floor, one male, one female, have you really tried to understand that how many are the daily admissions that happen? Out of the daily admissions, how many are the female ratios? Within the female ratios, how many really require a GDA or a PCA? I delivered a baby 10 years back, and I had my scissoring and a big cut in my belly, and I was made to walk on the second day. Isn't that right, ma'am? You make the females walk on the second day, which means I never required a GDA and a PCA to cater to me. So why do I only assume that probably there would be one female who would be admitted on the 10th floor and she would be catering to some female? It's a random and assumed deployment. You do not have any kind of data. In this particular technology, you tend to, it's like Uberization. You are optimizing people where, one porter or one GDA or one PCA requirement will be raised by the ticketing system from a nursing station, and the nurse will say that I require a female GDA with a wheelchair, and she will then come with a female with a wheelchair. A female will come to you. The nearest the nearest porter around you or the GDA around you will be getting the intimation. That's how the Uber or the Ola works, right? When you raise a ticket in the Ola or the Uber, it tells you that your cab will arrive to your pickup point in 5 minutes' time. It's communication. You see, client facing is not very easy. Sometimes it can be really difficult. And patients are patients, but patient relatives can sometimes really be strong. You know, they are the ones who sometimes the troublemakers. And for your nurse to face them, she has a lot of anxiety. Here, she's at least able to communicate and tell the patient and the relative, so please take your seat for 5 minutes, somebody is coming to pick you up. Right? Right. So when the person comes to pick you up, your cab has arrived to your destination, you have an OTP, and that's when the actual ride starts. The system works exactly same. You understand how much time the receiver will come and receive that particular patient from that particular pickup point. After he picks up from the patient from the pickup point, to reach the destination, how much time is he going to take? That's the TAT. So that is what you look at. You know, can I minimize the TAT? That is where patient satisfaction comes into role. This technology also gives you a lot of data in terms of porter utilization, whether you have been using the number of resources in your system accurately. If everybody has used just 50 or 55% of their productivity, which means you do not require so many people, you can actually cut down on 2 or 3 people, and that's how you get your cost reduction as well. And the operational efficiency at the same time because of the system that you have. You can also get task distribution, which means your categorization. How many were the wheelchairs? How many were patient movements? How many were pharmacy movements? So you're exactly able to deploy and plan your people accordingly. Average completion time, that's your time. Service distribution, example. The next one is the Smart Surface Disinfection Program. This basically is a hygiene and cleaning program. We do not even use the word housekeeping in our system, in our company. We call it a disinfection. Cleaning is just cleaning. Housekeeping is just housekeeping. The table is clean. Yes, it's clean. It's housekeeping. Yes, the housekeeping has done its job. But is the table disinfected? It's a different word altogether. When you say disinfection, which means your entire perception of cleaning differs. And that is what is required in the hospital. You do not require housekeeping. Please stop calling people housekeepers in a hospital. They are the disinfection staff. So over here, we have a program which is a back-engineered, basis on the NABH and JCI guidelines, where we scientifically have understood what are the gaps in the system. And likewise, we've curated this particular program, which is more patient-centric and hygiene-based, where the most 80% focus is on aligning the infection prevention and cross-contamination protocols. I have a concept where we say, every room is cleaned by different sort of cloths, which means every room will have 1 mop, 3 dusters, separate. Whatever mops and the dusters that I use in a particular room will not be used in the second room. Imagine, ma'am, 99.99% of the hospitals today are using color coding. Beautiful job, very nice, that's how it should be. When you did color coding, the actual objective was controlling the cross-contamination, because you do not want the moderate risk area dusters and mops to be probably used in the high-risk area, the high-risk to be used in the public areas, etc., right? But when I use the same mop which I used in room number 1 in room number 2, or the same red mop that I used in room number 1's washroom in room number 2's washroom, 3, 4, 5, and the capacity of 1 janitor or 1 housekeeper basically is to clean 20 to 22 rooms in a particular shift. Imagine he's using the same duster and the same mop for the next 22 rooms. Is he not really doing cross-contamination? He is still doing cross-contamination. So where is the objective met yet? We never speak about the objective. We most speak about the inputs. How many people do you have? Why do you have less staff? What chemicals are you using? What machines are you using? That's fair. That's my input, but not my outcome. Today, if I give you 100 staff, which actually, I probably have satisfied your attendance and the man hours, but have I been still able to give you the infection controlled environment? Maybe not. And that is what the outcome should have been. So we focus mostly on the outcomes, and all these capex which is required actually is done by us. There's a heavy capex that comes into this. We bring in robotics, which can replace your 3 people, so that is like, man hours cut down, honestly. And, places like Delhi, which cost you 30,000 CTC, places like Mumbai, which is 28,000 CTC per month, cutting down on 3 to 5 people is like a lakh plus monthly basis and annually 12 to 14 lakhs. And that's a very big saving. We have system which is a pre-wet mop system, which is like, something in the West. This was also learnt by us from the West, honestly speaking. Hybridized it for India although. But in the West, there is something called as a pre-wet system, which means you do not have those ringer bucket and the mop kind of systems. I'm sorry, I'm being a little technical, and not a lot of people may be interested in the cleaning jobs and stuff, but whoever can relate to it would please relate to this. So we would not use these ringer buckets and trolleys and waters and dirty things. These are pre-soak systems, pre-wet dusters and pre-wet mops. And we use each room a different mop or different set of dusters. And these are like, something like dry tissue and using a Dettol wet wipe. So you pick up the Dettol wet wipe, do your job, you go out. Your productivity of the people also increase. Imagine only if every staff, if there are 100 people in a particular hospital, is a deployment that has 100 people, if one person is able to do 1 room extra per day, we are talking about 100 rooms per day. If one person's capacity is 20 rooms per day, which means we are talking about 5 people less in that particular month. So that's 1 lakh plus being reduced per month again. So that's the pre-wet system. Again, pre-wet system, yes. I said that was so sad to give me that slot. Okay, nonetheless. Okay, but anyway, so the pre-wet system is also to cater to your infection prevention protocols and cross-contamination, because that is where my first engagement with cross-contamination comes. So from the first engagement to the last mile delivery, where I actually launder your mops and your dusters on daily basis per shift within your facility. And I don't know anybody else who actually does that, honestly. Who will launder your mops and your dusters? Nobody does. It's just that's it. And a hospital is a time bomb of infection. You have to cater to these things. And that is where, your strategic partner comes into play. I'll be very quick one. Yes. Equipment as well. We recently spoke to Bombay Hospital. And again, I'll come to the outcome-based thing. Bombay Hospital has had a agenda of reducing people, or reducing cost rather. And, the head engineering said, Priyanka, I have 8 pump operators. I want to reduce 4 pump operators. I want to reduce cost. I said, sir, randomly reducing 4 people out of 8 is, we do not understand how to go about it. He said, sir, give us a moment. What do you want? He said, no, I have 8 pump operators and I don't know where the money is going, because the system is still the same, the outcome is still the same. I said, let me do one thing. The outcome is an issue, no, sir. Let me bring to you automated water management system. We brought an automated water management system, which is an IoT-based sensor, which helped them in reducing their man, because there was only 1 man which was required. We reduced on the energy cost, we reduced on the water cost. Water was tracked and the flow was tracked, and understood that there was no water being wasted. The high and the low time was being taken into consideration. So this is where the outcomes comes into play. With the outcome, you are able to reduce your cost and able to meet the objective. Just with the input, nothing comes in. So do not go with 2 carpenters and 4 pump operators. That is the input, not the objective. We cater to objectives. Upper room UVGI, this is again one of the systems I think, I look at your face and maybe I want to skip that. Okay. We recently bagged a very big contract for... Yeah, I understand that. I understand. Upper room UVGI is again a very beautiful technology to cater to your air disinfection piece. We've recently backed into a contract with Find and Path NGOs, where we have tied up with all the TB clinics and TB hospitals around India, and this is in association with Stop TB Initiative, the WHOs and the US CDC. Sustainable and IFM models that we create. So everything that I said, I do not have dirty waters, I do not have dirty mops, I have, a reusing of mops and dusters. I am able to, where normally people would have 100 people of deployment would use 90,000 liter of water in a day, I only use 2,000 liter of water in a day. So there's a reduction of your water and saving. 13,500 ml of chemical that is being used in a particular day if you have 100 staff. I only use 4,500 ml of chemical. That's the money that you pay me. And I plus charge you 15% of management fee on that. Imagine the kind of savings that somebody can give you if you have a strategic partner who understands the objective, who can grow with you, who intends to grow with you and not just be in the moment. Is the journey. It's not being in the moment. 3,000 mobs that you tend to use and increase the landfills. And here I am reusing or recycling your mobs because this particular mop and duster that we use has a shelf life of 360 days and 550 washes it can take. So there's no landfill, there's no changing of the mobs. The mop is sustainable. One room, as I said, if one person can increase just one room more, you are talking about 100 rooms to be cleaned in a particular day. That's it. So SMC focuses on outcome-driven models, technology-driven infection prevention control systems, and ESGs. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much for being along all this while. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks, Sunny.
Quick comment.
Yes.
So first of all, such questions. Yes, we can take a question or two.
I don't think anybody's in the mood. Everybody's waiting for the break.
Well, it was such a fascinating presentation. I apologize I had to cut you off, but not because it was, we had to rush you. The intention was not to rush you because we gleaned so many insights. One thing that really struck me was don't refer to the housekeeping staff as housekeeping. It's not housekeeping, ladies and gentlemen. It's from now on, those staff members are the disinfection crew.
Yes, that's very nice. Thank you so much.
And now I also see in your example you mentioned your competitor might charge 20, but you are offering the same or the service for 25. Now I see why you have that premium attached to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to? Do we have time for questions? Maybe one question, so since if anybody does have any question, or shall we proceed? Oh, wait, you know what? It's a networking break.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, it's now the time for the networking. Okay, quickly, yes. Briefly, please. Briefly.
The GUV. So the GUV model is basically the upper room GUV model that we have, product that we have, which basically creates a UV blanket kind of thing above 9 feet of your particular room. So imagine, the people who probably have any kind of contagious disease or something, or communicable disease, who are walking through your OPDs and the same corridors where you will actually isolate them once you've identified they have a communicable disease. What before that? So these products can be actually put into, areas where there are, there are possible congestions like OPDs and all, where there are more number of people, so that the communicable disease that person, of course, it's not 100%, but some sort of reduction that can happen. So if a person speaks, sings, laughs, coughs, something, right? An airborne disinfection, what we learned in COVID, right? It just spreads through because it lingers in the air. So when it is lingering in the air and spreads across in that particular area, imagine droplets which fall onto surfaces that can be just touched, and that is how COVID told us, right? That is how the infection spreads. Imagine, like for my child, like back in the school, they say if your child has cough or cold, please do not send him to school. Because children are they have less immunity, right? So when they have cough and cold, how does the other person then get it? It's the airborne or the droplet infection that is actually creating it, right? So this airborne product basically is for those minute particles that actually linger in the air, that travels up because of your convection current, and which will stay there in that particular room because of your mechanical ventilations that can actually spread also sometimes in the room, and somebody else can get those infection. And imagine a hospital, I said, is a time bomb of infection. Everything that you breathe, everything that you see, everything that you touch is infectious. We do not have hospitals like previously we had the windows and the doors. We do not have natural ventilations anymore. It's the HVAC system that actually takes 60% of the same air, converts it into, sends you back. Centralized air conditionings, all the doors and the windows are closed, which means you are living in the time bomb.
But is it that scientifically proven, what you told that?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah.
So we can talk.
We will discuss offhand.
Thanks.
I am also getting nasty looks, sir. So we shall take a networking break now, and we shall try to come back in about 15 minutes or so, and we will continue with the agenda after that. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We shall start with a partner presentation. We start the post-break conference session with a partner presentation. And I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Shrikesh, who is the Director of Solution Development at Johnson Controls. Johnson Controls is our gold partner for this initiative. We, in fact, heard from Johnson Controls or saw the videos from Johnson Controls at the start, but we shall watch those again. And without any further ado, please help me welcome on stage Mr. Shrikesh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. At least somebody is listening to me. Please show the slides. So, I am from Johnson Controls. I am Shrikesh. We have a technology solution provider for healthcare and all other facilities. Particularly in healthcare, what we do, helping patients heal, helping doctors cure. We don't bother them. We give them the comfort, a patient the comfort they need, a doctor the solutions, the back-end solutions to perform. When I say back-end solutions, how many of you heard of an incident in Bangalore 2 years back that surgery shifted from Bangalore Medical College for lack of cooling? How many of you heard? How many of you are from Bangalore? It was a big news. All non-critical surgery shifted because there was no cooling available in the hospital, right? How many people died because of fire in last 10 years in healthcare facilities? Anybody have any idea? In India, in last 10 years. 350 plus. So I come from that background where we give this kind of solutions. Proper cooling to your facility, proper safety and security, access to the right people. So Johnson Control is a solution provider in this field for all kind of buildings. So we make buildings part of your healthcare system. Okay? What are the challenges? Many of us heard since morning. What are the challenges we face as healthcare providers, or the promoters were here, architects were here. Everybody mentioned about operational pressures and need to reduce cost. Environmental impact in this field. Increase in demand. Everybody was blaming maybe Gen Z. It's not for Gen Z. Everybody need more care when you go for an hospital, go to an hospital. An increase in demand for personalized care, right? We all expect that. Shifts from large to outpatient care, large hospital to outpatient care. Many of the smaller hospitals or clinics are coming up. Evolving regulatory compliance. When you go to the brown field, when I say brownfield, it's the existing hospitals which is running for so many years, like aging buildings and aging systems, you have to take care of that. Aging service workforce. How can we bring in more technologies, digital solutions to that? Stricter privacy regulations. You have a lot of patient data. How can you protect it without getting it outside? Increase adoption of technology and digitization. I think just in the previous session, Priyanka madam was talking about AIs, lot of digitization, all those things. How we address all these things? We are coming from here with a global expertise. We are a 150-year-old company with all these solutions providing to global customers, not only healthcare, I want to stress that, but healthcare is one of our specialty verticals. We have a special vertical for healthcare to address healthcare solutions. So we have done more than, say this is a 1-year-old data, more than 2,000 hospitals. When you see that value, 5 to 7 million contract value. So I have mentioned only the number of hospitals which has given us that kind of business. Okay? There are many smaller hospitals where we are giving only maybe one of our solutions. We are present in all continents, around 152 countries, 700 branches. In India, we have 12 branches. All across pan-India, we have presence. And 90% of our workforce are engineers, so we understand your language. What are the systems and solutions we can provide? So before getting into the design stage, we can understand the whole gamut of your project, your vision, what you want to construct. We can have customer vision workshop, risk assessment, expert consulting on these kind of systems, project management. So it is not like, say, in a building when you are building a greenfield hospital, I am sure you will have a mechanical contractor, a civil contractor, an electrical contractor. I would call myself or our company as a technology contractor. We cut across all these functions. We have mechanical equipments. We have solutions to have better electrical systems in your hospital. We can control all these utilities in a single plane of glass. You can see it in a single plane of glass. We have that kind of solutions available. So I would call myself as a technology provider, technology contractor. We have advanced engineering and integration teams, expert installation and commissioning. We don't outsource anything. We do supervise ourselves for the complete project life cycle. Equipment test and inspections, comprehensive audits, retrofit services. So it is complete life of building. From a design and planning stage for the whole life of building, we are present with you. So what all we can provide? Let us start from better facility performance and improved operations, comfortable and productive environments for patient and staff, seamless safety and security. And once it is all done, then we are there for maintaining your complete systems, back-end systems. So we have some of the names. Some panelists were mentioning about net zero solutions. We can help you there. Net zero water, net zero energy. We have solutions available for that. Indoor air quality, which actually, in a major way, in hospitals, indoor air quality is one of the most important things to avoid infections and spreading the diseases, right? Communicable diseases. Where we have stuff for that, products for that. Cyber security, to protect your data. Effective and efficient cooling and heating. I'm sure many of you are aware or not aware about chillers. For large hospitals, this is an essential item. But it is not only that for cooling the building. You all, whoever here is a doctor, they all get a scan report. Our chillers are inside even your scanning machines, MRI and CT scans. It is not visible outside, but we provide those smaller chillers to cool those machines, which is provided by whether a GE or a Philips, right? So it is there inside your MRI and CT scanners even, that chillers. It provides cooling, proper cooling for the machines, proper cooling for the buildings, proper cooling for your OT. Heat pumps. I'm sure many of you are aware you use boilers for your laundry and other hot water, this thing. This fellow, a heat pump can reduce your energy consumption by 60 to 70% when you compare it with a boiler. The COPs are 50-60% better. You can use it for hot water generation. Building automation and control, critical environment control is part of our solutions. Safe and secure spaces, how we do that? Fire detection system. As I said, in last 10 years, more than 350 deaths happened in India due to fire hazards. How can you detect it on time, every time? You can save a lot of lives. People come to hospital to save their lives. There is no reason actually we should lose our lives due to a fire mishap in the building. So we have proper detection system, very reliable fire suppression systems. If at all a fire happens, how can we suppress it as soon as possible? Nurse calling system, which is very important for a patient admitted in a hospital or the people with a patient. Nurse calling system, automated, video surveillance, intrusion and alerts, access control to a hospital, visitor management, people were talking about parking management, all these functions, we as a company can provide you the complete solutions under one umbrella. You don't have to go to, we partner with people who provide independent solutions. We can bring in world-class technologies. But we are one of the largest integrators of all these solutions for a healthcare facility. Then as I mentioned earlier, we can, for old hospitals or brownfield projects, we do retrofitting, we do complete annual maintenance contract, annual performance contracts for your facilities and systems. The last one is optimizing building performance through OpenBlue. OpenBlue is a cloud platform which we use to integrate the complete services in your facility, including all utilities, all other systems like security system, safety system, everything under one umbrella. Like it will be very easy and very advantageous for hospitals which is actually having facilities in different cities. It can all come under one umbrella. At one place, if the CEO or the MD of the hospital want to see, like say Cloud9 or a Fortis hospital, they have multiple branches across the city, across India. So all the hospitals, all data will be available in one place and you can utilize it for enhancing the efficiency of your operations. These are some of our brands. I am not going into it. Many of you may be knowing, like York is one of the world-class chillers, cooling technologies. Tyco is safety, security. Then Metasys is our building automation and control systems. OpenBlue I just mentioned, it is our cloud digitized platform. And we have in fire detection and this thing you can see Simplex, and you may visit our stall also. We have a stall, so all these things my colleagues can explain you what we do. These are some of the large hospitals references from India: CMC Vellore and Ranipet, CAFIMS, AIMS at many places, ESIC Sanat Nagar. I just actually put some largest hospital we have done in India and we were associated in India. We have done multiple jobs for KIMS, Kaveri. You can see Civil Hospital, Asarva. So we are present across whether it is a government hospital or a private hospital. And now I'll show you a small video what we do. Can you please play that? Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
There's one more video, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Shrikesh. Johnson Controls has got another project in the Pushpati Institute. So Johnson Controls is renowned for seamlessly integrating the fire systems, control systems, and security systems in AIIMS Gorakhpur. And this video is showcasing that particular project, how the company was able to seamlessly integrate those three critical functions together and make it all move in one direction. So that was just a short video about that project. So that was from Johnson Controls. If you'd like to reach out to the executives and staff from the Johnson, please reach out to them at the back of the hall. And so now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a Tech Insight session. And the theme of this discussion is digital twins and simulation for hospital planning, practical use cases in Karnataka, right here, right now. What are the key factors that we need to look out for, and what are the practical insights that we can glean from the best practices? So I'd like to invite our panelists on stage, starting with Mrs. Monica Kejriwal, who is the Director of Healthcare RSP Design Consultants. We also have Mr. Akhil Kiran Ganatra, who is the Managing Director of Clancy Global. And please help me welcome on stage Mr. Hari Prasad Nair, who is the Chairman of STAT Consultants. All right, and it so happens that I'll be the impromptu moderator for this discussion as well. Right, so just to give you all, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of context. So this Tech Insight session, here's a brief context. With Karnataka emerging as a healthcare innovation hub, particularly in cities like Bengaluru, Mysuru, and Hubli, hospital developers and operators are increasingly exploring digital twins and simulation technologies to improve planning accuracy, reducing cost overruns, and enhance operational efficiency. So now, with this context, this 30-minute Tech Insight session will bring together three experts. One is a healthcare operator, the healthcare operator. We have an MEP design consultant. And a technology or digital twin specialist.
That's me.
Right? To discuss real-world applications and outcomes. And the objective of this session is to showcase practical and implementable use cases of digital twins and simulation in hospital planning across Karnataka, covering design, MEP, coordination, patient flow, asset management, and lifecycle optimization. So perhaps we can start with some opening comments from each of our three panelists, and then we'll start with I'll start with the round of questionings after that.
Hi. The operational side, I would say, keeping safety as the primary objective of planning, safety of patients, safety of occupants, safety of staff, safety of whoever it's inside, and using the technology to make sure that we are reaching there to have a safe working place. Like earlier, Johnson Control made a presentation where technology has integrated everything together. So by making the data available using the digital twin, how can we make use of that, and then how much of data is available as of now, and how much we are going to do in the future, and then how do we make that safe? Maybe you have to connect the FMC also. Ms. Priyanka told that also has to be part of the whole exercise. So how does digital twin is going to help us arriving there to have a safe patient environment for a hospital, right from the planning on the design, all that.
Another question that I have is, in projects across Bengaluru and Tier 2 cities as well, we'd like to know what are the most common coordination failures between architecture, MEP, and medical planning, and how does simulation help reduce rework and cost escalation? Perhaps, Monica, you could take this as a consultant, as a renowned consultant, perhaps you're in the best position to take this.
Sure, yeah. So I think I would say the coordination failures between architecture, medical planning, and MEP, they fall into very predictable patterns. We as architects, usually take the rap. We're told, didn't you know this? Why is there a clash happening? Didn't you know this? It's all about, it's perceived as a technical incompetence, but rarely is it a question of technical incompetence. It is usually a case of lack of sequencing, ownership, and working with a lot of assumptions, I would say. The classic example, I think everybody who's worked on projects knows the most classic example is the ceiling height issue, the ceiling space congestion. Architecture and structures gets decided much earlier on a project, and then by the time MEP comes up, there isn't enough plenum space for the MEP services, and then the result is in large number of spaces, we end up getting less ceiling height than what's desirable and what's ideal. Otherwise, issues like beam penetration have to happen, etc., which has cost implications. That's a classic example that I think every project, I can safely say would have suffered from. Another example could be, architecture defines a room, the function of a room. Let's say we define it as an ICU isolation room. Base is always there. Even MEP consultant architects know what an isolation room needs, but the exact project-specific parameters don't get defined earlier on the project. They get defined much later when the MEP comes, and then they realize there isn't enough, something is not adequate, either again ceiling or enough shafts or whatever might be there, it's not adequate. So they start making changes and there's conflicts, all of that happens. I want to take this opportunity to say one of the key things that will help everyone, projects team, operators, us, is the importance of RDS, the room data sheets. The earlier the detailed requirements are captured, they help everyone. They help everyone with less cost overruns, less rework. It's a great tool. The only catchword or the watchword I would say here is, it should not just be seen as a static room data sheet that we've just developed in the beginning for the sake of developing room data sheets, but how you connect it through the entire life cycle of the project. Constant room data sheet validation would really help control costs and rework. And in this case, in this regard, I'd like to take the liberty of showing something that actually Clancy Global and RSP are working together on, because this is a standard problem. It's a classic problem we're having on projects, and we also want to ensure that there's less rework. It helps both us as consultants as well as the operator. Less rework, less cost overruns. How the room data sheets, which I cannot emphasize enough the importance of that and how validation at every stage is very important. We'd like to take the liberty of showing you something.
Yeah,
because that's the best way of demonstrating. If
We'll
that's
get
okay,
the slide up and running. While we get the slide up and
Just give
running.
us a minute, please.
That's right. That's right. So yeah, you stressed on, emphasized the room data sheet. How is the room data sheet different from an architectural blueprint, for example?
Architectural blueprint is not, it doesn't capture every single piece of information, if that's what you're referring to. It is, this particular case would get into room data sheets is room specific. Even a negative pressure isolation room versus positive pressure, whatever the differences are captured, number of outlets, number of, the level of isolation required, every single finishes, every single detail is captured in a room data sheet, which typically does not form part of an architectural blueprint. I will show you, and the more important part, which is the key part here, is the validation, how you use it. So it doesn't stop with just RDS. What happens next is what we're working on, that is pretty path-breaking, so we'll show you that.
Yes.
Do we have the link?
Akhil, please take it.
Akhil, you want to?
Yeah, I'll take it over.
Yeah.
I'll follow mine.
Take it forward.
Hi, how are you doing, everyone?
Very good, thanks.
Amazing. So first thing I'm going to show you is how digital twin technology gets used at site, because more often than not, the conversation is digital twin is great during design development, and you're resolving everything on paper or on a model, but how does someone see it at site? So I'll just play a quick 13-second video or a 32-second video, which one never works. First mute it. One of the classic problems is that whether what you've designed is built or not, and the number of drawings you have to open at site to be able to check that whether the firefighting pipe is in the right location and so on and so forth. So what AR and the gaming world has done now is that it has opened the protocol for integrating a proper detailed digital twin into an AR platform, which either through glasses or through your own phone, you can just see what the drawing is and never open one. Now I'll get to what Monica was saying in terms of room data sheets. So everything that we're showing you right now, the purpose of it was very simple. How do we get more resources to deliver healthcare? Because surely as many resources as we have and as many experts as we have, it's not enough to deliver the healthcare that's going to come up in India. So this is what we did with room data sheets first. Room data sheets are known to be in Excel forms. Now here, any room that you open, you get an overview of that room, what are the functional requirements, what are the BOQ line items that would go in as equipment, finishes, building services, technology. So effectively, those are all your BOQ line items, equipment, finishes, building services. And you can filter by sector, which one do you want to see, nurse call, data. Same thing with building services, you can toggle it between which ones you want to see, which ones you don't want to see. Then it comes to system basis. Now this is a conversation that in healthcare every time we have, that while you've done the room data sheets, which are the standards that are followed and how does it translate into a JCI or an NABH compliance. So what you see here with room data sheet is that for every room that we've set the guidelines that we are following and the standards that are getting followed. So it becomes very easy for anyone new to start delivering a hospital and not mess it up. The key is what you see is what you get. If you know what you're delivering, the chances of you messing it up is very, very low. So what I was telling you about compliance, what you see here is compliance. So I'll open one more. So you see compliance here. So you see FGI, WHO, JCI, NABH, HB, and HTM. So HVAC air quality, for example, is the most stringent in FGI. So you can see the regulation that it follows. And it still is available in JCI and NABH. So effectively, it becomes an easy reference point for anyone to know what a room data sheet is and what Monica was rightly saying, to keep it together. Everyone makes a room data sheet in Excel sheets. It gets lost. Who's going to update it? Who's not going to update it? From this room data sheet platform, we went to how actually digital twins work. And I'll show you this.
Okay, can I just add one word on the compliance part here? So what we said, we're talking about how to avoid rework. What happens is once you finish designing as per the compliances, the standards, as well as the standards that we set for ourselves in terms of operational requirements as well as guidelines, if we say the distance between bed to bed has to be 8 feet, we design it, but during change process, which is inevitable, there'll be some room where it'll become less. When we keep changing things, it'll become less. Then to sit and manually check everything is nearly impossible. It's, there is a margin for error there. And then when we come to final checks, audits happen, then you suddenly discover one thing that is not compliant. What this does is, at a single click, once we finish our design, we feed it into this. So everybody has to understand this is not a substitute for design, what we're doing. This is an aid to design. So once we've finished the design and we fed it into this, at the click of a button, it checks the entire drawing, and if there's any compliance as per the RDS, going back to the RDS validation, we fed into the RDS that this is the requirement. If it doesn't meet it, it will red flag it. So it just cuts out the whole process of manual validation, which takes much longer, and it's prone to error. So that's why we were talking about rework. This avoids rework much earlier. It catches the clash much earlier.
So what most of you all are used to seeing in healthcare, a stacking diagram, that all the spaces, all the functions are stacked together and they connect with each other. What we've done with the room data sheets is effectively use the digital twin to convert it into a real world project stacking diagram. So currently this stacking diagram just has layers. So currently I've not clicked any of the layers. So you can see the room data sheet here. So what you saw over there is now integrated into a project. So that was a template for someone to refer. But then when you have to start putting it onto a project stacking diagram, you effectively get it in such an interface. Now it has layers, so when you switch on compliance, it will show you compliance related, design, how much of the model is ready, how much is still to go on, what is space planning, acoustic, daylight factor, circulation. So you can keep clicking. Effectively, it's giving you a stacking layout with layers of information, which is easy to view. Back to my point, I'll close this conversation here. What you see is what you get is what we are working towards. If a young person or a Gen Z, as we call them, cannot look at information and feel comfortable with it, the chances are that we are going to get really crappy infrastructure. Because you and I, who are sitting here on this dais, are effectively sitting in our cabin and just talking to people we need to. The guys who are delivering are the guys which we call the Gen Z, and they need something like this. That's it.
Yeah. From there, see, from the room data sheet to the operations. So when you have the room data sheet done, you should have the operation hours, how many people coming, how many people being accessing. Those data also has to be incorporated.
That's the simulation part.
No, see, then,
modeling plus simulation.
Once that is done and that is being monitored from real life situations, once it is done, and then you capture that, and that is available for the new designers, then it will be more useful, and that is where these things are going to help the new designers at the outcome.
Absolutely.
Just 1 second, I'm so sorry I'm disturbing the conversation, but this is what it is. What you see on the drop down there is that the same stacking diagram is giving you information on design. If you select on cost, it will be cost. If you select construction, it's construction. If you select asset, it's asset. So the idea is that the idea of a digital twin is even the business ERP information should be connected to this. So currently this digital twin is prepared from design all the way to business operations. The information is connected to a geospatial, or we live in a hospital. There's no hospital which is up in the air. So effectively, in some sense, to your point, you're right, that digital twins have to cover all aspects of...
Correct. Operations aspect as well, because generally training is one portion which is lacking. We do a lot of facilities, but lack of training and how to use the facility, it lacks. That also can be part of the whole program. Then it becomes useful, and then once it is available, after some time, you have more standardized designs and optimum designs available for the country. Right now, we do not have any baseline data.
Yeah,
so this will help us getting the baseline data.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So that's the point. So RDS itself is not new. And globally, there are many platforms that can, churn out room data sheets and develop room data sheets. Globally, it's been, in India, it's a little new, but abroad, it's a very standard process on any project. But nobody has this platform where we're linking it to the entire design process, as well as taking it further, to connecting, operating, and live monitoring. Correct. So that is the, the key point here.
Bringing in a lot of technology coming in. So a lot of technology coming in, how much optimization can happen, whether we should go, whether we should not go, all that will be available after some time.
So if I can paraphrase that, the most advanced and salient feature about this tool is that this is dynamic, whereas other products are static.
Yes,
This is a tool that can track the progress of a project from the initial phase, from the design phase, and even once the operations are up and running, the tool is able to map the flow, map the loads, map the utilization, and that is something that we do not see in any other modeling tool. Have I read this right?
Absolutely, yeah, that's correct. But I mean, sorry if we're hijacking the conversation here, but this is very close to our heart because we're seeing benefits in this. So just like to bring out one more point, little more simplistic for projects teams here particularly. The question started with rework. How can this avoid rework? One example is it also helps with decision making and reduction in time in decision making. For example, very standard aspect that comes up on number of our projects is every project is conscious of budget, cost. By the time we do the BOQs, by the time the budget is very clear, it's, the client will say, oh, this is too high. Where can we reduce? So we will all sit and brainstorm and they'll say, okay, maybe we don't need marble here. Let's say in these kinds of rooms, maybe we don't need marble. How much money will it reduce if we remove marble from these rooms? We'll say, okay, as architects, we say, okay, give us some time, we'll get back, we'll have to redesign, we'll have to retake out the quantities, and then the cost reduction, we will come back to you in 2 weeks. So we go back, redo the design, remove marble from these rooms, re-quantify, come back in 2 weeks to the client and tell, oh, your reduction is only 1 CR or whatever that number may be. Then the client will say, oh, that's not enough reduction, so there's no point in doing this. So we wasted a few weeks in just taking this decision, which we didn't take finally. It didn't help the project. What this does is, in the same meeting where the budget was reviewed as being very high, we take a decision, the client says, okay, let's evaluate if this helps. At the click of a button, we just make that change right now. The cost impact is also, without actually having to change the design. You don't need to go back and change the design and re-quantify. You just, in the model platform itself, you just at a click of a button, you get the information that you need without having to redesign. The budget number, the saving is clear, client takes a decision, and if it's a go-ahead, then we go back and redo the design. So it helps a lot with time saving. It helps with decision making also. So besides being the dynamic aspect of it, in projects, it helps with time saving.
And in the operations, when you look at it, operating room.
Just 1 second, Mr. Harina. I'd like to ask you, because it's on my question list, with regards to the tool, I'd like to ask you, have you personally been able to utilize this sort of simulation or this tool to model the patient flow or patient utilization or expected patient, entrance into the hospital or admission into the hospital? Have you personally been able to oversee or implement this tool in any of your hospital operations?
I've not. I've read this, I've seen this, but never been able to do that.
Okay. Yeah,
but with the operations coming in, I think it's a good value add, very big value add, and there will be a lot of corrections possible in the future, and designs becoming better and better from the operational point of view. Because always designs are good. Operationally, it becomes challenging. So here, the operations is also being captured. It's a good thought process. It's a very good thought process.
Monica, what about expected patient admittance? Is this tool able to anticipate something like what is the expected amount of patients in the future? Because that is largely out of the hospital's, I would say, control or purview at all. It depends on so many factors like population, lifestyle, et cetera, which the hospital has no say over. So how does this tool anticipate the revenue coming, the revenue flow?
So, my perspective is that of a designer. Right now in building this tool, the way we're looking at it is how does it help the process. So revenue is not directly in this tool, but not revenue, but it helps with cost savings. It helps with operational costs, because the decision making is done on simulation where you already know the outcomes. And then you de-risk a lot of things. Any decisions that you make, any change that you want to make, you run the simulation first, you know the outcome, then you decide whether you want to do it. So it helps with cost overruns. So OpEx definitely. Revenue, I don't know, Akhil, if you have a view on it, but in my perspective, the main purpose of developing this was not from a revenue perspective.
More of an operation streamlining point of view.
Streamlining and running of it, but...
Yeah. To be honest, like I said, that it's a matter of extending the tool. What you have to understand with the digital twin is that anything that you have a physical asset for, you can run any operations of it. So currently we are building, for example, an HR tool on it, or if it was a residential digital twin, you want your CRM to run on it. Because someone comes to buy it, you want to say, this flat is where I want to go. So the applications to business ERP, as we call it, are sunrise. But the applications to what Monica is talking about are pretty established. The key differentiator, again, what Monica spoke about is decision making. What does a tool like this do is one, what you see is what you get, which means younger people can deliver higher quality. Two, the guys who are actually making the decision know what they're doing with their decision rather than playing guesswork or waiting for 2 weeks or 4 weeks or that sort of thing. So I think till there it's established. On the operation side, let's just call it sunrise.
It's a lovely way to describe sunrise. Is there anything that, so far we've heard only the positive aspects of this AI tool. Is there anything that, and you also pointed out, marking red flags. But what about the tool itself? It can't be all sunshine and roses. What are the red flags that the tool, that you have noticed in the tools, or the bugs in the tools that you've spotted?
Lazy people are going to lose jobs, bro. There are no bugs in the tool. Lazy people are going to lose jobs because younger people are going to be able to do high quality work much sooner than them training for 5 years, 10 years, 7 years, and telling them, जब तक तुम site पे जाते नहीं हो 5 साल, तब तक मालूम कैसे पड़ेगा. In my days, I would play Counter-Strike, and this is full gaming engine. So if I can go in Counter-Strike and see a whole bloody world in I don't know how many minutes, it's a matter of people going remotely and being able to see entire neighborhoods in minutes and saying what needs to get done.
That's right. The entire facility.
So you see here again, when you were talking about what Monica was talking about, that's the BMS panel. So in fact, the BMS also gets connected to this, and you can scroll it. Not now. Anyways. I'll close it. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. Sorry. Yeah, so lazy people are going to lose their jobs, so there's no bug in the system.
There are no bugs, there are no blind spots, there are nothing.
No.
Very nice.
In fact, if anything, you can run AI/ML algorithms of the data that you're receiving against the registries. The key about AI/ML is that it does not come out of a data lake, that you've got so much data and suddenly AI/ML is going to find something out of it. It's about domain experts sitting and defining the registries or the paths that the data are going to follow. For example, healthcare has 28 paths of data. Those 28 paths are 28 AIs that are going to learn from any live data that's get connected to it. So whether we'll benefit from it or not, more the data we connect to it, for sure, no bugs.
Fascinating. So at the end of this discussion, I think the bottom line question also, and we want to open the floor for the audience for such an interactive tool, warrants interaction with the audience. But my final question is, what is the strongest argument to convince a hospital board in Karnataka to invest in digital twin technology? What is the number one front foot argument that I'd like to hear from each one of you? What is your best foot forward?
It's an optimum operational, functional design. That's the first outcome, functional design. Which happens, otherwise what will happen is whims and fancies. That fellow will say, this fellow will say. It's all optimum. And you have all information available, and simulation is available. So it's an optimum.
All data-backed information,
yes.
Not just information.
Right. No. Yeah, it's the right information is available. That's sort of.
Monica.
Yeah, I would second that. I mean, it is not just one aspect. It just helps with every aspect. Boards are concerned about what? Cost overruns, time, downtime for maintenance, continuous monitoring, audits, how fast they can be ready for audits, etc. It covers every single aspect by using this. So we're also just being very candid here. It's very early for us also here. We're testing this. We're already pilot testing this on a couple of our projects, the projects that we're working on together. We're already doing that. And we're seeing benefits already. But it is still, it's a learning process, like when you asked about revenue. And Akhil said it's an extension. This can be extended. Maybe bed management could be, built into this. So it's an ongoing process. It's a work in progress. But what is there so far, there's a very strong case for adapting this
How
definitely.
long have you been, how much
I
time has
feel-
gone into
I mean,
developing this tool?
Between you and me, I feel this is a SaaS kind of a module. What you see is what you get. If you don't like it, don't buy it. It's
No, of
simple. You don't
course.
like it, don't do it. I mean, if it was a complicated product where I have to explain the department this and a department that and a department that, if anyone in this room couldn't understand that tool, it's not meant for them. It's simple.
Fair
Thank
enough.
you very much.
Fair enough.
Sorry, cocky, but I'm saying that's how SaaS is built, right?
That's
Do
true.
you go and ask a SaaS ke, tum aake meko convince karo, then I will go and get Zoho or a Freshworks or something? You don't, right?
Nobody
What
does.
you see is what you get. When
That's
you go,
true.
buy it, click it, you like it, take it.
Yeah, the future is very bright because
No,
the operational mistakes, like as an operator, somebody, one classical example is you open the operating room doors so many times during an operation is linked to infection. A lot of studies happened manually long back. Now this tool will help me tell, okay, fine, this many times you've opened and this is what is the infection which has happened. So this is all operationally, lot of wrong practices will get corrected over a period of time, by implementing this.
Yeah, and
Yeah, can I add to that?
Please,
So we
please.
were talking about infection control. So one of the things this tool does is, it's a great benefit for infection control actually, because what we're dealing with is, with infection control is invisible. It's airflow, it's invisible. How do you deal with that? This tool makes it visible, not in the sense of visible, you can see with your eye, but in terms of data. It makes it visible. What we were talking about, things like leaks through doors. When you simulate, you'll realize where the leaks are happening. How it helps in design, for example, is, when we design isolation rooms in ICUs, there is no science yet that we're using to design where in an ICU unit you put isolation rooms. We discussed with the projects team, in some cases we put it near the door, the entry of the ICU unit, thinking the closer you segregate the isolated patient, the minute you enter an ICU room, you segregate the isolation patient, it is better. In some cases, we put it right at the end, otherwise everybody passes through the isolation spaces. There is really no data to say which is the best location, how cross-contamination happens, how airflow moves. There's no data, we're just planning. This would really help if you simulate and understand where the leaks are happening, where the cross-contamination is happening. Once you do that, we can actually take very strong data-driven decisions and help with infection control, because we can't see infection otherwise.
Yeah, and that's been a recurring theme since the morning today. Infection control is contagious through the air. Do we have, let's open the floor for questions. It's been such a fascinating discussion so far. Please. Get the mic there, please. AI tool.
AI tool. Is ready to, buy? Is it in the market for us to buy?
Currently it's a service-oriented industry. It's not a full SaaS, while I'd like it to be. It is service-oriented. Can you put my screen up, please? So what I was showing you was more a zoning layout and how information layers it, because it makes life easier for anyone to look at information. But a true digital twin is what you're seeing here right now, that every conduit, every duct, every pipe, every sprinkler, every support is modeled. So what you're looking at in that interface, I would call it a more management interface. What I showed you all with the AR and what this really is what a project team would follow in some sense. So again, just for example, when you open this layout, I just want to point out that how technology helps. If I zoom in, that is actually the bill of materials for all the piping that has to get done. Every elbow, every bend, every T-junction is in that Excel sheet, which is with the drawing.
Yeah.
So typically when you would tender something, you tender it with BOQ, whereas BOQ is not what a contractor is buying and installing. It is the unit rate that you are paying for whatever material they're assembling. Effectively, what Digital Twin can do is bring you back to that old school of delivering projects. We can directly procure material. It's cheaper. With Cloud9, we do it. We've built 32 of them. And every project has 42 different contracts, 17 for building and all the others for supply items. So again, like I said, anyone who's lazy, Digital Twin is not the tool for it. A lazy company would say, कि एक जन को turnkey दे दो, उसको करने दो जो करना है. So yes, to answer your question, with a service backed, it's ready for delivery, but it's not fully SaaS yet.
Okay, so I got my second question answered because you're doing for Cloud9. So our facilities are similar, mother and child hospital. So you can do a project for a mother and child hospital. You don't have a ceiling that the hospital project should be 1 lakh square.
We're doing 7,000 square foot is the smallest project we're doing in this.
Yeah,
कि
there's
जिसको
no-
जानना है मेरा conduit इधर ही जाएगा.
Yeah.
It's for them.
There's no minimum scale, but just by virtue of what this does, which is develops templates and room data sheets to use it as an aid further, it actually best serves projects that are part of a network, and single specialty is a very good model to benefit from this.
Because we have a team of architects and construction. How will you fit in? You will be replacing the architects, or you will be?
Yes, I mean this is a
I don't know.
This is a tool that we use to aid in our design at the moment. That's how we're using it right now. So yes, this is right now an in-house tool that we're developing to help in our design work as architects and consultants.
So just for reference, that's a Cloud9 drawing. So the last 14 Cloud9s have been built with 100% digital twin. Even the conduits and the saddles in the conduits are modeled with junction boxes. So if you ask Ravi today, the CEO of Cloud9, he last year told me that whether I walk into an OPD room in this city or whether I walk into an OPD room in that city, whether I walk into an IPD room in this city or whether, he knows exactly where the conduit is going to go, he knows exactly where the firefighting pipe is going to go, he knows exactly where everything is. So for them it's becoming easier for facility management also, क्योंकि एक facility पे train किया तो सब पे train हो गया ना, क्योंकि उसी जगह पे है सब कुछ, नई जगह पे ढूंढने नहीं जाना है.
Just a quick clarification here to my panelists. In the morning, Dr. Kishore Kumar mentioned that Cloud9 has worked on their own HMS. Was this what he was referring to?
No, not yet.
That's
they're
different.
integrating that. That's a conversation. I don't know when it will happen.
It's operational. That's a medical aspect.
I see. Okay.
This is different. So we'll
A
get in
different
touch
system.
with you. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Last question here from this gentleman, and then we. Yes.
With this tool?
Actually, the question was in case
Like,
infection
for example,
control examples.
Yeah. Like air leakages is one what you were saying just.
I can answer that because MEP, anything with infection control. So I'll tell you one thing. Infection control can only be analyzed if you're running a CFD analysis. Otherwise, everything is more Maya. Matlab, you can do a manual calculation, you can have an Excel sheet, all sorts. CFD is very expensive yet. I mean, it's not as expensive as it used to be. We are trying to integrate it into the platform so you don't have to pay anything extra for it. But if you really are truly wanting to get infection control, it is CFD analysis of both design case and real case. After that, everything that anyone says is more a precaution or a best practice that you can take. But if you want science to back it, to the T, it has to be a CFD analysis, design stage, post-design stage.
So that's attributable to only the air leakages, what you are suggesting. Not anything, any other examples, isn't it?
See, operationally, there will be a lot of things coming in. You overdo certain things, you underdo certain things on a practice. So, all that over a period of time, with the data being available, not for today, at least for tomorrow or day after, it will help. You have a platform, then a lot of data being available. Future is bright. That's what.
To answer your question again, what I said to him as well, that like business ERP is a sunrise. Like that operational compliance is also sunrise with this. For example, CCTV analytics are very advanced. There's so many other equipment that you can put in. Most of every equipment now is working on a Bluetooth mesh, not even a Wi-Fi mesh, which was earlier the problem. So, I mean, it's a case of finding the right hardware or a set of hardware to fulfill a purpose. But you're right, only a CFD alone is probably not going to cut it.
Yeah, CFD is a very expensive process. Like 1992 was the first when you did the laminar flow design basis, 1992. And now I think 2026 is the next, which is happening in Norway. The lab is already set up in Norway. So you see, after 1992, the change has happened after so many years. So it's very expensive and need a lot of scientific things to go in on an analysis. But this will help operationally a lot of things. We are very bad in, you get good facilities, but we operate it bad. So those things will get corrected with the information available. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. And it's very interesting to see this. It's as you rightly pointed out, it's a sunrise technology, and there's so many things to discover and learn about this interesting AI tool, which we will do over the networking break and over the coming days. And it looks very good and very promising. The future is bright for the
Thank you.
Sunrise technology. So thank you very much for introducing this to us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for having us.
And what a coincidence, ladies and gentlemen, that our next panel discussion happens to be on operational excellence in hospitals, how to do more with less. This tool is the essence of operational excellence and doing more with less. Right, Akhil? Absolutely. Right, so the moderator for this discussion is Dr. Balkrishna Shetty. Please help me welcome on stage Dr. Balkrishna Shetty he is the Pro-Chancellor and Professor of Radiology at Mala Reddy University in Isha Diagnostics. Welcome, Doctor. And I'd also like to introduce our panelists, starting with Mr. Joseph Pasanga, who is the Group CEO of Sparsh Hospital. Mr. Joseph Pasanga, can you please come forward? We also have Dr. Colonel Mahendra Kumar, who's the Director of Medical Services at Kaveri Hospital. Also, Mrs. Manisha Kumar, who's the Chief Operating Officer of the South Region in Karnataka Healthcare Global. Please help me welcome Mr. Shivakumar P., who's the Senior Director of IT and CIO at Manipal Health Enterprises. And finally, Major Dr. Shivakumar Hirmat, who's the Director of Operations at Ramaya Medical College and Hospital. So, Dr. Balkrishna, the last half an hour we've heard all about doing more with less and operational excellence. We'd like you to analyze this topic further and take it forward for the next half an hour or so. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. We had a lot of discussion on, artificial intelligence, DL, ML, and everything. Of course, it is just like whatever industrial revolution we had in the 19th century, then technological revolution, now it is artificial intelligence resolution. I don't know whether this AI is a double-edged sword or is it a bubble which is going to burst. I do not know as far as the healthcare is considered. But I'll give you, within 2 minutes, I'll give you one real-time experience. As a Vice Chancellor, I was addressing almost 500 MBBS students, first-year MBBS students. They had just cleared their 10+2, that means PUC, they are pre-university students. They're all sitting like this, about 400 students. And I started asking them one by one. I asked them to keep their mobile down and ask a question. First of all, I asked them, this muscle is there, which is a first-year MBBS question. What is the nerve supply of this muscle? This muscle is called, which muscle is this? Biceps. Biceps, everybody knows, but I asked the muscle, the nerve supply of that muscle. Anybody knows? Okay, so nobody answered that question. Then after that, I asked them the second-year MBBS question. What is the organism responsible for Salmonella typhi? Anybody knows? Nobody answered that. Then my dean and my principal asked me, sir, what you are asking questions for first-year MBBS students? They have just entered the MBBS school. I said, keep quiet, don't worry. I asked the third question. What is, the fourth-year MBBS question? What is the drug of choice for multiple myeloma? Nobody answered. After that, I asked all the students to take out their mobile phone and told fastest finger first. What is the nerve supply of the biceps muscle? All the hands came up. They said, sir, musculocutaneous nerve. Second year question, what is the organism responsible for typhoid fever? Sir, Salmonella typhi. Fourth year question, sir, what is the drug responsible important for multiple myeloma? Sir, melphalan. So then the final question comes to all the students. Okay, now you know everything about first year, second year, third year, fourth year, and fifth year. What you are going to do for the next 4.5 years? That was the question I asked all my students. So today, knowledge is not the power for any student. So we had a lot of knowledge discussion here. We had so many people presenting here. So that knowledge is not the power. The practical implementation or skill is the power. So I told all my students, what you need to do is to talk to each and every patient, examine the patient. That is very important, rather than showing your beautiful marks card, 90%, 95%, 99.99%. All those things have gone. Your beautiful looking mask card is not at all important. So what is the skilling which is important? So with these few things, I would like to know, I would like to introduce my panelists here, Dr. Joseph from Sparsh Hospital. I think he has not come. He has not come. Okay. So good, we have got more time for our panelists here. So anybody wants to join this panel because This topic is interesting. If anybody else wants to volunteer to join this panel, most welcome, because Manisha is also not there, and Joseph also. So Mahendra sir is there from Kaveri Hospital. So then we have got Shwankar? Hiramat. Shiva Hiramat is there from MSR. So we discuss a lot, okay? Just like in AI and everything from the... Oh, okay, very good.
I'm Dr. Deepak Balani from the Gleneagles Healthcare.
Oh, very good.
I'd like to join Dr. Mahendra was my colleague and from the same...
Welcome, Deepak. I appreciate that.
I'm proud and sitting next to Dr. Mahendra.
So now the question starts, like the question is like, okay, you have got a patient care. Everything is, when I join my university, I tell them I got only two responsibility. Number one, to take care of my students, and number two, take care of my patients. So whatever innovation we are talking about is to take care of our patients. That is very, very important. Whatever it is, I don't know whether you talk about AI, DL, ML, or whatever it is. So starting from infrastructure, patient service, patient care, and all those things. So HR, construction, patient service, and patient treatment. So shall I start with the Mahendra sir? And what are these cost-effective, patterns or cost-effective projects which have undertaken in your hospital? 3 minutes.
First of all, to streamline operational efficiency in a medical institution, we need to first understand that the clinician's time is most important, because they have to spend enough time in the clinical process. So the rest of the non-clinical aspects have to be streamlined in such a way that the patients don't waste time in other non-clinical work. Like if the appointment starts on app or through the booking platforms, so a lot of time is saved when they reach the hospital. So the appointment is already booked, payment is already done, so they need not stand in the queue and waste another 10-15 minutes registering their names or payment of anything at all. So they straight away, they can get into the hospital queue and wait for the doctor's visit. From there onwards, the efficiency comes in understanding that when the doctor has a clinical process to be set in, same like this, hospital operations also should have a set of processes, standardized protocols across every levels, from OPD up to the inpatient admission until discharge. Even a hospital designing layout matters a lot. Like for example, if the radiology and the laboratory are very closer to the emergency department, it saves a lot of time in the treatment time taken for diagnosis, as well as ensuring that the complete care is given on time. So these are some of the initiatives what I thought can help. And extensive use of digital platforms. The HMS is one of the most important tool. Almost every hospital adopts it. By doing this, lot of data is fed into the system already, because of which it is easily traceable, that there is a flow which is understandable and seen by every stakeholder in the entire hospital process. Okay. The other thing is taking the patient's feedback. Taking the patient feedback is most important aspect to ensure that the person who is actually undergoing the entire process in the hospital, facing the entire operations part of it, he actually gives us a valuable feedback back to us to understand where are the flaws, and we take it very seriously.
Yeah, okay. I want to take it from where sir left. He said knowledge is not power really today. But what exactly is power is application of that knowledge is power. So as teaching hospitals, there is, especially when you call universities, when we define a university, we say, what is a university? We say it is a place where knowledge is created. So we have Now, what is that we don't have then for an operational purpose in the hospital? I have the best of the human resource, technology-wise. I have the best of the technology. I can. And we have, from morning we have been there. But the processes somewhere is not getting in line. So probably that is where we need to understand how the processes have to be aligned. For example, in the previous session, somebody was speaking about NABH assessors giving lot of NCs. And accordingly, the architects, the design consultants are being asked, no, I want this is the NC that I have been raised. The thing is here, there should be people who understand the intent of the standard rather than going into the nitty-gritty of the non-compliance. Similarly, now I will go to one more operational aspect, because nowadays you have seen the patient is not the payer. It's either the insurance, and the insurance may be the government or maybe the private insurance. And in teaching hospitals, there is a mandate that from the medical council or the national medical council, whatever we call it now, that this is the number of teaching faculty that I should have, this is the number of structure that's already defined. So I really have no problem in that. Maybe attrition is something that I would like to deal it separately. But now how to, then what is less? The less is, I have people, I have processes, but the less is now nobody is willing to pay. The insurance agent wants to cut me on costs. Finally, the patient outcome is the expectations are high, but the government will never pay as an insurance, because when I say nowadays that there are a lot of schemes that is coming up, and there is something called Sandhya Yojana, there is something called Vayo Vandana. So they are trying to include all sections of the society into the government social security scheme. Now how do the patients are coming in, they are asking for the service, but my fixed cost cannot come down. I have to I have to pay to my fixed costs. Now only what am I left? How I have to meet the small packages that I have been offered is by streamlining my processes and cutting on things which, if I cannot increase my rack rates, my cost of service, and at the same time I cannot leave my patient also, because I get the patients from these insurance people only. So that is how only when we stabilize on operations we'll be able to perform well.
Thank you very much. I invite Dr. Joseph. He has come from Sparsh. He's here. He was on the panel. Deepak, he has come? No, okay. No problem. So let's move forwards. I again, once again request the panelists to focus more into operational excellence in hospitals, doing more with the less, and your practical experience. Okay, we have got, I'll ask one question. This question will go to Deepak. Deepak, you already was a panelist in the previous session. So AI-powered HIS, RIS, PACS, IoT-enabled ICU monitoring. Are you managing ICUs?
I have worked in ICUs for...
Okay, so this question to all of you. So AI-powered HIS, RIS, and PACS, IoT-enabled ICU monitoring, command centers with the predictive analysis, digital twins for infrastructure optimization. I don't know how many of these protocols you have implemented. And can you tell me whether it has helped you in patient management and cutting down your costs?
Actually, Dr. Balakrishna's question is actually futuristic. In my experience, I have not actually come across, though it has been touted every now and then, if you look at it in the rigid sense of that term. Though, as a concept, yes, there is a great degree of progress. Just to kind of reiterate, I would say, HIS, as you know, started off with ERP, that means supply chain and billing kind of a system, and then it advanced to include the CLIMS or lab, lab management systems, radiology information systems, That's the diagnostics part of it, and then which are more standardized and so on, and then went deeper and deeper and deeper into services. Folks, you will know that the basic difference in services industry is that services is much more individualized. A lot more customization happens, and as clinicians we will say no two patients are the same, though both of them have multiple myeloma. They may not well respond to the same melphalan even if they are the same stage of disease, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of customization. That is what we try to say, that medicine is an art and not a science. So if we look at basically, we have a core clinical care offered by the clinicians. There are paramedical services, maybe nursing, diagnostics, and so on. And then you have other services related to this, maybe pharmacy, maybe biomedical engineering, maybe medical records. And then you have one step further away, other like supply chain management, let us say, engineering and maintenance services. We talk quite a lot about housekeeping, or let us say now they said disinfection crew is what we call them, I would think, from today. But so those are the kind of services which are in the healthcare ecosystem as such. It makes for a very spicy Arthur Haley kind of a novel, let's say. So, but we will find that the further away we go from the core element of services, which is individualized patient care, the easier it becomes to automate and provide greater and greater inputs, which is probably the low-hanging fruits to a great extent, which is taken up and implemented already in organized healthcare as such. What Professor Shetty is now asking us is the core healthcare, the critical care as such, do we see anything as such? I will say, see, the major difference between critical care and the regular patient, be it outpatient being treated from home or in the inpatient in a hospital in a routine ward or room. Core difference is the critical care patient needs either intensive care or intensive monitoring because his condition can worsen. Arrhythmia can happen in a matter of seconds. There are multiple things which come in because you will find that there are immense number of gadgets in an ICU, and it cannot function without that. The core gadgets are, let us say, monitoring and life support systems, two categories of gadgets. There are others which are support kind of infrastructure over there. Do we have IT in that? Yes, in the sense that, let us say, for instance, ventilators. You have n number of modes, very, very complex to understand even for postgraduate intensivists like me. And every 1-2 years, you'll come across new and newer. Now we have this thing, I don't want to take the, okay, now NAVA mode, something, Getting has introduced it. Now they say that rather than risk.
Okay, you can finish in 30 seconds.
Pardon?
You can finish in 30 seconds. Okay,
right.
Because
So all these instruments actually, they're getting smarter and smarter. They're getting more and more integrated with the backbone, which is the HIS. And there's this concept of eICU. I think that is what one would think of as the development.
Thank you, Deepak. Thank you, Deepak. Now, next question goes to the equipments in the hospital, okay? The next question will go to Mahendra, and also I'll open it to the entire audience here. Now, looking at, starting from the mobile phone, which is available from 10,000 to 1 lakh to 20 lakhs or something like that. As a radiologist, so many times the vendors will come to me that say, this is a 1 Tesla MRI, this is a 3 Tesla MRI, 1.2 Tesla MRI will cost you around 5 crores, whereas the 3 Tesla MRI will cost you 10 crores. As a radiologist, I don't find any difference between 1 Tesla MRI and the 3 Tesla MRI, unless you are doing a lot of research. I don't think any of the hospitals do research here. So the vendors, there are so many vendors who are giving you so many equipment, okay? And the application of this equipment, may it be the ultra, maybe the mobile, maybe the computer, there is no limit for the technology which is available in this equipment. But the applications, as you rightly said, the application and implementation of these products for day-to-day patient care will not be very, very significant. So how do you take a decision on this so that it is cost-effective? Mahendra, sir. Next it will go to the audience, they can give their opinion.
The science keeps evolving day by day, and technology also keeps improving. New diagnostics will keep getting innovated, improvised. Every time there are thousands of companies across the world, all into the business of developing healthcare into making it better and better, make it faster, more accurate, every time. So there will be a lot of design improvements, size, shape, the kind of inputs, what you give, the kind of output, what the machine can give you, artificial intelligence getting into the diagnostics, everything will keep adding. Finally, at the end point, it boils down to the clinician's acumen finally. Because it is the clinician who has to finally take a decision what matters to him to ensure that there is a proper diagnosis happening which can suit the patient's requirement at that point of a time. But with advent of technology, yes, obviously when there is a new equipment coming into the market, it comes with an cost. If a 1.5 Tesla is costing 3 crores, obviously a 3 Tesla has to cost more. It can't be just 3.5 crores again. So obviously there will be a cost addition. So when a new hospital is being built, probably all these things can be added into the cost of the project. But when an existing hospital has to modernize or have to go further, it's again a call which the management has to take judiciously, because every new equipment need not fit your requirement on a day-to-day basis. And if there's going to be a secondary or a tertiary care, you may not really need those high-end gadgets all the time. So much of automation to the extent of where it can minimize your staff time, improve your operational efficiency has to be adopted. But every fancy thing need not be entertained also as well.
So that question is open to the audience now.
Yeah,
I'll ask you to speak next after the audience, because I want to get the opinion of the audience. The innovations in technology, what the vendors present to you in their PPTs and also multiple presentations. Do you think it has really helped you in patient care, or whether it has really 100% it will enhance your cost? Today you are talking about doing more with less cost. So 100% it will enhance your cost by at least by 30 to 40%. But whether it has helped your patient or not, anybody? Subhai sir.
Sir, I don't have an answer. Even I struggle for this.
Okay. That is a real question we have to.
Because we all buy, MS equipment being a neonatologist. It's very difficult to read a vendor's mind.
Oh, okay.
So what we do is, we
Mic,
have a
please.
set standards.
Mic, please. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. We have a set standard and we keep working on it, and it's a struggle for me also. Thank you.
How can you come out of that struggle? Any suggestions?
Anybody can add. Thank you.
Two answers for that, sir. 2 points. First thing is I should see whether it is answering my problem statement. Whether, for example, you talked about the Tesla, the upgradation was a 1.3 or the lesser version. So if it is, what is my client load, and if it is answering my problem statement, yes, I will go for that technology, the higher technology or whatever is new in the market. But if it is not answering my problem statement to my satisfaction based on whatever is my clinical load, and if it is not answering, I think I will say I do not require that. That's a very straight thing.
I have one solution. I don't know how much you'll accept it or not. Because if I start my own private practice, I would know which is the best CT scan machine or the best ultrasound machine. I still remember when one of the topmost hospitals started here in Japanese collaboration. There was so many biomedical engineers sitting there from the topmost hospitals from Bombay, Breach Candy Hospital, Just Lock. All these biomedical engineers were sitting there, and they're assessing what is the strength of this magnet, what is the slew rate, that rate. There are so many parameters. Just like you say, when in car there are so many manufacturers. In MRI there are about 1,000 parameters to compare. They're comparing a ultrasound, GE, Siemens, everything they're comparing. And that minute, my friend, she just took me and said, look at this Dr. Balkrishna Shetty. He has got his own diagnostic center. What machine has to be purchased, he will finalize within 5 minutes. And within 5 minutes, and that hospital gave almost like a 32 crore order to a particular company. Within 5 minutes. So what I'm telling is, the best solution is to find out who is doing the private practice using that machine. He will be the best person to give you the solution. Otherwise, you may think, okay, he has got a lot of connection with the vendors or something like that, which I don't want to concentrate today. So let us go back. Subhai, you want to say? 30
Sir,
seconds.
I
30
agree with
seconds.
you, sir. Nowadays, what I've done is, I've made the radiologist to talk to the vendors.
Most important.
And we get a different price, with the radiologist and
Yes.
for us.
Yes.
So always I feel a thumb rule is, whenever they get quote, 30% less we should ask. That's my secret way of analysis.
So that's what is doing more with the less investment. Oh, coming to the last question, as far as the infrastructure is considered, we have got a lot of, as far the equipment is considered, and now coming to infrastructure, we have got a lot of innovative ideas like, the fabricated building and all those things. I don't know much about these things. Can you put some idea on these things, Mahendra? Fabricated infrastructure for hospitals.
You mean to say those modular designs?
Modular designs, yes.
Okay.
Do you cut costs in that, or is it only temporary, or is it useful for the long run?
I have not handled projects per se, but then to my experience, what I have seen during building stages and having seen, definitely when somebody makes a fit to design to fit exactly into a modular one, it will save time, because by the time your construction is happening, side by side, it is the designing of that particular, the infrastructure is happening at a factory outside. So it saves a lot of time, because it's going to be only a plug and play type, where they hardly take few days only to fit it, and you can start getting it operational. Otherwise, unless your floor is ready, you call the traditional way of the carpenter or the mason or anybody who is going to come lay the things inside, then they're going to take those extra time inside. So definitely those modular ones will save you time in the cost, in the completion of the projects, but it will come with an extra cost.
Okay, good. The final question, just 2 minutes, okay? The final question is, I've been listening to all the vendors, all the presenters. You have got a lot of beautiful presentations, how to construct a hospital, how to manage a hospital, how to, take care of the patient. I just want to know whether you can develop a AI tool wherein patient can say, I don't want this treatment at all. I want to be discharged as soon as possible. I want to go home. Or a terminally ill patient who is a cancer patient who is still struggling in the hospitals, he can tell you something that I want to go home early. Or some patient who doesn't want a surgery, whether can you develop an AI on that? So that patient can tell you whether I don't need this, I want to go home, I don't want this surgery, I'm already struggling in the ICU. It's a real question which all the patients are asking for that. Can you develop an AI for that? That is a challenge for all those doing AI. Okay, with these few things, now I'll open any question from the audience. This is a question, yes. Those who are developing AI, can you develop an AI for a patient who is in the hospital because he doesn't want to stay much more than few more days in the hospital, whether he wants to go home, whether he doesn't want this treatment, all those things, can you get it from the patient? Yeah. Good. Huh? Yes, it can be possible. It is possible. So that patient can tell me, I need this care, I don't need this care, I want to go home as soon as possible. So that's a feedback mechanism that you're talking about. Yes. Can you develop an AI on that? Yes. No hospital will like that. No hospital would like to have that. Okay.
AI itself is in an infant stage.
Okay. Good. Okay. Any questions? I give the mic there.
Comment on that question actually.
Okay.
I'm sure the answer is yes.
Okay.
Kind of work that AI is doing, we can do. I'll take it the question further and ask you, why do you actually want to do that?
Because I feel a lot of patients think that they are unnecessarily staying in the hospital.
So I think that's my point.
Or they are getting treatment unnecessarily, even though the treatment or the outcome is not very good.
Yeah, so that's my point. Whether an AI solution is actually solving that why or not, or are we just transposing somebody's, one body taking decision to something else? So are we solving that real problem the patient faces with, traditional way of medicine? That's the question that AI needs to ask the mental health.
Okay. Okay.
My thoughts on this is, yes, we can.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Arun, orthopedic surgeon, practicing in Yelahanka. And my thoughts about this is, yes, definitely we can develop an AI which which can give an predictable time of discharge. See, for example, like how we, like ASA grade, depending upon the ASA grade, we will take the patient to the operation theater. A young patient, 25 years, comes with a just finger injury, and we operate and we keep them for 2 days or 3 days in a traditional 1 day or 2 days. We need not keep them. Like recently, I got a patient from London. He got a fracture of the finger, and he has come for holiday. I operated and discharged within 2.5 hours. Okay, he was 25 years, no comorbidities. Just we operated and put him on oral antibiotics and send him home after 2.5 to 3 hours.
Okay.
So like this, with the use of AI, we can categorize all the patients with the pre-morbid conditions and what conditions they have and what kind of anesthesia we'll be doing surgery and what kind of patients or the conditions which need prolonged antibiotics or prolonged painkillers so that they can stay in the hospital. Otherwise, we can discharge them early with the oral painkillers and antibiotics. This will definitely reduce the patient stay in the hospital and also will increase the trust in the patients, with the patients, and we can maximize our potential. Okay. We need not build 300, 400 bed hospitals. We can operate 75 bed hospitals with efficiency. We can do much more number of cases. Thereby, we can reduce the cost to the patient as well.
Good.
I would like to...
Thank you very much.
Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Kalpajit. I head the emergency at Vaidhi Hospitals. So, AI is not going to replace clinicians. AI is not going to replace the doctors. AI is just a tool, right? So, AI should not become the trustee of our healthcare. So, AI should help us in decision making. AI should help us in anticipate things. But when a patient, a cancer patient or a moribund patient or a patient on a deathbed wants to decide on his treatment plan, AI should not take the decision, but AI can help us with evidences and to anticipate what can be the outcome. And we are the ones who should talk to the patient.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
I just want to add one point.
Shall we take questions over Pandora's box?
Just one point.
I think one point.
So
Okay.
I'm Dr. Sandeep D'Souza from Zakra World Hospital.
Sandeep. Tell me, Sandeep. Okay, nice to see you.
Before you ask a question, just is everybody okay with sacrificing lunch for 10 minutes?
No, 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
2 minutes.
If you're okay, we're okay.
Okay, Sandeep has got a lot of inputs on it. Oh, go ahead, Sandeep.
This is about, if we have advanced directives from the patient available with us, and that can be incorporated into our HIS and layered with AI, which will then direct our clinicians based on the advanced directives of the patient that, do not proceed further. So sometimes, of course, this concept of advanced directives is very new for our patients. It's difficult for them to talk about the end stage, when everybody is hale and hearty. But I think it's something which we should encourage people, at least above a certain age, to discuss this within their families and come out with an advanced directive and register that with the hospitals, and then maybe layer that with AI, and then maybe AI can help the patient, help us take a decision.
Good.
I
Very
just
good.
want to add one thing.
Okay. Your name?
I'm Dr.
Introduce.
Akash. I'm the associate professor at IHM Bangalore,
Okay.
leading Animal Center AI. So what you're saying, develop, the AI is already there. If you use GORC and you upload your medical reports, the GORC would technically give the details like what should be your average length of stay. But then it's again a predictive model where basically it looks at the data that is thrown into US healthcare from the EHRs and says, okay, if this is a condition, maybe you'll stay for this much period. So that's how tech is technically building on layers of LLM. So even MedGamma does that. The problem is that how much we should believe on what the model is saying, because at the end it's just getting population data and trying to apply it for one single person. But it's available. You upload data on GORC, it will give the same results. Like it will tell you what should be your ALOS for that condition.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much so far. Okay, last one.
Hi. Hi, sir. Nikhil here. I mean, from a technological point, it is possible, right? But how much of it should we leave it for the patient to take the decision is something we are not sure of. So in that aspect, one thing we would like to try is if the patient can upload their data and it actually shoots it into 3 or 4 second or third opinions, and then the AI can summarize on what the expert medical advice is before they actually take a decision for themselves. patients are always in an emotional state. They might want to leave, and that might not be the right decisions. And probably as medical professionals, you don't want to encourage that, right? So if there is a decision coming and as a suggestion coming from multiple places, then yes, you can guide them.
Yes, what I would like to say is for everybody, all those who are developing this AI and patient care, I would like to say always patient is the boss. Remember, patient is the boss, and we should focus on patient care rather than enhancing the number of patients. The moment you focus on patient care, your revenue will increase, exponentially. That is very important. So patient should be given some importance, what he wants, what is the treatment, because he may be in the bed and his relatives may not be able to answer that question, but AI should be able to give the patient input for the hospital and for the doctors who are taking care of the patient. With these few words, I thank the organizer for giving me an opportunity, Suresh in particular, and also my panelists, Mahendra and Dr. Hireman, and Dr. Sandeep. And also those who have participated in the discussion, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Balakrishna, for such an interesting and engaging discussion. So much participation. You flipped it on the audience by asking the audience question. That was a good move. Thank you very much on the stroke of lunch. And thank you very much for participating in the conversation as well. Before we break for lunch, can I request everybody in the conference today, sir, can I request everybody in the conference today to please come forward for a photo shoot? We'd like to take a photo to capture this moment, and then we'll break for lunch after that, and we'll continue the conference post-lunch. So for now, can everybody please come forward? Please come forward towards the stage area. Some can be seated, some can be standing upwards over here on the stage. We're going to capture this moment and then break for lunch. Welcome back, and hope you had a hearty lunch. Now, our post-lunch panel discussion, the topic of the discussion today is AI, automation, and patient-centric care, redefining healthcare delivery. In fact, we spoke about it briefly just prior to lunch, where Dr. Balakrishna flipped the script and asked the audience question about what AI had to do and if AI had to make a decision. So that turned out to be a very interesting conversation, and we're going to explore this a little bit more. So let me invite our panelists first on the stage, starting with Mr. Pankaj Gautam, who's the Chief Tech Officer of Healthcare Global. Mr. Pankaj, can we please have you on the stage? Also, please welcome Dr. Sandeep D'Souza, who's the Chief of Medical Services at Sakra World Hospital. Thank you, thank you. We also have Dr. Utkarsh Agarwal, who's the Center Head of Mazumdar Shaw Medical Center at Narayana Health. Dr. Utkarsh has been with us in the past as well. Welcome back. We also have Dr. Kalpajit Banik, who's the Medical Director of Eminent Healthcare Consultant and Head of Emergency Medicine at Vaidehi Super Specialty Hospital. Also, please welcome Mr. Vinayak Chakravarti, who's the Business Leader of Apollo Spectra Hospitals. And finally, our moderator for this discussion is Dr. Akash Gajanan, who is the Associate Professor and Lead at Admire IIHMR, Bengaluru. Dr. Akash, please come on the stage. So we have discussed this topic in quite a bit of detail already in the morning, but now it's up to you to put the spotlight on this and tell us exactly how AI, automation, and basic patient-centric healthcare can redefine healthcare delivery. It's over to you. Wherever you like.
Good afternoon and welcome back. I think the only thing that is automatic after the lunch is sleep. So hopefully we should not sleep through the session. And I think before we start, I will just give an idea about how India has been working around for the public sector, maybe from the public health perspective. Last month we were in Beed district, Maharashtra. If anyone knows Beed district, it's basically somewhere in the dry region of Maharashtra. And we were working for NHS project, the National Health Authorities project, on scan and share. So scan and share is something that a QR code which is pasted in the hospital's wall, and as a patient I go and scan it, and if I have ABHA ID, my records would technically be synced with the HMIs of hospital. Value addition wise, what NHS said and what we tried to evaluate was also that how much time a patient saves by scanning that QR code rather than waiting in a line to get his OP slip, which basically is a minor function in a hospital. Interestingly, when we looked qualitatively, like what patient has been gaining, what insights we came out where that even a very basic Indian knows that QR code means automation. They know how to scan it, how to use the app, and that kind of depth of ease of technology we have built around in last maybe 10 years or maybe lesser than that, and maybe post could increase that. So be it a rural India, be it urban, semi-urban, we know the value of what is automation, how to use technology, how to use apps. And the thing that only urban centers were looking for automation or maybe a better convenience has really shifted out. And quantifiably, it reduced approximately 5 minutes per patient, but then for OPD of at least 150 to 300 patients per day, that 5 minutes really added much value in the time and space saved when they actually were going from OPD token generation to the consultation with the physician. So that's where I think the automation really has a value. And in healthcare sector, it's much more prominent when we have 1.4 billion Indians who actually want to look at the healthcare. I think starting from that, I would like to welcome all the panelists. And I think my first question is kind of looking at the strategy of healthcare. So sir, it's for you. Basically, we are in the era where healthcare or let us say AI is getting a lot of, I can say, as a trajectory from money resources. And everything keeps on changing. Today we are talking about RAG, tomorrow we'll talk about MCP, and then we'll go to maybe neurosymbolic AI. So things are moving much, much faster. And from that perspective, if you are in a healthcare organization, how should you strategize your AI automation plans, or how should you focus on looking what should be my priority for today and maybe how can I plan for tomorrow?
Thank you, Dr. Akash, for that question. Delighted to be here, everybody. Good afternoon and welcome back after a very hectic lunch. Hectic and hearty lunch. Hearty lunch. So I mean, I think in terms of AI strategy for implementation, the key word is, the implementation. That's I think the most tricky bit. Of course, it needs to be well funded, needs to be well thought out. And I also think, AI implementation in silos will not really get you the biggest gains. If it has to be, it has to be an organization-wide strategy. Yes, you may have bits and pieces here and there, but it needs to be organized across the organization, whatever aspects that you're trying to automate. So that's what I think should be the strategy. And of course, with AI and technology and automation, it is expensive. Of course, our patients have to pay for it at the end of the day. So we need to keep that in mind. But I don't think, just only keeping the finances in mind is the right thing. There are so many other outcomes which we should also look at, what AI can really bring to the table. And we should try to focus on that, get our budgets approved for, the strategy with a good game plan and organization-wide. This is what my submission.
I think I have a follow-up question on that. See, with your experience in implementing some of the AI projects, what do you think has really worked or has a potential to work in future in terms of a hospital or a healthcare sector? And maybe what is that one that is a resource running black hole if we look from the implementation of AI, like something should not be automated. So what is your take on that?
So, I mean, of course, there are various aspects of the hospital process which can be automated and enhanced with AI. I think the biggest gainers or the ones where the implementation is the most would possibly be in revenue cycle, because it's very simple to understand, the ROIs are quick, and money can be committed to it quite quickly because it can come back quite easily. So revenue cycles is where the most amount of automation and AI is going and will go for sure. But other than this, of course, there are so many other aspects in the hospital, and as a clinician, one of the areas which comes in that area is diagnostics. So diagnostics, as we all know from our operating experiences, diagnostics is a huge bottleneck, whether it's radiology, whether it's lab. And we talk about that, we talk about accuracy, we talk about reporting, we talk about, there are so many things, aspects to it. So it is a big bottleneck. So for us to really get help from automation and AI will be a huge boon, not only in terms of simple processes, but also in terms of outcomes for patients, in terms of quicker decision making. So that's what I feel, with the radiology, with the diagnostics aspect. There's another aspect, which is of course, again, a very big pain point for all of us is OPD services. And OPD services, again, is a place where it cannot be really quantified in terms of money and those kind of things. It has a different quantification, which is, patient satisfaction. So if patients can be more organized for their appointments, so appointment scheduling, queue management, important for all of us, documentation, clinical documentation, important for all, big pain point for all of us, clinical documentation. So, if all this can be automated and AI layered on that to give us good productivity, good patient satisfaction, I think we would have done our job. So that's the third one. Another one which also comes to mind is discharge process. Discharge process, again, I think all of us know, huge pain area. Okay, huge pain area, multiple teams working together, to get the patient out of the hospital safely and with accurate information. So again, there's a huge requirement here for automation and AI. Whether it is, discharge summary, summarizing, whether it is, maybe coordinating between the teams, maybe it could be even planning discharges, maybe it could be even, signaling about average length of stays and, things like this. So these are some of the areas, but of course, there's a lot of caveats here, as we are getting into all this automation and all these things. Very important caveat for all of us should be, good clinical governance, verification of all things, making sure that patient safety is of utmost priority, over speed, patient safety is of utmost priority. Accuracy is also important, but more than accuracy would be safety. Okay, so these are my submissions.
That is great. I think I would like to come to Dr. Utkarsh. Building on what we discussed, this is a case when for one hospital or maybe a small setup or maybe one group, it's much easier to try new things, pilot it out. But when you have a scale, when you're looking at the NH scale where you have multiple centers, multiple hospitals working around, and you have Atma, which is working for its HIS, how do you see the scaling of AI and maybe automation components? What are the critical enablers going forward? What are the barriers also you expect that industry should be aware about? Can you just give a light on that?
Thank you for inviting me here. So at Narayana, I answer your question first before I move on to some of the topics before we have discussed. At Narayana, we have an ecosystem where we have started working on digitalization AI much long back with the industry. So it's been almost 18 to 20 years since we are capturing data in digital format. So to answer your question, we need to understand first that what is the purpose of AI and digitalization that we are doing. For example, at our center, we have solutions for different manpower strengths. So for example, a doctor will have his own orientation to use an app. A nursing will have his own orientation to use an app. So we created two different apps for them for data entry. Rather than making single app for all, that may create confusion. So we have Namaha for nurses. We have Adi app, which is for doctors. So when you integrate, you understand your team and their knowledge, their skill sets, then you align your in-house developed system with the team. And that's how you inch each part of this digital system grain by grain. And that's how we have scaled. So we have not imbibed technology over a month or two. It's a long process that takes. So any organization which is starting journey now or has started before, I think you should take each step day by day and think for a future vision, which actually embodies your whole digitalization journey, rather than thinking, oh, what can I do tomorrow? Nothing has happened in a day. That's part number one. Part number two is, yes, when we implemented technology and AI apps, we found a lot of challenges. One of the key challenges is the gap between development and production. So in whole healthcare industry, one of the challenges that we face is that innovation starts from top. And generally, even if somebody has good innovative idea at the bottom, it dies down in the hierarchy. So that happens across board. So most of the innovation that happens at top has to percolate in the ground. So the one key method that at Narayana we use is to communicate well with the ground team. So when you are implementing and doing a good pilot, your piloting should be so strong that you are able to get each input from the ground team rather than just doing a pilot sake. So when you do that, you understand the challenge and then you enter into production stage. Second key point that I face when you ask this question, how you implement a multi-center, I think that's one of the key problem is that there is huge diversity across centers in any organization. Some centers have some specialities, some centers have some specialities, and each specialty is manned by people who have different skill sets. So eventually it's difficult to align your solution, your product with everybody. But I think you have to find your optimal level. That this is my optimal level which I have to achieve. And that's how we embody in our system by compliance. So when we, for example, sir was talking about how we can increase our efficiency and revenue, most of the organizations focus on conversions. But conversion is a byproduct of compliance as well. So we follow both. So when you follow both, you understand that yes, the product will be much better. So all these small steps, when you imbibe into the ecosystem of organization, your product will excel.
I think that's really great. I think I was going to ask you next about the pilot, what we have, the pilot fever. Like we start things in pilot, but never go to production. Maybe this is the way that we can actually go beyond the piloting in health. That's really great. I think I would like to come to Dr. Kalpajit. You are working into EMS sector. This is one of the, I think, dearest sector to me for a reason that last year we launched something called as pre-hospital care program. And we really studied hard the US healthcare system, or basically the US EMS system. And if you look what we have in India, one of a unorganized structure, and what US has built, their Band 14 or their Nemesis, the EPCRs, direct connection to the EHR from EPCR. It looks very well structured and much more mature system. And coming to India, we really have good players like Red Health or Blinkit, which really are building these things. But how we can see that the digitalization of EMS segment should take place in next maybe a decade, because ABDM is focusing across sector, but EMS is still kind of out of that. So how are you looking from systems perspective into the digitalization and maybe automation in the EMS segment?
Right. Thank you so much. So any AI solution or any AI technology has three phases. So even in the healthcare, it's first automation, then augmentation, and then comes the anticipation. In India, we are at the stage where in between automation and augmentation, and sometimes not even automation. The reason being, for AI to work or for any, they need data. And in India, the biggest challenge is to create the data in a readable format.
Correct.
In India, we are still in many places in the crude stages where the data generation is not happening. Like we are still in the pen and paper stage. So we need the digital data first for the AI to interpret and augment. So now coming to the emergency, as in if we can go into systems which are generating electronic data, AI has a big role. Like it can do it in three ways. One, it can help us in doing proper triaging. The triage systems can be enhanced, the scorings can be done, the screening can be done appropriately so that the patients are appropriately triaged and then accordingly managed. Triage, for people who don't know what triage is basically stratifying patient groups depending on the urgency. Somebody who is triaged urgent or red is somebody who needs immediate attention, and somebody who is green is somebody who is stable. Then coming to the other aspect of AI implementation is to screen the patient, ongoing screening the patient while the patient is still in the emergency department, or the patient is getting transported to the hospital in the pre-hospital setup, right? So in that also, the variations, the heart rate variation, the parameter variation, the oxygen level variations, all those things can be picked up by the AI and can be implemented, or red flags can be raised, whether the clinicians can act on it. Thirdly comes the diagnostic aspects of it. As Dr. Sandeep was mentioning, diagnostics also is a very important tool, and in an emergency department or from the hospital's point of view, the throughput through which the patient passes through the emergency department is very important. So diagnostics many times acts as a bottleneck, where we are not able to decide on the patient because the diagnostic results are not out. Coming to the corely from the pre-hospital emergency point of view, in India, we are slowly moving into better digital aspects of getting the pre-hospital management. In UK, they have a system. Like in UK, if you go to there is something called the HEMS, Helicopter Emergency Medical Services, and the pre-hospital systems. There, their monitors are also being tracked. Their vitals are being tracked. And then after the patient is transferred, they come and document. So India, yes, certain organizations, they do that. Organizations like the new one who are coming into the field, like Red, Blinkit, they are trying to implement it. So the sky is the limit, if I can say. But yes, first we have to go for the data entry, like that. From the point of entry, from the point of generation, the data has to come, and then the implementation will be easy.
Yeah, I think this is a great point, because data in India is a major thing. Like, we have data, but that's not readable, or the quality is questionable. So I think this is a great point. I think I will come back to Dr. Utkarsh once again. We have seen the ecosystem effects across various sectors, like what Jio has been doing in the mobile arena, or even what few other players are doing in different sectors, even banking sectors. In healthcare, I think we are trying to get same place where diagnostics, pharmacy, everything is now kind of managed through one single entity. How you see the benefits that will come through the ecosystem approach when we really apply automation, where are maybe in areas like OPD services, or the areas where you look in terms of the diagnostics, how you see this ecosystem playing role with AI coming in and automation becoming a center point here?
If I understand your question correctly, how the system will respond and how
Correct.
it will do. Yeah. And I think to answer this question, we have to zoom out a bit and understand how healthcare has evolved over the last many millennials. See, there have been primarily three phases of healthcare. Initially, all the patients used to have a self-healing mode. They used to, 20,000 years before, they used to go to the forest, take a neem patta and apply on their wounds. Then came healing by experience, where you experience yourself as well as some person, trustworthy person who you believe has experience, and he started treating you. So the whole concept of medicine came up. Then somewhere Claude Bernard started experimentation, healing by experimentation. When you started the drug discovery, we started real-world evidence-based medicine. But one common thing in all these phases was there was information asymmetry. What do I mean is that patients rely for right treatment on doctors. He does not have the information about the disease. And what is also true, the responsibility lies on the system, on the provider, the doctors, the person who knows it. What AI is doing is healing by intelligence. What that means is, now I as a patient will have more information, or at least in part information, with the provider. And that changes the whole scenario. It changes the whole system. So what it does is, it bestows some responsibility on the patients also on how we utilize AI products for my own healing. It also makes hospitals responsible for providing that ecosystem and inputs which help doctors and patients to provide treatment. So in nutshell, what has happened is, it's a watershed moment for healthcare. I can specifically say, because previous to this, hospitals just acted as platforms where patients and doctors interacted together and the outcome was health. Now what is happening, hospitals will become partner to that outcome, will help in generating that outcome through clinical decision support systems, through data automations, through various inputs that they can do, even through research and real-world evidence that they can create inside hospitals. So hospitals will become partner to outcome, and that changes everything. So when you say what change will AI will do in the ecosystem, I think the whole health system should respond to AI by sitting on top of it, rather than thinking that AI is one thing that I will do to create valuation. It should be outcome-based. It should understand why we are doing this AI, not just that, okay, a particular product should come to me, I have to use it, that adds value to my whole business. No. The thing should be why I'm using it. Some products may be useful to some hospitals, some products may not be useful to some hospitals. So the cost effectiveness part of any product is very important, and that's how hospitals should see it, and that's how we are seeing it. For example, we have recently started applying, we sit on a lot of ECG data. we have now, through our AI models, and it's published research as well, that we now predict the ejection fraction of a patient who comes with failure. The AI in the system tells you what is the ejection fraction. So we tested this model on a lakh of ECGs, and it worked very well. So I think this is how hospitals will contribute to outcome.
I think that's really helpful, because the innovation should start from healthcare itself rather than engineers coming in and putting up some products onto the healthcare. And that is really important. And I think I have one question which is open for all of you. DPDP Act and DPDP rules are the new thing in India. We were looking at HIPAA and we're saying this is something, the American thing. But now I think the government is trying to push it. The timeline is from 27, mid where we are pushing for it. So how prepared we are in terms of the compliance with DPDP, or how you see the impact of DPDP in terms of the hospital or for the hospital's overall data collection systems?
So I think it's a bit of a nuance, I think, for all of us. But I think, data security is definitely very important. We've been practicing it in medicine under the heading of patient confidentiality. So it's not new to us. But given that, we have to work with technology, we are really glad that government has come out with all these security measures, and expectation is for all of us to comply. So we should do that. We are in the process of doing that, getting those compliances in place. Because at the end of the day, just like patient confidentiality, in this age of AI, if patient data goes out for any reason, a hospital can have a real war of a legal situation. So I think, all said, whatever is there in that DPDP, we have to comply with it 100%. And that is my submission.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to add on to it, yes, DPDP is very strict in terms of patient confidentiality and patient privacy and the patient records, right? But is it something which is a good evil? The reason being, in India, every big hospital chain or smaller hospital chains or some other agencies, they are having their own, building up their own EMR systems. Everybody has their own, and it is kind of like in silos. So nothing is standardized. In US, if you go, everything is HIPAA compliant. And in India also, even the language at which the medical record is stored, ideally it should be FHIR compliant.
Correct.
But in India, FHIR is not there everywhere, right? And even the common language of SNOMED city is also not there. No. Somebody is using something, somebody is using something else. So once we have this kind of one standardization, then every data will be in a coded or in the backend, standardized in a particular way, which will also help, whenever a patient is transferred or officially transferred from one center to the other, it's easier to access the data when the patient is already given a right. Like if a patient is given a consent, I'm being referred to a higher center, I can access that data. But at this point, once you leave that unit, you are done. Correct. You are not able to get the data out of anywhere. Some may give a short summary, some may give a small report, but what exactly had happened, nobody knows. So DPDP is, I would, from a clinician point of view or from the broader perspective, it is something which is need of the hour.
I think, from interop perspective, when we talk about FHIR or even the SNOMED cities, we are really having so diverse thing that building a one ecosystem becomes really difficult. And though ABDM says that we are following FHIR R4, it's on papers at this point. Maybe it will evolve tomorrow. And I think that's also one avenue where there's a lot of new innovations to become, because globally also FHIR is entirely new. US uses HL7 V2s and I think V2.6. So this is where I think we really have new things coming in. I think I will open it for the audience to ask if they have any questions for the panel.
One quick addition I want to make to DPDP.
Sure.
So we live in a culture in India particularly, where when a person gets ill, he calls to multiple people and tells them, "I am ill, please come, I have a disease." So we are not very data happy people, as a culture. So we actually inform. So it's a transition change for us all. So what DPDP does is a very wonderful thing. DPDP, what it does is, it puts responsibility of data dissemination on different stakeholders. So for data fiduciary as well as data principal, there is separate responsibility. So it clears the ambiguity. I think that's the key aspect that happens with DPDP Act, at least for healthcare. Because healthcare data is available with everybody, from nurses to doctors to patients to everybody holds the data. But what DPDP does is it creates responsibility. So that is one good thing will happen. But I will still wait for the Disha to come in to understand exactly what implication we'll have for, because there's separate legislation being worked on that.
That's correct. I guess one beauty of the DHIS is that though they are building new thing on consent managers, they're also trying to have this theory called as storage at the origin. So the hospital will still store the data, but the ownership is with the patient. So it's really interesting how India as a culture is going to look at that structure. Yeah, great. I think from audience, if any.
Hi. Hello all, I'm Dr. Sneha Kurvala from Cloud9 Group of Hospitals. I was just curious to know from the esteemed panelist if any of your dynamic organizations have an AI or an automation solution for the clinician such that it helps them reduce their consultation time, which improves on your volumes, or increases their personalization or the time spent with the patient. Is there any solution that any of your hospitals have currently?
So actually we are working, it's not yet implemented, but we are in the offing of it. For the outpatients, we are wanting to do a conversational AI situation. So that will, the AI will listen in on the conversation and document the entire conversation with intelligence, removing out all the tea, coffee, or all the arbitrary conversation, and keeping the discussion notes only strictly clinical. So that is what, and the output will be a neatly typed, printed, outpatient record, which all the clinician has to do is start, stop, okay, that's it. So the only work he has to do is talk with his patient, and of course he needs to review once what has been put out there. At least maybe that much he can do this time. So that's what it is.
A similar solution we were also working on my previous organization, where we had implemented EMR in all the 23 units of the hospital, right? And after that, we were in the process of similar solution where the conversation was being recorded by the EMR and it was being transcribed. But the challenge which in India we face is the language, right? So patients will be speaking in multiple languages at the same time, right? So in Bangalore is a big example. A patient, Bangaloreans, we know multiple languages. We'll be speaking Hindi one sentence, the next will be Kannada, and the next will be even Tamil or Telugu, right? So that multilingual transcription is something of a challenge which these kind of solutions are having. But yes, those solutions we are also working on, something to develop that clinical decision support tool where after the summary or anything is typed, and when the patient is already in the hospital, multiple progress notes are there. Those are summarized when you go for a round. When you go for a round, the previous 5 days admissions, what has happened? What is the clinical trend of the patient? What has worked, what has not worked? If a culture report has come, what the culture report is showing. Those kind of flagging. So it's an internal thing which was being developed. It is not deployed yet, right? Few of the centers we were trying it. So something, I think many of the organizations in India are working it. I think Narayan is a big example of that. So I think sir wants to add something. Yeah.
No, I think we are still testing that. There is a lot of speech-to-text solutions in market. The problem with that, and they are existing for more than 5-6 years. It's not a new thing to come up. The problem is that we don't have an evidence that actually implementing that solution does reduces the consultation time, or there's no real world evidence. We have, and that whatever evidence that I get, they're not statistically significant also. So I have not seen yet organizations coming up with real world evidence that actually this is the impact and this is how we have improved clinically. That is still pending. I think still the solution needs more implementation, probably then we'll get that solution.
Actually, recently a study was published in the US where they have mentioned that in an 8-hour shift of a doctor, 53 minutes have been added for them to review the notes which the AI writes. Rather than themselves writing it, to transcribe what the AI is doing, what the AI is hallucinating, to remove all that, it's adding more time. So AI is maturing, like from the time OpenAI came in the market until now, it has matured a lot. So probably we will see a lot of more changes.
So I think with conversational AI, based on the language models that they have on the back end, the conversation can be in any language. It will record and the output will be in whatever particular language you need it. But if the patient is talking with someone in a different language and then you are having a Hindi conversation, suddenly switching it to Kannada, suddenly switching it to English, the AI will be able to record that. So AI has that, provided of course the language model behind is there. That's what it is.
Thank you.
I think just I will add one question. I don't know, Aishu, but then we have been doing this research on acceptability of this ambient AI with multiple partners, and somehow we found that everyone hated it. Not because the product was bad, but then they were feeling that there is someone overheard or listening to their conversations. Do you have same experience with your stakeholder, or it was a bit different where they were open to see that AI is overlooking the transaction? The conversations.
So I think definitely there is a confidentiality issue there again. So what has to be built in is, of course, verbatim the entire text or the conversation is recorded. But once it is saved and accepted in the template of the outpatient clinic, the back end, everything is deleted. So that should be part of the workflow so that there is no trace of what the conversation happened and what was recorded and nothing. That's my submission.
Yes, sir, you too.
I have a last question. So I was just listening to you guys about coming a long way from paper, using papers, digitalization of AI. Being a very big brand and senior brand, when did you digitalize totally? It's my frank question, because we have just got digitalized recently, and it took a lot of time and effort from pen and paper. And digitalization has really helped us in OPD, IP, and as you said, with AI it has increased the time, but it has decreased by 30%. And when did you start the AI? So when did you start the digitalization and when did you start the AI? So that we understand how late we are and what to do with AI next.
So we started digitalization long back. It may go beyond a decade. The good thing with us is that we have in-house teams, so we are not dependent on partners. But to ask a question whether total digitalization, I think it's a misnomer.
Exactly.
It cannot happen. Though I don't want to say that we are not totally digitalized, we are. But we are working to make paperless, everything paperless. Having said that, it's my personal opinion that there should be an optimal level of digitalization. And what is that optimal level is every organization has to decide. Some may have 100%. In some good organization it may happen. Even with us it may happen. But there should be an optimal level. Rather than every hospital looking forward that I should be total digitalized, we should find our own optimality and work from there. That should be the right answer I can give to your question.
So that's what I meant. Digitalization is like, now we have gone 100%. Means we have taken off files, and in OPD is all digitalized, and IP is on the tabs, which we are changing it. It took some effort. So everybody is talking about digitalization and AI. So I want to know how much it is.
See,
and where you've not done it now.
See, there are areas where we have not done it. For example, pharmacy supply chains is still not completely digitalized. We are now including even medication card into digitalized. So all orders are now being through app, through Nama app. Nurses can do all their work on Nama app. But what will happen if you're not 100% utilized, or at least to the optimal level? The confidence interval in your AI models will be broad.
Exactly.
Okay, that's one thing. Though that can also be circumvented by using statistical models, but not every organization is good in statistics. So if you're not 100% or at least optimal level digitalized, even if you use AI, the output of it will not be that good. So that's where I think we have to fight what we want. We want more automation, as sir told, or we want more AI.
So what I could say in our experience is that we've implemented the EMR for outpatient as well as inpatient, almost near 100%, except for consents and some few other things which are the mandatory, right now. So otherwise, by and large, it's 100% on inpatient, including medication orders, nurses, everything, doctor's notes, transfers, handovers, everything is all on the EMR. Outpatient, of course, the system is all go, everything is clear. But of course, compliance from our friends is very difficult sometimes. Though, of course, with the right motivation, even the busiest clinician will do 100% compliance. But sometimes, with stubbornness, even if he has 2 patients, he may not do it, right? So it's all about the motivation which they have. But we've been able to, in the outpatient, we've been able to get about 68% compliance on the outpatient. That's the reason why we are exploring, so many of these other. We of course tried our gig with, voice to text, but there's this big learning thing which has to happen. So maybe conversationally, I will, hopefully accelerate that compliance. Of course, we still, out of stubbornness, still the handwritten paper documents are there sometimes for some of them. But they will get there because when they see the other colleagues taking advantage, so it's a process. It's not an overnight thing. It cannot be rushed. Each clinician has their own learning curve. They need to be cajoled, motivated, slowly, steadily. Maybe you have team discussions with the other clinicians where everybody shares, the benefits or whatever it is. And I think most importantly, is for the management to be very responsive, because there are a million problems on the ground.
Which have faced it.
Yes, there are a million problems which are there on the ground. So it's very important, for us to be responding accurately, because when they're reaching out, that's the time we have them. So if we lose them at that time, then the whole project will be gone.
For us also, I think it's Dr. Devi Shetty's vision to make whole ecosystem digital driven that we are able to do it. Otherwise, it's the founders and the board what they decide will actually percolate to the ground.
So to add into that, basically there has to be a right balance. So when we were implementing it from the non-clinical side of the management, the idea was in the hospital there should be only tissue paper, no other paper, right? But from the clinical side, it was like it's not possible. We'll have to find a balance, right? So how to achieve that? So what we did was we incentivized the clinicians also, right? So suppose for the IP, for the inpatients or for the references and all, unless they raise their own charges, unless they put their own notes, the charges won't be raised. So in that way. And for the OP also, the way it was done was, if they are documenting something for a procedure or a surgery or an admission, the support team or the admin team can follow up the patient, can make sure the appointments are met. If it is just a paper, then the patient goes out, patient is lost. But if it is there in the system, then the support team can follow up, trace, and help the clinician in getting his patient back. So those kind of incentivization here and there, and absolutely customizing for each and every individual will get it done.
So still you are facing problem.
Yes. Problem would be there.
It's a daily affair.
I think we can take one more question from the audience and before we close. I think if there are no questions, then
I have a question to the audience. How many of us, of you here in India, have an Abha ID?
What is
Ayushman Bharat Health account. Do we have? How many of us have it? Right? So only few of us, people who are working in the hospitals, sometimes we have to mandatorily have an Abha ID, but ideally, Indian government is trying to create that ecosystem of our own health records. So unless we have an Abha ID, nothing would be there. So to have the digital ecosystem in place, we should start having our ID and then try and integrate that, like how the DigiLocker was put in place, the same Abha has come in the picture. So Saradu, I think, would be able to give a better information about it.
At least they claim they have created 84 crore Abha IDs.
Yes.
Yes, it's there in rural areas. Like this problem with India's missing middle is large. Like we have rural segment where the government takes care of a lot of healthcare. Then there is also a segment where private sector with multi-specialty comes into play. But then OPDs and the single chain diagnostics are really the missing middle that we are actually trying to see how at system level you can change from even NHS and even IHMR's perspective. That's the priority for us. I think this was great. And just to conclude, and the key takeaways, one is that automation has been very helpful in healthcare. I think RCM is one of the area where we are really seen some gains, and diagnostics still remains the bottlenecks because of the overall turnaround time itself depends on a lot of other processes. And I think one good takeaway was that it's okay as a healthcare provider or hospital to invest in automation and AI, but I think we should set our own benchmarks, what we want to achieve. And objectives are much important, because without objective, AI becomes again hallucinated machine. So I think, thank you for all. Thank you, sir, for
Thank you so much.
insights. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists. Dr. Kalpaji, that's a very important question that you raised over there. How many of us have an ABBA ID? Barely, not even 5% of the audience over here doesn't have an ABBA ID, never mind the general public. So when so few people have an ABBA ID, how is it possible that we're talking about digital hospitals and tech integration when we don't have an ABBA ID? It seems like a contradiction, but we have assembled the right set of panelists to unravel this mystery and tell us how to overcome this challenge of creating digital hospitals and integrating tech at the same time. And so, without further ado, let me welcome on stage our first panelist, Dr. Vivek Hittanahalli, who is the Regional Medical Superintendent of Apollo Specialty Hospitals. Dr. Vivek, please welcome on stage. Please help me welcome on board on stage Mr. Albert Patrick, who is the IT Manager of St. John's Medical College. And our final panelist for this discussion is Mr. Lucky Thakur, who is the Zonal Head of Apollo Health and Lifestyle Limited. And our moderator for this discussion is Mr. Deepak Balani, who is the Head of Medical Affairs and Quality at Gleneagles Healthcare India. Welcome, Dr. Deepak. So it's an interesting discussion. We just, in fact, spoke about ABBA ID and digitization a short while ago, which we don't have. So it seems like a dichotomy and a contradiction, but is it really a contradiction? The stage is yours.
Good evening, folks. It's my honor and pleasure to be here before you today, moderating this session on digital hospitals and tech integration. We have an esteemed panel here with Dr. Vivek Hittanahalli and Mr. Albert Patrick and Ms. Lucky Thakur. We have been discussing so far the impact of technology, or specifically data and AI sciences, on healthcare and how it can impact and so on and so forth. Folks, before us is the core IT backbone, which is integrating and driving all this. Welcome, folks. I'd like to request each of the panelists if they would like to introduce themselves briefly.
Hi, my name is Albert Patrick. I'm heading the IT department in St. John's Medical College Research Hospital with around 3 decades of experience in IT and 10 years in the Middle East. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Vivek. I work for Apollo Specialty Hospitals as a regional medical head. I roughly have 25 years of experience now in the healthcare industry. Worked almost in all corporates in Bangalore.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Lucky Thakur. I work as a zonal head for Apollo Cradle and Children Hospital. So my 15 years of experience, I have extensively worked in the women and child centric hospitals, and I take care of P&L and operations. Thank you.
Thanks, folks. We will start off with this panel discussion core per se. To start off briefly as an introduction, I would address a query to Dr. Vivek specifically. Dr. Vivek, you are from Apollo, and Apollo is India's #1 healthcare group. And in fact, we have two panelists from Apollo here, 2/3 majority here, you can call it that. But what really is this meaning of a digitally integrated hospital and your perspectives on that? One would be clinical and the other would be, of course, non or operational kind of it. What is this digitally integrated? What are the elements?
Okay. Dr. Deepak, I would put the digital integration in hospitals in a two broader perspective. One is a clinical integration and second is operational integration. In clinical integration, what happens is you have one EMR, one longitudinal EMR across for one patient. So that includes everything about that patient the moment he walks in on an OP basis, gets a consultation, gets admitted. So there is IP, there is OP, IP, lab, you have a pharmacy, you have a radiology, all integrated together digitally, and it's available. Now, where the clinical integration plays a bigger role here. Of course, now this is what is yet to come in Bangalore or probably in India, but I have come across some hospitals across in world where they have the clinical pathways embedded into the digitalization of the hospitals. So, for example, if I have to give you, suppose there is a create of, say, a patient gets admitted with a renal failure or probably an abdominal issue, and the creatinine is around say 2. The moment the lab gives the results, it gets integrated into the system automatically, clinically, and an alert goes to the nephrologist quickly. But the patient will not wait for a dialysis to go to happen. I mean, for the clinician orders. So the clinical pathway is embedded into the system, into the digital integration of HIS. That as soon as the lab alerts to create, the patient gets transferred to the dialysis, or the dialysis machine comes to where the patient is. So what happens is there is a complete digitalization of the clinical pathway. Now this is a very standardized. This requires a lot of hard work and standardization. Not every create 2 will require dialysis as an immediate measure. So the clinical pathway has to be designed in such a numerous ways for a create 2 that should be applicable, and it can be practicable or implemented successfully. A second example, if I have to give you, where the clinical digitalization or integration in the HIMS takes place effectively is, suppose there is a urine sent to the lab and the culture comes positive, and based on the database of the hospital already which is there of the resistance patterns of different bacteria, the choice of antibiotics gets selected even before the clinician gives an prescription order for that particular patient. So it doesn't wait for the doctor based on the height, weight, and the gender and the profile of the bacteria. The antibiotics gets prescribed immediately. So the order directly goes to the pharmacy and dispensing happens. The drugs comes here. Now this is a very, very probably. I mean, we were talking about 100% digitalization in the previous session. Probably this is that level of clinical integration where the clinical orders are also getting embedded into the HIMS systems and get the patient. It has tremendous positive implications, but the problem, it has its own set of problems, because standardizing the clinical pathway for each patient is going to be laborious. So I think that's what is the 100% digitalization clinical integration. The second element, if you ask me, is operational element where there is a patient, there are patient beds dashboards. You can actually operationally sit in one chair and see how many beds are there and how many are vacant and how many are ready to occupy. So you can actually manage this operationally well if you have operational integration already taken place in your hospital. The other is OT utilization. You can utilize OT much better if you have a good integration operationally. The other things are probably a pharmacy optimization or store optimizations, where you have you know that you get an alert that the buffer stock has come down below a threshold and you need to purchase immediately. So such alerts can directly generate a PO and goes to the vendor whom you have already pre-selected. So directly it goes that way. So it helps immensely, no doubt about it. But it has its own challenge. Now the clinical integration or clinical digital integration in hospital and the operational digital integration in hospital, they both need to go together. The clinical integration cannot be speaking different language and the operational cannot be looking elsewhere. They both have to talk with each other on an HIMS to get an optimum patient outcome and improve the efficiency. So only when they both together talk on the HIMS, probably you get a good digitalization. I mean, probably that's what is 100% digitalization we were talking about, which is practically today's world may not be possible immediately. At least I don't see in the next 5 years, in India at least. Because as I told you, the clinical pathways has to be embedded into the standardized and then embedded. And it should be for each category of the patient differently. As I told you, a creat 2 may not be, dialysis may not be the first choice always for each patient. So yeah, so that's.
Doc Vivek has spelled out the problem very nicely. So we take a step back and move on to Mr. Albert Patrick. So you're from Johns, and could you tell us something about the IT or digital ecosystem there, and what challenges you are having with regard to implementation and so on, more so if possible to clinical operations rather than the core IT as such. I mean, your perspectives on this, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. From IT operations standpoint, the biggest practical challenge is implementing and maintaining integrated systems. So one is that system integration and intercapability challenges.
Slightly closer to.
Yeah. Different systems, ERP, biometric, HMS, LMS, HIS, control finances are built on different technologies, with different vendors. So incorporating all that, it's a bit difficult task. Okay, that is one thing. Then data consistency and master management, that is one of the main thing. Because the data is different from each and every block, it is. To integrate that, it is the biggest challenge. And infrastructure and network reliability. Integrated systems depend heavily on stable infrastructure. That is one very important aspect of data management. Then cyber security and access control. That is again one important part in the IT. Then change management and user adaptation. That is very, very important. All the users will not be the same. So it depends on user to the user, how we implement it. So one time you tell the user one is good, and the other one you tell them 10 times no. So they make the mistake. So that is very important, visible.
Dr. Sandeep raised much the same point, previous panel.
So then vendor dependency on support delays. And that is a multi-vendor environment. There's a biggest challenge. Like the one vendor says, my system is perfect. The other one says, mine is perfect. So in between, we are stuck. Like the management put the pressure that you do it. And this is what it goes on. And the scalability and future proofing. Systems are implemented for current robust needs. But the support growth, it requires very much. Then monitoring and logging and incident management, that requires centralized visibility or testing. That is one more main thing. Then operational impact is delayed issue resolution and compliance risks. So that is also one of the main important things.
So Mr. Albert goes at the very root of IT as such and says that we have multiple different apps, multiple different platforms, and we end up integrating them. This is where we stand today. And each of these comes with its own challenges in terms of one, adaptation by the end users, the different wide and varied thing. For instance, the same ICU has 3-4 different types of ventilators, and how do you deal with it?
The softwares, integrated softwares, testing.
And the security aspects, the integration, the scalability, some of the challenges relating to just the core digital backbone of a hospital, leave alone what we talk of AI and data sciences in healthcare as such.
AI comes next. Before that, the integration of all this, that is one biggest.
So in the previous panelists, I think we raised this point. See, we are at a very, very heterogeneous stage of development, and we have leapfrogged into the AI age. We have people poorest of poor, some of them going to the hospital on a Tallo Gadi type of thing, and the others at the highest level of evolution, all in the same country within kilometers of each other. So that's one aspect highlighted. So the fundamentals need to be sound.
Again, like this ABA-ID, we were just talked about the ABA-ID registration. Some of the patients who come down for the St. John's, they are not educated. That is one thing. And there are help desk people to help them up only after generating the ABA ID, then they go to the MRD registration. There is help desk people, but Mondays and Saturdays it crosses 3,000 OPD patients. So it is very biggest task.
Neighbors
like
envy,
that.
owners pride, folks.
So that is one of the biggest challenges that we face. But telling is very easy, AI we implement 10, 50, 100 patients is very good. The staff is there to support them. As when you get 3,000 people at a time on one day, even the security cannot challenge them. We have got 520 securities, but they are unable to challenge them. The biggest challenge,
So folks, this is another aspect of the spectrum where we stand.
Thank you.
Let's move on to Mr. Thakur. Mr. Thakur, what would you think is the impact of all this we have been discussing all day on ultimately the impact on patient experience, operations? We talked of economizing profitability as such. Profit is not only just cost, it is revenue minus cost actually. What is your take on this?
So I'll not stress this discussion because the previous panel has covered almost everything operationally, financially, and the viability of how much you can scale it. So I'll just wanted to talk about the one piece which we started in 2020, which is all of you are aware, 24/7. So that was not something new which Apollo has started. It was long back started by the Proctor in 2015. They could not scale it up because of the database. Again, the data point. So being Apollo, they have a very rich database in terms of, so now today if we talk about the scalability or reach of Apollo 24/7, with the one click, a patient can connect to 100+ hospital, which includes the tertiary care, secondary care, and primary care. It is currently having a database of 40 million subscriber, and it do monthly 3 lakh consultation online. So that's the power of technology when you have a data integrated in the system and you have that reach available within the ecosystem. So I think there is a lot more to come. We are, in terms of AI, we are very premature to talk about a bigger impact. But yes, wherever there is accessibility and availability, it is making an impact.
So folks, we are talking of a 40 million subscriber base, 3 lakh online consultations every month. That's the power of technology and the way it's been adopted at one of our major group subsets. Dr. Vivek, what would you think about challenges in adoption of technology and how we can overcome them?
Yeah, challenges are many. I must say that I think the previous panel discussion did cover a little bit about our friends. The doctors are the biggest, resistance, exhibited by them. Obviously, if you put ourselves in their place, we being doctors as well, there is an element of, a new technology adoption becomes difficult for somebody more than, say, 55 or 60 years old, but a very successful practitioner. It becomes very difficult for him to adopt immediately. So, so the challenges lies. So, what we did in Apollo is, we identified some key consultants and we made them as a the co-designer of the digitalization. So we right from the inception stage. So when the software was getting developed, we took their inputs, we involved them actively, so that later on it is easy for them to when we roll it out. So that's one probably we can do it. Second thing is, technology should be very easy to use. It should not have a cognitive burden on them. The moment you have any cognitive burden on the doctors, they start hesitating to use it. So it should be very, so in other words, there should be as less clicks as possible when he uses it. And it should be as effortless for him as possible. The moment the number of clicks are more, it's a deterrent for him. He sorts of loses patience. Another thing is, what I suggest is when you're rolling it out, digitalization, you create chapter, or in NIBH we create chapter champions and all. So like that, if you create a digital champion in each department, suppose if you have 30 surgeons, 30 departments in your hospital, you create a digital champion in each department and make him more, sort of make him sort of give him a celebrity status sort of thing, so that he gets going for you at least, and then the others learn also. Also, you create a I think one of my previous speaker also mentioned that create incentives like let him himself raise the OPD charges. So that's a wonderful actually idea. We can do that. I mean, I'm taking this back home today, this idea. So so that what happens is he's compelled to do the digitalization process. Also, most important thing I feel is connect this all digitalization to the patient outcome. Whenever we connect any such technology to the patient outcome directly, and it's visible, evidence-based to the doctor, the interest automatically comes for him. For example, if an AI or a digitalization helps me in detecting a sepsis in 2 hours rather than 6 hours, I would love to take that, right? I mean, it's directly connected to my outcome. So if you connect the patient outcomes, the digitalization directly gives helps him in getting a thing diagnosis much earlier and connected with that outcome. He will be automatically falling for it because he also needs the same thing. So all in all, I feel the doctors should be made as partners with us. Without them, it's useless. It should not be considered as a project. In some of the hospitals, I'm an NABH assessor and keep visiting hospitals, and I found out that no, sir, we did this project of digitalization, it failed. We did this project of the standardization and it failed. When you use the word project to doctors, they start disliking it. They don't want to do any new project in their hospital. It should be directly benefiting them by reducing the time, and it should be also useful for his outcome of his patients. So when we connect to the outcomes, I think we should get a favorable response. Yeah, so if that answers the question.
Let's move to Mr. Albert. Albert, you mentioned something about a diverse range of IT systems, many of them the building blocks, so to say, of a hospital IT healthcare system. But you can go one step ahead. We have IT system, or you can say we have softwares for decision making, clinical decision support systems, let us say. It started off, Forerunner came in oncology simply because there is no as such a clear-cut cure for cancer as such. There are niche areas where we can make headway. Should we do a chemotherapy? Should we do a radiotherapy? Should we do a surgery? Or do a neoadjuvant hormonal therapy, etc. So it started off from there. IBM came out with their own, and which didn't quite click really. And then you had softwares for ophthalmology, separate software for cardiology, separate software for OBG, and that said, when you come one step back, so for all aspects we have different kind of. And so the whole thing, question to Mr. Patrick is, how do we approach this thing? We need to integrate it, and the vendor for each of these things is different. And how do you integrate it and ensure interoperability without compromising anywhere, actually to derive the full benefits of all these multitude of IT systems available to us?
Thank you. Actually, the first thing is there should be interportability of all these softwares, all the device softwares. Because one software, it doesn't work properly, all will get, having the issues. The output of this one doesn't come, all the things it will get affected, all the softwares. That is one main thing. Before implementation, we have to test all the softwares or the machines, the device, the softwares, whether it is interportability with our the main software EMR or whatever it is, HIMS, what we are using. We have to make sure that everything is compatible with that. Compatibility is the main thing here. Otherwise, it's very difficult. 100% compatibility should be there. It is after that comes the AI, ML, everything comes, but compatibility is the main thing.
So let's say we have integrated everything available to us to a good extent. It's functioning seamlessly, smooth flow, etc., etc. How do we? This is a question to Mr. Thakur. Actually, how do we assess whether we are deriving the benefits of it? How effective is it? How efficient is it? How productive is it for us? Could you throw some light on that?
So productivity output from digitalization, currently whatever is available, it's mostly on the outpatient basis. So where we have streamlined the appointment systems, billing systems. So if we are able to save a minute, because previous panel rightly said there is a no data says that okay, if you adopt this technology, it's going to save a 5 minute for your clinician, because there are a lot of factor involved. So now it is more, if you talk about the ROI, we can talk about more on the experience side, how the user is finding it, whether user is finding it useful or not. Because maximum OPD product, whatever is available for today's OPD setups, they are more for the patient, not for the clinicians. So on that line, ROI makes a experience better. So in that case, you can take a ROI. And there are definitely highly precise medicines, which you call it all robotic surgeries, right? So whenever I speak to clinicians, there is a good set of doctor who supports a robotic and good set of doctor who is still okay without robot, right? So, but again, it is adding a lot of value from ROI perspective for the hospital who has invested heavily on the technology and adopted it. But another side, what direct patient benefit is getting passed on or not. So that is again, so whatever technology today's we are spending in terms of, and if we talk about what is the financial benefit organization is taking as an output, is a more on the touch point like experiences and how convenient we are making it for the patients. So these two things we are considering.
So we measure it in terms of convenience. Yeah, and so Mr. Lucky has raised or brought into the picture different aspects altogether, not hitherto raised. Technology as such, and of course all technology is data driven and very, very technology intensive in that you mentioned robotics. Now, robotics has come in a big way in our medical sciences the past 1 or 2 decades as such, so say, soft tissue robots, joint robots. In fact, we have robots for the brain and spine also today. And all of them, of course, are using technology to a different extents. Lot of data generated. We have a lot of laparoscopic surgeries. We are recording it all the time. Of course, we have images recorded, our CT scan, ultrasounds, echocardiograms, etc. And previous panelist, Dr. Utkarsh, was mentioning something about analyzing lakhs of ECGs as such. So we have a database of ECGs which are getting analyzed and so on. So I will want to speak with either of Vivek or either of our panelists as to what should be our approach to one, of course, maximizing the output from this data, number one, and two, doing it in a safe way. Safe way meaning that from one aspect is of this DPDP rules, saying safety for the patient in the sense that this data is safe, and two, this data is prone for corruption or prone for cyber attacks. What was this? So what would you want to say about this? This multitude of data is not merely the binary kind of data. See, we have focused on e-medical records. We have focused on that kind of data analytics. But there's a whole new dimension to data the moment you get into tertiary or quaternary healthcare as such. Your say on that, folks.
Now, I think everybody is here from hospital industry. So everybody in every hospital, we generate a lot of data. First of all, we need to validate this data, that what we are generating the data is a real data that can give us some information out of it. And that information should be actionable. I should be able to do something about that information. Unless and until that data doesn't yields me any information which is directly connected to my patient outcome, that data is useless. Now, you never come to know when you have a data in hand that whether it's directly going to give me some dividends on the patient outcomes. When the data is in hand, it's a much earlier time when we say. So we should be able to put some checks for validation of this data, and in such a way that the data, at least what I'm generating, is correct. And and the truth is there in my hands. And thereafter, whatever comes out of that, if it matches the patient outcomes, or it helps me to improve the patient outcomes, for example, average length of stay, or OT utilization time, if that I can optimize it with that data. I have seen many hospitals, they have brought down the OT utilization time significantly based on having a good data collection with that HAMS. I mean, they knew how many surgeries are happening in a month, day and weeks and in months, and who is the operator, surgeon, what time he comes, and all that, real time, they captured the data, and the data was correct, they validated it, and that's how they could actually bring down the OT utilization times. So yeah, I mean, if that's what I feel, if you have a good data which is validated first, then only we can work on the information that it gives later on. Yeah.
A question to Mr. Lucky. You mentioned this number of 40 million users. So now there's lots of new technology, there's lots of new approaches to routine stuff. Now this is in the context of actually patient experience rather than patient care as such, if you can put it that way. The point I'm trying to check with you is, how do you scale it up? How do you scale it up? Now there are lots of roadblocks to adoption, number one. Some number of things you need to keep in mind in terms of security, safety, concerns, and so on. How do you scale it up? And what is your experience in this, Apollo, as such?
So we can look in a two ways. Like scaling up, it's again depend on, are you able to engage the same patient for multiple approaches? Currently, the patient who's there on our portal or subscriber on Apollo 24/7, he is directly connected to a clinician consultant, a diagnostics, a pharmacy. So anything and everything, whatever is needed for the primary health care, the same platform is able to provide that. And then you engage customer with the loyalty program. So this also can be only possible because of the tech. So you are giving incentive to a same customer every time they do a transactions, which is again creating a loyalty against the brand, and they'll be keep coming back to you for one or other requirements. Second thing, how to scale it up. So in a very beginning, we discussed about the data point, right? So your network in the market. So if you are focusing only on the primary care or a secondary care or tertiary care, depend on your ecosystem. There is an approach to scale it up in terms of other service lines, whatever you offer within the hospital and what all you can offer outside the hospital. So that's the approach towards the scaling it up. And I think which many players are doing it. I have come across few healthcare players who doesn't even have a hospital, but they're still running a healthcare company. So that is only can be done with.
This is a virtual reality era, looks like.
Yeah.
So multiple concepts we have come across: interoperability, solid integration. It should be user friendly, and there should be an element of safety, security to enable adoption besides other things, so that it can kind of be scaled up as such. So I think these are some of the elements we require to look at patient-centric kind of, or patient-facing kind of AI and data-driven IT setup, let's say. Is there any other final, I throw this open for one final comments on parts of the panelists and any questions from the audience on healthcare IT as such. Anything you would like to say, Ms. Patrick?
Regarding security, security is very important aspect of this patient data. So I prefer, like, each and every organization have a firewall, redundancy of firewall. Earlier I worked for one of the renowned medical college hospital. There we made the greenfield project. For redundancy, like, I told, like, we need 2 firewalls. So one costing 40 lakhs. So we need one more, 80 lakhs. So the chairman told, no, Albert, I will take the risk. We need only one. Then putting one is of no use. Again, like, if something happens to one, the other one will not, we have to take over. So that kind of thing, like, it depends on, again, on the top management level, how they coordinate and do it. So Again, security is one important thing in patient data. So that one.
So the tension between the security and access for the user itself, if you just block every google.com usage, then how are we going to be making use of Gemini? Vivek, what would you want to say? Any final comments before we throw it open for questions?
I think let the questions come.
Anything you'd like to say, Ms. Lucky? Okay, so folks, we are at the end of the formal discussion as such. If there be any comments, suggestions, clarifications,
Hi, Dr. Vivek.
comments.
This is Dr. Garima. We have talked about digital hospitalization, tech integration, everything. But what about digitalization of doctors? I think most of the doctors in the house can relate. I'm still with pen and paper. And most of the doctors who are in 30s and 40s, they are not very much comfortable to adopt the AI system. So according to you, what are the biggest barriers of how can we make the adoption easier for the doctors? One thing earlier somebody mentioned that we can give the incentive, but other than else, what do you think? How can we make for them this process easier?
As I told you, you involve them before you roll out or before the idea of digitalization appears in your minds, I mean, in the management. So you make them a party to the decision making of rolling out the digitalization hospital. That itself makes a lot of difference, 30-40% at least. Now, once you roll out, you'll have to keep continuously motivating them also. So one level of motivation is one of my friend, I mean, he suggested that, incentivize it. So that's a wonderful idea, I must say that today. So you create something that you only raise your OP bill and you only treat the patient, you only give the prescription. So that creates a lot of anxiety also for me if you tell me to do it on my own, because I know for sure. Of course, this may not be possible in every doctor. It will differ. I mean, somebody senior like 55, 60 years old, a successful surgeon, here, do hell with it. I have people to do this job. So why should I raise that? He may come out with that. So each doctor, you will have to design a strategy. For such doctors, you involve them much earlier so that they are part of the decision making itself. So that they don't create problems later. Some of the old timers who are, who have never touched the keyboard, for them, you'll have to continuously keep giving them the training and support also. Like in our case, what we did is our OPD nurse used to sit with one of the 55 years old, 58 years old obstetrician. She told me, Vivek, I have nan endu touch madilla idukke nan gotta illa. I don't know what to do with this keyboard. So our OPD nurse used to sit with her and initially and even today. So we are trying to wean her off. I mean the nurse, so that she is independent, the doctor is independent. So that takes time, no doubt about it. And that's why 100%, no, I just said, digitalization is a very distant thing even today. But the best part of the digitalization, as I told you, is the clinical one. These all are small things. They may not yield much dividends. But the real dividends are when the clinical pathways are embedded into the system. That's where the efficiency is skyrocketing. I give you an example of create, isn't it? I mean, a 2 create and directly the dialysis happens. So the lab detects it and it doesn't wait for a clinician order for dialysis. Of course, you have to standardize these clinical pathways for every different patient where the create is 2. So that is the real benefit and we should all aim for that. These things will be continuing even after a decade. We'll keep talking about the doctor's compliance about it. She is not doing it. And some doctors, that efforts are different and it has its own ups and downs. And let it be that way. But 100% effort has to be done. But don't expect results 100% there. But the real value is when of digitalization and AI is when you actually clinical decision, our pathways are embedded exclusively, or at least 30-40%, embedded. For 30% patients also, you will have phenomenal results after that. I'm hoping to see that in the next 5-10 years. Yeah, thank you.
If I may add. So what you were saying was the 30 years, 40 years are millennials, right? So in the previous session regarding the architectural session when they were speaking, they had mentioned if you don't go along with it, it will become obsolete. The Gen Z is going to replace it. I can give a small example. Yesterday,
Yesterday evening only I was moderating a journal club debate for emergency residents from Bangalore. So one team did the journal club assessment by using notebook LLM and AIs, right? And the other one just came in like that. So the other team who had used the AI in a proper way was better prepared and better equipped to be part of the debate, right? So our generation, see the senior most people, 50s, 60s, late 60s, late 50s, yes, they can be handheld, they will do, because they are at a different stage. Our generation, if you don't adopt AI, if you don't adopt technology, we will become obsolete. The next generation, the students who are in medical school right now, students who are just passing out of their postgrad, they are using AI in day-to-day life. Even in clinical rounds, they are using it. In their clinical practice, they are using it. And they are better equipped. And if you see a study published, India has an adoption rate of 40% to AI, Indian doctors, compared to US, which is 33%, and UK, which is 37%. Right? And that 40% is these youngsters. Right? So our age group, 30, 40 years, if we stick back to the old thing, no, we will survive, we will not survive. We will become obsolete.
We have to adopt the AI, but don't you think that for the doctors it is very difficult to adopt that system? Because we are coming from that book culture.
See, the thing is, have we not moved on from the analog phone to the smartphones? Yeah. Right? So it's just a tool. We will have to start using it. Right? When PubMed was not there, only library was there. We used to go to the library and read journals. Now we all read articles from PubMed. Right? Now from PubMed we have moved to something new, AI school, Dr. Oracle and all. So we'll have to keep on updating ourselves. Otherwise we'll become the Nokia in the age of iPhone.
So Dr. Garima raised a very meaningful and pertinent kind of question. The technology, the AI, whatever it should be meaningful. It should have some value for us. It should be user-friendly. And then only you can expect that whatever carrot and stick we try out is going to work. That said, there is definitely a place for hook and crook method. See, it was ably demonstrated in the US from the, from a couple of decades ago to, first half of the previous decade, Obamacare. Simply from 1% adoption of e-medical record to 95% plus, just like that, hook and crook. Either you take it or get lost. It was a message. It has to be done at any cost, and it's there today. Of course, there's a different thing. They're still looking at ICD-9, ICD-10. Other countries are moving to ICD-10. There are some legacy issues, but there is something to be said for force as such. So today now, tell me, what do I pay the cab driver? I have to pay it online. Why? Because RBI has cut down the circulation of 10 rupee, 20 rupee, 50 rupee. You won't even get a 100 rupee note if you go to the ATM. It's a carrot and stick, simple. You have to do it. There is no other way, is one possible way. Any further questions, folks? So if that be so, we wind up our discussion. Thanking team ET Business Consulting for a wonderful conference here. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deepak. Ladies and gentlemen, it is quite fitting that we conclude today's conference with the undeniable fact that we have to evolve. We have evolved for the last 4.5 billion years. That is how the world works, and that is how we must also continue to progress. Evolution is essential. We were in the analog age, now we're in the digital age, now we are in the AI age, and if there's any hesitation to evolve, then we risk becoming obsolete, or even worse, extinction, in a medical sense. So on that note, thank you very much for your attention. And thank you very much for being a part of the 21st edition Healthcare 360 Summit. We look forward to seeing you again for our next edition. We will all keep you posted about when the next edition is happening. Until then, thank you all very much for being here, and we'll see you again very soon. On behalf of the entire ET Business Consulting team, this was Sunny once again. Have a good day and a good weekend.